Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the Cortina Digital Forum, an event which is taking place in its first edition, titled Digital in the Era of Uncertainty and Global Reset. A high-level event of international scope, but an event that's made in Italy, which is organized virtually, but wants to be the forerunner of an edition in attendance in the beautiful setting of Cortina d'Ampezzo you've seen in the images in 2022. I introduce myself. My name is Maria Rosa Gibellini, General Director of the European Internet Forum and co-founder of Digitanias, partner of Cortina Digital Forum. Today, I'll be your virtual Sherpa, so to speak, to accompany you throughout this second day, which has a very dense agenda. I'd like to remind you all who are connected that if you want, you can also listen to the simultaneous interpretation in Italian and in English throughout the event. As you know, yesterday we had the first day of this forum with the participation of numerous guests. In fact, we have a total of 65 speakers participating to this forum, including institutional authorities, both from Italy and from Europe. And I would like to thank also the European Commission and the European Parliament for their patronage, and all the other sponsors, partners, and all those who decided to take part to this initiative with enthusiasm. Also, the second day has very many guests, both from the public and private sectors, guests who will talk about different topics, digital, of course, but also G20, data, sustainability, recovery fund, and artificial intelligence. So we're ready. I am speaking from our Brussels study, so we are ready for the kick-off of the proceedings with an opening speech by Alessandra Todde, who's Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Economic Development for Italy. Unfortunately, the Deputy Minister will not be able to connect with us online this morning, but she sent us a video we are going to listen to and watch now. Good morning, and thanks for having invited me. I really apologize for not being able to participate, but because of institutional commitments, I couldn't. Digital transition will be one of the main topics for our country, and it'll be a bet to really allow Italy to restart with strong competitiveness in Europe and globally. What is important from the point of view of digital transition is the idea of knowing exactly what the pillars upon which digital transition must be based upon. The first one is the infrastructure. We must be able to reach all areas, all territories in our country with broadband infrastructures, with fiber, with technologies that simply allow us to have access to essential services, be it remote learning or remote working, or being able to shop online, or having access to your physician. So investments in broadband, investments in infrastructures is vital. The second point is obviously the idea of being able to invest on services that can exploit such infrastructure. And another important point is to accompany our businesses towards this digital transition. This is very important, not just to remain competitive, to allow our businesses to be competitive and present on the market with current models, but they're important also to improve the efficiency of the different processes businesses deal with. So we have to invest more and more in digitalization. And last but not least, it is also important to value urban areas with new services for the public administration, new services for citizens. With the administrations, the public administration, because in general there must be a digitalization of the public administration at large. And as far as urban areas and smart cities, I follow at the Ministry of Economic Development. I follow the program called Smarter Italy that wants to experiment services. And we have companies now setting up the infrastructure connected with 5G. So we want to provide services that can be made available to citizens and the public administration alike, can be used by all smart cities in the future. So the pillars of this program are new mobility, the possibility of using cultural heritage online, and the well-being of citizens. So to conclude, the infrastructure will be the backbone, a program that cannot wait for the recovery fund, but must instead start immediately with investments starting this year. And investments also in 2021 will continue. Minister Colau has clarified the targets for digitalization, which are obviously those of investing more and more in digital. And as far as the Ministry of Economic Development, we will obviously move towards a digital transition by changing our models to guarantee a higher level of efficiency. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Vice Minister Alessandra Todde for the video message she sent us and for having touched upon some of the topics connected with digital transformation for economic growth and social development for Italy and for Europe. These are all topics we're going to discuss about during our sessions today. She also mentioned the Recovery Fund, and she told us that investments in digital transformation shouldn't necessarily wait for the Recovery Fund because they have a strategic value. Now I'd like to welcome our guests who are all connected. Roberto Viola, who's Director General of the European Commission, Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technologies, DG Connect, and Nicola Procaccio, who's Country Lead Italy for Intel. Thank you for being with us. I immediately leave the floor to Roberto Viola for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Hartley, Maria Rosa. I hope you can see me and hear me well. This is something that we always say during these virtual meetings. Unfortunately, I really would like to be in such a wonderful venue as Cortina is in person. And I really wish that the next Cortina Digital Forum will be organized in presence. But for this to happen, we still have to work a lot when it comes to administering vaccines, to put together the infrastructures with the green path, and of course Europe is fully committed to it, as well as all its member states. Well, the digital is not simply something that serves the purpose for the politicians, for them to quote during a conference. This pandemic has proven that the digital is an essential element to remain connected, to work, to interact with our families and This is an element which is
Credo positivo,
irreversible
perché
in our
comunque,
society. I believe this is a
speriamo
positive
presto un ritorno
element
della vita
because
reale,
we
però
hope
la vita
that we
virtuale si
can, of
affiancherà
course,
sempre
come
più
back
alla
to real
vita
life as soon as
virtuale,
possible. But
creando
our, so to
ottimizzazione,
say,
creando la
virtual life
possibilità di
will
alternare a
couple
fase
more and
lavoro e
more
casa,
our
ormai è
real life.
proprio in
So
agenda,
we will have the
possibilità
chance
di
of
didattica a distanza,
working from
visitando e
home
avendo
and
esperienze da tutte le
in
parti del
our
mondo.
own
Quindi è un mondo
offices
più
as well and
incluso,
exchange
capito? È un
experiences
mondo che
from
dà
the
più
rest of the
opportunità.
world.
Ma queste
So the
opportunità devono
world has
essere
expanded
percepite e
to us all
soprattutto
and gives
devono
us more
portare a una
opportunities.
vera
But these
trasformazione della
opportunities
società,
must be
come vuole la
enjoyed by
Commissione europea, che è
everyone.
una società
And
che deve essere più
also,
verde e più
society
digitale.
needs to be
E per
changed.
questo
As the
la Commissione
European
europea
community
ha
says, it
incentrato
must
il
be
piano di
greener and
rilancio
more
su questi due
digital.
grandi
Well,
assi
that's why
prioritari.
the
Il
European
primo è
Union has focused
l'organizzazione
on
verde
these
del
two
paese,
axes and
paese
priorities.
parlando
First
dell'Italia,
is
il continente
turning
parlando
Italy
dell'Europa,
into a
e il
greener
secondo
country
è
and Europe
ovviamente
into
la
a greener
trasformazione digitale.
continent, if we
Questi
speak
due
about Europe.
assi
And the
sono quindi a
second pillar
60%
is
del recovery plan
digital transformation.
e
These
rappresentano
account
il
for
faro
approximately
con quale
60%
esauriremo
of
i
the
piani
recovery
nazionali.
plan.
Come
And
sapete,
this is the
siamo negli
eye
ultimi
through
giorni
which
di
we are going
finalizzazione dei
to
piani nazionali, quindi
screen all
molto
the
breve, da
national
molto a
plans.
breve,
And we're
vedremo cosa
about
gli Stati
to finish
membri
this
stanno
exercise,
proponendo
and
nel
therefore,
recovery plan,
very shortly, we
inclusive.
shall screen what
Ora,
member
con
states
quali
are
occhi,
proposing in terms
con
of the
quale
recovery plan, inclusive of Italy.
tipo di
What
con
is
quale
the
tipo di
approach
valutazione
that we
faremo
have? How do
questi
we go
piani?
about in terms
Beh, il
of
tipo di valutazione
assessing
che
those
faremo
plans?
è
Well,
quello da
the
bussola di
assessment
navigazione che ci
that we
siamo
have in mind
dati, che è
is
proposta dalla Commissione europea ed è stata
trying to
adottata
keep
dai capi Stato
with
di governo
our
qualche
route.
settimana fa, è la
The
bussola digitale
proposal
dell'Europa nei
from
prossimi
the
10 anni.
EU has been adopted
Questa
by
bussola
the
è formata da
government
quattro punti
next
cardinali:
last week, and we have
innovazione
four
est e
pillars.
ovest del
And therefore,
digitale,
we have north,
e
south, east,
sono,
and west of
metto
the
questo al primo
digital.
posto perché
And
veramente il dramma dell'Italia, il primo
this
è
is
l'inefficienza digitale.
really important for
Purtroppo
Italy.
siamo un paese
Digital
avanzato,
skills
senza
come
che il paese
first,
digitale non va avanti.
and
Come
an
sapete, l'Italia è
advanced
all'ultimo
country
posto per
without
incidenza digitale in Europa. Una
skills,
maglia
digital
nera
skills in
che deve
particular,
essere
doesn't go
tagliata
anywhere.
rapidamente con un
And
solo colore.
Italy
Non
really
è
is
possibile
at the
che
bottom
la
of the
seconda
list.
economia
And we have
industriale
to
più grande
change our
d'Europa e
approach
la
because it's
terza
not possible that the second
dell'euro
industrial
abbia
economy in
un
Europe
tale
and the
ritardo
third
nell'incidenza
one of
digitale.
the euro area is so
L'impegno
late
dell'Italia con
in
competenze
terms
è
of
generale,
introducing
non è
digital
solo
skills.
digitale,
The
ma è
delay
digitale
is a general
soprattutto.
one, is not
Quindi
just a
io
digital
spero
one,
e
but the
auguro che il
digital
paese di
is
bilancio
particularly
italiano dia una grande attenzione a questa
important.
falegname.
And the
Noi vogliamo che in
recovery
Europa ci
plan in
siano
Italy
nel
must
2030
pay due
almeno
attention
20
to this.
milioni di
Well, we
specialisti
want
del
to
digitale. Oggi
by
ce ne sono più o meno
2030, we
8.000.
want at least
Il
20 million
gap non è
specialists
solo un
in the
gap che si sentiva
digital
fra 10 anni, è un
um,
gap che si
uh,
sta sentendo ogni giorno.
area.
Quindi prima
Today
di
we have
falegnarci,
approximately
secondo
8.
elemento sono le
And this is a
infrastrutture,
gap, and
la
this is a
banda
true
ultra
emergency. The
figa
second
a
element is
tutti i cittadini,
infrastructures,
5G a tutti i
ultra
cittadini.
broadband,
Questo
5G
credo
to
che
all
sarà un
citizens.
elemento
And this, I
importante del
believe and
piano
I hope, is
antipiano.
going to be an important element within the framework
Ovviamente
of
anche
the Italy's
infrastrutture
recovery
tecnologiche,
plan,
come gli
and
investimenti
also
nella
technological
microelettronica, che rappresenta
infrastructures,
Intel
such as
oggi per noi.
investments into
L'Europa
microelectronics.
vuole
We have a
raddoppiare la sua
representative from
capacità
Intel
di
today with us.
produzione
Europe
di chip
wishes to
e
double
vuole
its
essere
chip
protagonista
production
nel sviluppo della
capacity, and
microelettronica del
Europe
futuro.
wishes to
L'altro
be a
elemento
leader
riguarda
in terms of
il cloud più
microelectronic
avanzato, si chiama
development in the
Edge.
future. The other
Queste sono
element is
infrastrutture.
cloud, and the
L'altro
most
punto
advanced one
cardinale ovviamente
is
sono le
called
imprese che
edge.
devono stare più
Now,
invertite a fare
these are
più
the
intelligenza
infrastructures, and then
artificiale
the
e
other
più
point is
conoscenza. Il
organizations
quarto
which
sono i
must
quattro
rely
discipline e
more on
l'amministrazione, la
artificial
scienza e la
intelligence
tecnologia più
and
digitale.
technologies. And the
Ecco,
fourth
su questi
one
quattro punti
is
cardinali si
public
gioca
administration
anche
and
la
health services.
credibilità, il
So
successo
these are the
dell'Europa.
four
E quindi
pillars
sono questa un po'
that
questa
are
bussola che ci
pivotal in
guiderà
terms
anche
of the
nell'analisi.
success of our
Cosa
recovery
possiamo
plan.
dire
And this is
in quello
also
che
our
vediamo finalmente? In
compass,
generale,
which will
i
guide
cittadini stanno
us
prendendo
throughout the
seriamente la
plan.
questione
In
dell'educazione e
general,
dell'investimento digitale.
we have
Fanno una
20%
qualche fatica
investment into the
ancora a
digital.
entrare nella mentalità dei
We
popoli
still have
europei.
trouble in terms of thinking long term. And sometimes organizations have trouble in terms of dropping jingles and just and without implementing what they wish, because what we're going to ask is that, okay, we want to ask governments what they intend to do, when they intend to do it, and what kind of a result they intend to achieve. And we will indeed screen the recovery plans, but we want to give an answer to citizens, because over and beyond words, what count is the facts, and we count upon the facts indeed.
Thank you. Thank you wholeheartedly for having given us a perfect overview of the European initiatives in just a few minutes, and more specifically about the digital compass in Europe. I think this is a very good metaphor. The message is totally clear. We don't just need words, we need action. Now, Nicola Procaccio, country lead Italy for Intel, an international technology company which is very well known, with obviously its presence also in Europe. After having listened to Mrs. Todde and Mr. Viola, what do you think from the point of view of the business? Well, first of all, good morning, everybody, and thank you to the Cortina Digital Forum, which I think is going to be an important event for the future of our country. And listening to the Vice Minister and to Director General Mrs. Viola, I'm satisfied in confirming that our strategy, our thoughts, the thoughts of the company I represent are perfectly in line with the targets they have highlighted. We all agree that Europe, and Italy in particular, are going through a decisive stage for digitalization. All businesses are going through an intense and growing transformation towards digital. This is what the Director General Viola said, and also Mr. Procaccio said, from health to transportation, from management of services to citizens to everything else. But it's something that started a while ago, even though during this last year, the year of the emergency, the year that has created lots of problems to all of us, this phenomenon has become much stronger. Suffices to think, and I don't just say this as a country lead in Italy, but also the father of 3 children, about remote working, smart working, and remote learning. In these sectors, digital technologies have certainly contributed not just to bringing about innovation, but they revealed themselves as absolutely necessary to guarantee that learning and working continuity, which is indispensable to be able to continue to study for our children. Let's not forget that investing on digitalization in schools allows us to enable today's students to becoming better creators of our future, because they are the sponsors for our future. Many companies this year have had the clear confirmation that if they do not invest in digital, if they do not become more digital, then they are going to run an important risk, both for their business and for future opportunities. And that on the opposite, technology investment can really represent a competitive advantage. And this is even truer for the public sector. The fact that digital services must always be available and usable by everybody and ever more advanced from the technological viewpoint is something totally clear today. This last year has been a real benchmark for everybody, especially to test whether our country is ready for digital. And we have learned important lessons, the first of which is that this, I repeat, is the right moment to innovate. This is the moment to do this with determination, to create competitiveness, new jobs, and socio-economic well-being for everybody. It is a one-off opportunity also in virtue of the funds, of the recovery fund the Vice Minister was referring to, Italy and other European countries will benefit from in the next few years. More specifically, Mrs. Viola, the Director General, and I appreciate this, made reference to the digital compass, so to the strategy of the European Union that defines priorities for digital transformation in Europe until 2030. Amongst these targets, there is certainly that of creating a digital infrastructure that's safe, with a good level of performance, and sustainable as well, with the lowest possible environmental impact. Also, thanks to the activation of specific measures, such as, for example, a possibility of manufacturing microprocessors in Europe more, 20% of the production should be in Italy. And we as Intel totally share and support this ambition, because we are aware of the incredible role microprocessors and semiconductors are going to play in guaranteeing the digital infrastructure we need. Because also Europe needs it, and needs it badly. In Ireland, for instance, Intel started investing in 1989. In 2019, we celebrated 30 years of a first fab, a factory, which has become a technology campus for the production of microprocessors, which is the most advanced we have in Europe and amongst the most advanced worldwide. Suffices to think that the Irish fab has 5,000 employees. But this is not everything. Recently, our CEO, Pat Helsinger, has already made an important announcement, and within this year, he will announce another opening in Europe with massive investments to actually strengthen our production capacity in Europe. Perfectly in line with the strategic targets of the digital compass described by General Director Viola. And these investments, I conclude, will obviously geographically balance off the production of semiconductors, because today 80% of chips are manufactured in Asia. But it will also be very useful to tackle the unprecedented increase in demand for semiconductors. And the lack of such semiconductors is creating problems in numerous businesses where Europe is world leader, such as that of the automotive and of manufacturing companies. So Intel, and I in particular representing Italy, is proud of its presence and of its production in Europe, because we've been here for more than 30 years, as I said, and we absolutely want to confirm our determination and commitment and our will to contribute to innovation and to economic growth in Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much to Nicola Procaccio. Very interesting to hear this encouraging message, I would say, also about investments being made in Europe by a tech company like Intel. And this also makes us think about the concept of digital sovereignty of Europe. People often talk about. We still have 5 minutes available, and I would like to use this time for another question. Going back to Roberto Viola, the Director General at the European Commission, he talked about very many things. He talked about the fact that the digital transformation is of fundamental importance for society. It is an irreversible process that brings about lots of benefits. We saw this during the pandemic. It widens our horizons and allows us to be connected at all times. We've very recently seen the new regulation proposal for artificial intelligence coming from Europe. So I wanted to ask you, Is society ready to tackle such important changes when it comes to artificial intelligence? I mean, how can artificial intelligence be integrated in society and well accepted? I'm talking about artificial intelligence, but also other automation technologies. What do you think about this? And could you also maybe make a comment about the digital sovereignty, whether this regulation considers innovation at European level as a step forward when it comes to European digital sovereignty? Thank you, Maria Rosa. Well, let's start with the concept of digital sovereignty. I think we've all been pretty shocked by the fact that during the first phase of this pandemic, Europe didn't have any production capacity when it comes to protection devices for people and or hospitals. I'm talking about ventilators. And we were shocked by the fact that in some areas of pharma, Europe abandoned production of essential drugs. As for the industry of high tech, as you well know, European car manufacturers are lagging behind with their production because they could not receive semiconductors from Asia. So this is already an alarm we should take into account, and it's connected to a global geopolitical situation that needs to be considered with greatest care. But this makes us say that Europe should not be closed. Europe and its strong allies must obviously get together and think about the need to provide Europe with a certain level of autonomy when it comes to digital. Again, with an open concept, with an idea of collaboration and of strong collaboration with the most important allies Europe has. So this is the concept of digital autonomy or open digital autonomy or, digital survival, call it what you want. Now, as for artificial intelligence, well, 2 days ago, we have presented the third regulation on artificial intelligence, which divides artificial intelligence into 3 categories. The one we do not want in our families and or businesses, which is an artificial intelligence which assesses people and labels them. This is the so-called social scoring. We don't want artificial intelligence that manipulates children, of course, and we as Europeans, I guess, all agree on this point. And the second category of AI is the so-called category of AI in environments such as hospitals or cars. There, artificial intelligence is going to be important, but as all technologies, it must be tested, validated, it must be checked by third parties, and the results of such checks will have to be known to everybody. Now, there is an important element on this point because the regulation states that assessment means that if somebody comes to me and says that cars can recognize a passenger, a pedestrian, well, the significant sample must be the sample of Europeans, because otherwise the algorithm will not work properly. Now, this is something we have looked at with great care when we, during these last few months, have used artificial intelligence in hospitals to interpret radiological imaging. Some algorithms didn't work very well because they had been trained with non-European subjects, for example. So here we're not talking about opening and or closing frontiers. We're not talking about, a European artificial intelligence, but we're talking about a proper need, an objective need. And the other objective need is that the assessment be carried out in labs we can trust, be it in Europe or elsewhere by partners. I mean, again, I don't want to mention again the case of masks with fake labels because we're all aware of them. But if we think about it, when it comes to artificial intelligence, we might run important risks. And on biometrics and biometric recognition, which is something important and very convenient for citizens, maybe just think about the idea of paying with your mobile phone. Well, this does not create any problem. But when we talk about biometrics recognitions in open spaces by public authorities, well, we said this must be an exception and it must be linked with the prevention of crime, basically, in general. And severe crime, too, defined by Europe. So, in our opinion, this is a very balanced approach, a very balanced regulation, which is the third category of artificial intelligence, unregulated, because there's nothing to be regulated there. It's simply a question of enjoying this new technology. Great, thank you very much for this words. We'll still talk about artificial intelligence today, so I invite you all to stay connected. So our time is up, unfortunately. I would like to thank Roberto Viola and Nicola Procaccio for being with us this morning and for having started this second day of the Cortina Digital Forum. So we wait for you in Cortina next year.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our panel G20 Italy 2021, Young People and Women, Vision for the Digital. We have a number of panelists, Silvia Viceconte, Special Advisor G20 Italy, so this is the Sherpa office of G20, Alberta Pellino, Chairman of the Worldwide Engagement Group, Martina Trovato, Sherpa of W20, and Marco Felizati, Sherpa G20. Well, thank you for being here with us. Digital transformation is one of the leading themes of G20 with the Italian presidency. The pandemic has accelerated the digitalization process and has highlighted both challenges and opportunities. because digital transformation is actually making strides ahead. But for this to happen, it is essential for national and international representatives to explore its impact on economics and society. Therefore, with our speakers, we're going to investigate on the role of the G20 and how this theme is addressed by the different engagement groups as defined by the Digital Compass published by the EU. All the pills are skills, infrastructures, public administrations, therefore governance and business. And then we talk about the challenges, but we talk about technologies, enabling technologies in particular, which are revolutionizing many sectors, raising ethical issues, inclusion and diversity as well. And we also talk about opportunities because it's important to pinpoint how these technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc., which we have mentioned here at the Cortina Digital Forum, robotics and 5G, may play a fundamental role in terms of increasing productivity and resilience, but they can also serve sustainability and circularity policies. And these are all themes that are really central to the key pillars of G20 this year. To better understand the way G20 works and how we actually discuss the issue of digital, I would give the floor to Silvia Viceconte, Special Advisor for G20 Italy. Silvia, to you the floor. Thank you, Martina, and good morning, everyone. Good morning to our speaker colleagues. I shall begin with a historical mention on G20. G20 was first originated as an informal group by 19 member states of the European Union, and as an answer to the crisis of Asian financial market from 97 to 99. In this time span, we see clearly how a crisis in a very far market from ours may indeed create a severe financial instability worldwide. So what happens is that the G7 countries at that point decide to have a joint answer to this crisis and set up a bigger group, including emerging countries as well. Since 2008, this group, which used to meet through ministers and governors of central banks, is being coupled with a summit meeting by head of state, which is what we currently read on the press. So the summit was organized in 2008 and with the participation of the heads of states. Besides the summit, during the year of presidency, you have a number of events. And so since 2017, we have a summit on digital economy by ministers, and we have the so-called Sherpa meetings to carry out negotiations and facilitate leaders' consensus. These are people preparing the summit meeting for the leaders, and then special meetings for special working groups and special events. G20, it's not a permanent structure. We have a permanent secretariat in the country where the presidency is held. In this particular case, Italy, and it is an institution that more than once has proven its own relevance. And last but not least, this was proven also last year with the presidency of Saudi Arabia, where heads of state were able to agree upon a commitment to finance international programs to fight against COVID. Now, let's talk about the Italian presidency. As we know, this pandemic has caused very profound damages and played a role both on health systems and on global economy as well. Once more, we have seen in terms of local problems and issues cropping up in areas of the world which are very far, may turn very quickly into a challenge for us as well. In a world which is increasingly interconnected, we think that multilateralism accounts for far more than an abstract idea. This is the key to fight against those challenges. And that's why G20, grouping most of the world population and the planet economy, must live up to the stake. I believe that this is so, and I believe that this is proven last year. And this year, even more so under the Italian presidency, focusing on three interconnected action pillars: people, planet, and prosperity. We know that we have to give a quick answer to solve this pandemic, but also we have to guarantee an equal, fair, universal access to treatments and vaccines. We need a quick recovery. We had huge economic damages, but this recovery must be focused on people's needs. We also need a restart, ambitious and sustainable. And I believe that the Italian presidency has two big priorities, and this speaks for itself. Besides actually solving the vaccine problem, is sustainability and also an important digital pillar. Now, we need all these prerequisites so that prosperity may be long lasting and requires a strategic use of the major growth and innovation engines. G20 is working in order to fill up the digital gap and make digitization an opportunity for everyone and increase productivity. In summary, not leaving anybody behind. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. That was crystal clear, both in terms of the structure and priorities, but it's also important to understand how engagement groups work. And also, I would like to ask other panelists the way the various engagement groups are organized. Alberta Pellino, to you the floor.
Martina, e grazie al Cortina Digital Forum per l'invito per questo importante evento.
Thank you, and thanks to the Cortina Digital Forum. Well, this represents a unique historical moment where we're all called upon to contribute to the development so that nobody gets left behind. In this respect, young can and should provide an important contribution because they are the protagonists of the future we're building today. The engagement group, in fact, talks to people and develops with the target of allowing young people to express their own ideas and visions for the future to heads of states and of the G20. The process was promoted and coordinated by the Younger Society, the association that cooperates with International Cooperation Foreign Affairs and with the Sherpa office of Palazzo Chigi here in Italy, for the engagement of young people for G7 and G20 meetings. More specifically, this year we will tackle 3 topics, and the themes under discussion are in fact in line with the priorities dictated by the G20 presidency, Italian presidency, with special focus towards those themes where young can provide an important contribution and that concern young people in particular. The 3 macro areas we tackle are innovation, digitalization, and future of labor. Second one, sustainability, climate and energy. And third, inclusion and equal opportunities. The process will officially launch next week on the 29th of April at 12:30, and you'll be able to participate remotely through the social pages of the ambassadors of society, and from there on we'll start all the different processes that will take place in May, June, beginning of July online, and a series of workshops we organized in cooperation with international organizations and our partners, and then the process will converge into the July summit from the 19th to the 23rd of July that will be hosted in Milan and Bergamo. During which we hope it'll be possible to have delegates coming from the G20 countries, be them in person or online, to discuss the final proposals that will then be presented to the Italian G20 presidency. Thank you very much, Alberta. Now I'd like to leave the floor to Martina Rogato. Thank you, Martina. Good morning, everybody, and thanks to the Cortina Digital Forum. I today represent Women 20 W20, which is one of the 8 official G20 engagement groups focusing on women empowerment and gender equality. We are 98 activists in the G20 countries, which since 2015 started sharing policy recommendations to the G20 summit. Italy has the G20 presidency, so also Women 20 has taken the bat from Saudi Arabia last December. We have about 10 Italian delegates with activists, university professors and presidents of NGOs. And we represent, if you want, Italian civil society in various sectors that are obviously important for Women 20. So we talk about digital, entrepreneurship, sustainable, environmental as well as social responsibility and sustainability. Women 20 had its kick-off meeting last February, and at that time we presented to the international delegation all our 7 priorities for the 2021 Italian presidency, and now we are going through the negotiation phase to discuss the main inputs we will share with the G20 meeting summit in the next few months. We have a permanent delegation, and on a yearly basis they discuss yearly priorities, and the next 13th, 14th and 15th of July instead we'll have the Women 20 summit in Rome, hopefully in presence or in a hybrid version, during which we will finalize our recommendation document and we will give it to President Mr. Draghi. Our priorities for 2021 obviously are connected to the historical topics for Women 20. Those we worked on ever since 2015, so digital transformation, women and work, and women when it comes to entrepreneurship and access to finance. With the Women 20 Italian presidency, we then decided to also add 2 other pillars to these 3 themes, inspired by the people, planet, prosperity of the Italian G20, the 3 Ps, but also to the international context. And those civil societies has identified as priorities connected to gender equality. Apart from the 3 historical topics I mentioned before, we also have the topic of environmental sustainability, and also the one about the fight against violence against women and children. The 5 macro pillars plus 2 cross-boundary themes connected to gender, health and medicine, and fight to stereotypes and the importance of a cultural change. So 5 macro areas, 2 cross-boundary themes which have been identified, taking into account the specific context of the pandemic we're going through, the Italian presidency, but they're also the result of a stakeholder engagement, because for months civil society has been engaged. In Italy we had more than 200 organizations active on different aspects that have to do with gender equality, and we asked them which were the priorities we'd have to take for the 2021 G20 summit. Thank you very much, Martina. What you said at the end is very important, because multilateralism, also at the European level, can also be discussed with citizens, with final users, with stakeholders, because this is of fundamental importance to guarantee that themes dealt with at high level are in fact in line with the society needs. And to conclude, one of the most important groups now during this period of economic transition, I'll now leave the floor to Marco Felisati, who's going to talk about the Big 20.
Thank you, Martina, and I really would like to say hello to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And G20, as you have seen, is a engagement group, a veteran. B20 is been originated at the same time of G20. In Italy, we have more than 1,200 official delegates representing all the major world multinationals, and we have more than 2,000 participants representing more than 7 million companies. And this is a peculiarity because this is a group made by national associations, and I have the honor and the privilege of being the only owner and organizer of the B20. Couple of words on governance to tell you more about the leadership group. Mrs. Hema Marcegaglia is the chair and our working groups, and then I shall tell you something more about that later on, are presided by an Italian CEO in cooperation with 4 to 8 co-chairs. So in total, we have approximately 60 CEOs to lead this group, an advisory board with 25 CEOs from Italy, having functions of addressing the strategy and assisting the chairwoman. And we have also an international advocacy group with approximately 30 global CEOs, some of whom are really and truly famous, and the chairs of the business federations who are going to be our ambassadors. Priorities, our claim is very clear. And you might have seen the claim on our logo. We have kept a line. We have also made efforts after the crisis of this pandemic. Our 7 task forces, 6 are the commerce, investments, energy efficiency, integrity, labor, education, digital transformation, and infrastructures. We have added on a couple. One is life science, and the reasons are clear to everyone, and an action council formed by members of task forces and others on sustainability and global emergencies. We have a special initiative together with our task force on women's empowerment, and the management is by a secretariat. Our colleagues from the Entrepreneurs Association are supervising our policy papers. We have 12 large organizing entities representing the industry, together with our network partners. 7 consulting partners are our knowledge partners, and we have scientific partners, and particularly some famous Italian universities. We started our work on January 21st and 22nd. In July, we will have a midterm, and the final summit will be October 7 to 8. Then we will be in constant touch with the other engagement groups and the chair. And the final target is formulating practical pieces of advice, measurable, in particular, on sustainable development and the 3 Ps. And especially in cooperation with G20 and with emerging countries, Indonesia, Brazil, and others, so that we can share our methods.
Grazie mille
Thank you
Marco,
very
ringrazio tutti
much
per aver
indeed.
fatto
Well,
chiarezza su
thank you,
come
Marco, and
funzionano
thank
poi
you
i
for all
regolamenti
of you
delle
for having
group. Molto
clarified the
interessante.
way
Prima di passare
engagement
al
groups
secondo
work.
giro di
It is
domande,
very
volevo ricordare
interesting.
che è
Before
possibile
having the
anche
second
da
round of
lontano e dovessete
questions,
fare delle
I
domande
would like to
utilizzando
point out
slide.
that we can
E
take
vediamo se riusciremo a
questions
stare nei
through
tempi o
Slido,
lasceremo gli ultimi
and
minuti finali per
if
tornare per rispondere a un
time
paio di
doesn't
domande.
fleet,
Quindi
we will
come
have a couple of
secondo
minutes
giro
to
di domande
answer
vi
a couple of
chiederei
questions.
appunto quali
So
sono
the
le
second
priorità
round of
strategiche che sul
questions is,
tavolo
what about the
si sta
priorities
lavorando
on the
in questo
digital,
momento,
which we have
partendo
on the
appunto
table
sempre
and you're
da Silvia
working
per
on
darci una
right
visione un
now,
pochino
starting with
più globale.
Sylvia, so that we can have a global vision about
Grazie
that.
Martina.
Well, thank
Allora,
you
di
very
nuovo
much,
io rifarei
Martina.
poco di
Once more,
storia.
I really would like to step back
Il dossier
and tell
digitale
you
è proprio
more about
trattato nella,
history.
chiamiamola, Digital Economy
Our
Task
digital
Force.
file
È una
is
task force che
being
esiste dal
dealt with in the
2016,
Digital
fu
Economy
istituito
Task Force,
dalla
which was set
presidenza
up in
cinese
2016,
e
and it was the Chinese
quest'anno
presidency which set it
il
up.
lavoro si conclude
This
sempre con
year,
una ministeriale sull'economia
uh,
digitale e che
they
quest'anno
work with
avverrà
a
affiancata
ministerial
a una
meeting on
ministeriale
digital economy,
sull'università e la
together with a
digitalizzazione.
ministerial meeting
L'abbiamo
on
voluto chiamare
university and
Informal Academics
digitization,
Network.
which we called
Ehm,
Informal Academics
L'agenda
Network.
quest'anno è molto ricca
Now, the
di
agenda
argomenti.
this year
Questa
is really
storia
thick in terms of
non
different
solo
topics, and
l'importanza della
this proves
digitalizzazione
not
nel
only
contesto
how
attuale per quello della
digitization is
crisi sanitaria,
important right
ma
now,
anche il ruolo della
but
digitalizzazione
indeed
in
the
una
role of
trasformazione molto
digitization
profonda che sta
in
avvenendo
terms
tra
of
l'economia e la società.
the very profound changes
Quello che
between
vorrei dire prima
economics
di
and
elencare un
society
pochino
at
le nostre
large.
priorità
Now,
e il
before
lavoro
listing our
che stiamo preparando per
priorities
la
and the
ministeriale è
work
che
that we
questa è
are
una track
preparing
che
for the ministerial
è
meeting,
cresciuta
is
e
that this
maturata
is a
insieme
track
al G20.
which grew and
La presidenza
matured
italiana
together with the
eredita di 5
G20.
anni di
The
lavoro molto
Italian
intenso
presidency
e
has an
argomenti
heritage and a
spesso
legacy
condivisibili.
of
Partiamo da una base
5 years of work,
su
and
svariati anni di
topics
lavoro
are
del
being
G20
dealt with from one year to
e
the
quindi
next.
sono
I joined
cresciuti
the
sono
G20 since
cresciuti gli
quite a few
argomenti che
years
abbiamo
now. We
approfondito,
have
i
more
paesi
topics to
che
deal
fanno
with.
parte del G20 hanno
They've
avuto
been
l'opportunità di imparare
studied
l'uno
more
dagli
in
altri
depth, and the
quello che
G20
funziona, quello che non
member
funziona,
states
quali sono i rischi
learned
di lavorare assieme.
mutually what
Quindi
works,
per
what doesn't
quest'anno
work,
abbiamo aperto
risks,
una
and how to
ministeriale che
work
si
together.
svolgerà a
So this
Trieste
year,
tra il
our
4 e il 5
ministerial
agosto.
meeting will be
Il
held in
lavoro
Trieste on
italiano si
August 4th and
appoggia su
5th,
due assi
and
prioritari che
the
sono la
work by
digitalizzazione e
Italy is on two
del
pillars:
governo, delle pubbliche
digitization
amministrazioni e
of
l'economia
public
digitale.
administration and local
Allora, sul primo
governments,
punto,
and
quindi sulla
digital economy. On the
digitalizzazione del
first
governo,
point,
dove
therefore,
in
on
realtà l'Italia presenta
government
moltissime
digitization, where
eccellenze,
Italy
abbiamo
has
deciso di
many points of
concentrarci
excellence, we have
su
decided
tre priorità.
to focus
La prima
on
è quella
three
dell'identità
priorities. The
digitale.
first one is digital
Quest'anno sappiamo
identity.
anche che la Commissione
This
europea,
year, we know
Presidente della
that
Commissione
the
europea ha
European
lanciato
Commission
l'identità
and the
digitale come una
President of the
delle
European
grandi
Commission
priorità e
launched
anche
digital
in molti
identity as
paesi
one
vediamo
of
come
the big
l'identità digitale
priorities, and we see
quasi
that
un
under
diritto
many
umano.
respects,
Pensiamo per esempio ai
digital
casi di
identity is almost a
moltissimi
human right.
rifugiati in giro per il mondo
Think
che
about the
dipendono
cases of many
digitale.
refugees
Nel
around
senso che
in the
devono
world losing
nascere nel
their
loro posto di
identity
origine e spesso
because
non
when they
hanno modo
leave
di
their
comunicare chi sono. Quindi
countries of
vediamo
origins,
l'identità
often they
digitale
have
come
no way
veramente
of
un
proving
asset
who
delle
they are.
persone.
So, digital identity
Il
is
secondo elemento che
a
dovremo
personal
toccare è quello
asset.
della
The second
regolamentazione.
element has to
Questo è
do
qualcosa che
with agile
non è la prima
regulations,
volta che
and
se ne
this
parla,
is
ma è piuttosto innovativo.
something that we
Nel
have been discussing
2018
also in the past,
la
but we
presidenza
have an
G20
innovation here.
giapponese
In
lanciò un
2018, the
concetto
Japanese
piuttosto nuovo che è quello della
G20
società
presidency launched a
5.0.
rather new
Abbiamo
concept
parlato in
that is
passato della trasformazione
Society
tech, della trasformazione
5.0.
industriale
In the past,
4.0, cioè
we have
abbiamo
talked
detto la
about
digitalizzazione
industrial
è la nuova
transformation
rivoluzione
4.0, and
industriale, ma
we said that
il
digitization
G20
is the new industrial revolution. But G20
ha
went
iniziato a
well
riflettere su
beyond
come la
that,
società
and we
debba
started to
essere
think
per
how
poter far fronte
society
a questa
should be like in
digitalizzazione.
order
E
to
in
be
questo
coping
senso la
with this
regolamentazione, il primo
digitization. information. And along this line, rules and regulations as far as governments have to be able to react and indeed have a political stance and approve acts which may be adjusted to this digital transformation. The last point on this pillar, on this governmental pillar, so to say, are digital instruments for public administrations. In 2018, we worked more than ever because the Argentinian presidency at that time adopted a number of digital governance principles as much as we did. Italy takes up this challenge and implements it practically, and that's why we work on specific digital instruments. I don't want to take too much time away from you because the agenda is even larger than this, and so very quickly now I can tell you that we are going to be working on digitization as an engine of sustainable industry, measuring digital economy, which I find very interesting within our discussion today, because there is a specific aspect on the women's role into digital, how we measure it and what we can do to fill up the gap on this respect. Now, connectivity will be an instrument for social inclusion so that everyone may get connected. And we are going to talk about themes such as smart cities, how public money can help creating intelligent and smart cities. We are working on shared principles for the protection of minors online as well as consumers' protection, where Italy took a very new approach based on blockchain technology in terms of guarantee traceability of products. That is, how much we can trust a product in terms of protecting final consumers. The last point I want to raise is that we have been discussing about an extremely controversial issues for many years now, which is basic, that is data flow. You cannot have digitization without data or artificial intelligence without data. But the issue of having a free circulation of data within the framework of a safe environment based on trust by and towards the users is probably still to be investigated upon. We still are discussing about it. We're still working on it. G20 has adopted the principle of data free flow with trust. We are investigating into it. We're trying to make it become something which is really workable for citizens in the G20 society, but also globally. Thank you,
Alberta, invece
Martina.
accennavo
So
per
thank you,
questi anni
Silvia.
di innovazione,
Alberta,
di
you were saying
digitalizzazione e il
before
lavoro del
that
futuro deve
innovation,
premiare qualità. E
digitization,
quindi
and
cosa
jobs for
significa
the future
digitalizzazione nel
is a
contesto del
priority area. What does it mean to have digitization
Assolutamente,
there?
grazie mille Martina. Come citavi giustamente
Absolutely.
prima,
Thank you very much, Martina. As you rightly said, these are some of the fundamental priorities for our job, starting from the role technology and digitalization play in the field of education, in the world of labor, and technology as a tool to mitigate climate change. Digitalization as an important tool to promote inclusion. The importance of a new modern institution and of digital learning has also been highlighted by a survey we carried out last year. More than 10,000 people participated too. After the climate change, the importance of modernizing and of investing in educational system was classified amongst the three major priorities young people think should be tackled by our leaders. For this reason, one of the most important points for us is this relationship between digitalization and education. And the recent pandemic has obviously highlighted this even more. It has highlighted the need to review the educational system, not in terms of what is being offered, but also of the way in which it's being offered. And from this point of view, technology offers unique tools to provide a more inclusive and adequate education to meet the world of labor, which is more and more more digital. To allow this to happen, the starting point, both in developing countries and in developed countries, should be guaranteeing adequate digital infrastructure and also make digital devices available to everybody. In fact, the lack of infrastructure and the lack of devices is a huge problem for many schools, universities, peoples and families. Still today, very many children in the world, in poor countries, don't have access to the internet or don't have TV, personal computers and or radios. And this obviously amplifies the digital divide. According to UNICEF, 31% of students around the world cannot be reached by remote teaching. Obviously, we can imagine that with what happened with the COVID crisis, this has created a huge problem in very many parts of the world, and this obviously has widened the disparity in our society. The second important point is that of dealing with digital education and skills mismatch. And from this point of view, we ask schools and universities to play an essential role in training young people, and not just young people, with adequate knowledge for the digital world, which is changing. This clearly emerged during the crisis, during the COVID crisis, during which people without basic digital skills had more difficulties in having access to basic services to be able to continue to work. Moreover, as it is becoming clearer and clearer, education is not just something that concerns young people, but also other generations of our society. And within this framework, we think that vocational programs and training programs be focused on digital, because these are essential to guarantee that these people are not excluded from the labor market. And also the case of entrepreneurs and SMEs. There too, digitalization is important so that everybody can embrace innovation and promote economic recovery. Another very important point, and we're glad the Italian G20 presidency is working on this, as it has already been mentioned by Silvia before, is the impact, not just the positive but also negative impact technology can have on everybody's lives. So we ask to take into account the improper use of technology and the threats a connected world brings about, thinking in particular about the impact on mental health of young people in particular, and thinking about possible negative effects this might have on vulnerable people and children who do not have the experience and necessary skills to protect themselves from these threats. As for the fourth point, we also want to bet on continuous support to promote and create innovative startups, especially for young entrepreneurs, both in developed and in developing countries. In fact, young people are involved in innovative projects because they use new technologies in various industries, finance, communication, and also in industries connected to climate change and sustainability. Despite this, for very many young people, bureaucracy and financing are obstacles to create scalable solutions. And so it is of fundamental importance for us to strengthen cooperation between the public and the private sectors, to implement funding systems to reduce risks, support loans to innovative startups, especially for young entrepreneurs. And one very, very last point has to do with the importance of accelerating the digital transition of public services, especially health, education and safety. Pandemics reminded us of the importance of the digital transition as a tool to reduce inequalities, especially in the health sector, where technology can be used to guarantee access, equality to basic services, personalized services and research. And here clearly the role of research together with that of technology is of fundamental importance, we believe, a tool to fight those challenges we have to tackle today and in the future. Thank you very much, Martina. Thank you, Alberta. Okay, women are represented at all levels of the tech industry. We know this, but the problem starts from far. There are fewer women getting a degree in scientific topics, and we see this also at top level. So I'll ask Martina Gatto to tell us, besides these themes that we know are of fundamental importance, what does it mean? What does digitalization mean? What are the priorities you have identified in your engagement group?
Well, thank you, Martina. As I was saying before, the digital is one of the fundamental pillars right from the beginning of Women 20, and we continue to confirm that for the Italian presidency in 2021. Lots of opportunities we have with the digital, but also many challenges, and civil society should actually make recommendations to the top. With Women 20's German presidency, we shared that between 60 to 70% of jobs would be digitized, but there were not enough young women and women to take the new opportunity, to make the most of the new opportunities on the market. And our studies tell us that there are not enough young women and women on this, because in second grade you have the stereotype that women are not particularly versed into STEM and digital matters and subjects. Therefore, science, technology, mathematics, etc. And industry needs professionals and people who are versed into these topics. And often they tell us that it's very difficult to find women who are good enough at this. First of all, it is important to bear in mind that digital is a great opportunity in terms of job seeking and jobs in general. Women are not enough into the digital world, particularly for cultural and reasons as well as stereotypes, which we have to cope with. We work a lot, both in the private and public sectors, and this has happened over the past few years in terms of training more young women on STEM subjects. But then you have to bear in mind that you have millennials, for instance, who now need to be supported and be trained and have access to new job opportunities. So it's fundamental to work on children and young women in terms of STEM subjects, but also on culture, because we have to think about all these millennial women who may be requalified or newly trained through the new empowerment programs on the digital. Important to work on children, but we should not forget the present people who are working today and may support Italy in the path towards digitization. Let us not forget that this pandemic has caused the loss of 99,000 jobs, which were indeed held by women. The digital was a big opportunity for all of us because during the pandemic, the digital has allowed us to have a private life also during a lockdown period and support our work thanks to the use of many digital tools. The situation of digitization from the point of view of the opportunity of owning a device as well as potentiating infrastructures is certainly not equal all over Italy. I am connected from the south of Italy with an infrastructure which is not really very strong and not very quick as well, and this is a problem in terms of having access to digital by everyone. So there are two issues. One is the right to get disconnected, and women were particularly hit by this pandemic, not only in terms of health, and this is undeniable, but also in terms of reconciling your family life with your job in the context of Italian society where most caregivers are women, and women have to match their private life, schools that are closed, and their jobs. Working from a cultural standpoint is important because we want to have a fair distribution of tasks in terms of giving care to kids and seniors, but it is fundamental also to guarantee the right to disconnection. Another digital challenge is connected with cyber hate and cyber violence. This is a phenomenon that involves all of us, but in particular has to do with women. Most of the tech society companies, those providing social media and other apps helping communication, often have approaches when it comes to violence on women without a preventative policy. They just react when digital violence had already been expressed, or the sharing of intimate material has already taken place. Therefore, to fight against violence in a digital space, both governments and companies must commit to develop a preventative approach. It has to do with cultural backgrounds, of course, but also calls for a strengthening of artificial intelligence and digital tools to avoid attacks. And anyhow, we have to take into consideration that a hate attack or a digital violence are usually being brought to light after they happened. And so it's important to prevent all this to happen. Thank you very much, Martina. I shall be very concise because time's up almost. And so I wanted to ask Mr. Marco Felizati, when we know that economic recovery goes through digital revolution, and therefore the role of businesses, companies is crucial and dramatic. How you cope with this within the framework of G20? I'll give you 5 minutes.
Sure, Martina, sure. Sure, I'll try. I want to start from something which is very important, in my opinion, something Silvia said. G20 is a learning process. It's a continuous learning process. But it works on the basis of consensus, also in the engagement group and in the B20 in particular. This makes it difficult, really difficult, to put forward really innovative proposals. But this is what is imposed by the current situation. We are with our back to the wall, and so we must make a leap forward. We're talking about digital technologies, of course, and we're talking about digital transformation. Why am I saying so, therefore? I'm saying so because digital technology horizontally crosses all economic and social activities. Obviously, those of businesses, but also those of citizens. So there is a task force, a specific task force dedicated to digital transformation in the G20. But we talk about it when we talk about commerce, about energy, about everything, really. Because if we have a global challenge, the answer must be global as well. And regulation is crucial here. And unfortunately, on regulation, especially multilateral regulation, there is still a lot to be done. We're all very well aware of this. The G20 task force know this perfectly. The WTO, for example, must still share a common view of electronic commerce. So there is still a lot to be done. Given that I need to be brief, the priorities the task force is focusing on totally coincide with those listed by the colleagues. make the approach to digital technology stronger in all possible programs. This is clear. And connected to this, obviously, training is going to be very important. We need to train both in the public and private sectors today and tomorrow. And we've got to reconsider the working environment on the basis of digital technologies, especially for women. I totally agree with what you said. We've got to look forward. And another priority is that of identifying risks, and a lot has been said about this already. And then we also need to favor inclusion, of course, and the reduction of disparities through digital connectivity. So we need regulations and correct policies for everybody, reducing risks and allowing digitalization to reach everybody. The inclusive dimension in particular, I'm accelerating because I want to keep you in the times, can happen through broadband, ultra broadband, but also through satellites or mobile systems. So these last 60 seconds, I want to dedicate them to a wider idea. The benefits for economic growth are clear. But there's two pieces of data which I think is worth mentioning. The World Economic Forum tells us that by 2022, 60% of global GDP will depend on technologies. So I think we should try and understand what depend upon actually means, which ranges of society will be involved, how much of this dependency will for instance, be connected to the idea of having access to connections in urban areas or not, or for education and or work. And then the second thing is where will geographically and economically be this development? In less developed countries, the situation will be different, of course, because if we want to reduce inequalities amongst regions, amongst countries, and amongst businesses, we have to work really hard. I close by mentioning some themes that are being discussed in other task force. The speed of innovation doesn't really allow regulators to keep the pace. But it is a fact that the lack of digital standards is blocking development, and it creates unbalances amongst different countries and businesses, threatening, the full-fledged development of digital transformation. Interoperability of technologies and of different platforms is very important. So we need to have shared open standards at that level too. And if we look at, for instance, cross-boundary procedures, say you want to export something or import something, well, 7% of the total value of global exchanges is absorbed by paperwork. So think about the digital revolution. I mean, it would be a huge revolution also for these exchanges in an interconnected world, because this situation is unsustainable. So we need to improve the efficacy of control through digital technologies, and at the same time reduce the impact of phenomena such as frauds, etc. So I close here, repeating once again that we need a positive cross-fertilization. I mean, this has already started with the government on this topic, but we have to focus also on trade and climate change, because these are going to be the most important topics to be discussed during the G20. This fil rouge that goes through these three topics is, the decisive match we're going to play in the near future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marco. We are right on time, so I'd like to thank you all. It's always difficult in these virtual environments. It's always a challenge, but I still have a few questions coming in. The first has to do with gender equality, and maybe Martina can briefly say something about this on the fact that basically the digital transformation allows us to better tackle the gender equality issue, and how is this being done very quickly? Can you tell us something? Sorry, I didn't get the connection. I hope I could hear you probably, and I hope you can hear me talking about digital divide. Yes, the digital transformation is an opportunity for gender equity if it is accompanied, of course, by equity for women, and if it is accompanied by training and culture to allow women to have access to new jobs. Perfect. Thank you very much. Another question for Alberta Bellino. We wonder whether the voice of young people is really listened to within Youth 20. I mean, how can you channel the voice of young people and make it heard? Thank you very much for this question. Now, obviously, we're trying to collect ideas from the highest possible number of young people. We had the first consultation before the G20 Italian presidency, and we've collected the voice of 10,000 Italian young people, asking them what were the priorities we would have to discuss with the G20. And as I said before, the climate was the first priority, followed by the other topics which have become the B20 topics. What we'll do from here to the summit will be a new set of consultations through questionnaires and also through meetings with other youth associations and young people at national and international level to try and actually collect the highest possible number of voices and ideas from young people. Then clearly, will our voices be heard and listened to? Well, we are grateful to the Italian presidency, in fact, because they are involving us in very many working groups of the G20. And so this is a sign of opening. It's a sign they want to listen to our proposals. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you all very much for this very interesting debate, which also triggered lots of questions. Unfortunately, we can't have time to answer now, but we will at a later stage. Let's hope we'll be able to follow the work of all the different groups so that we can get to the end of October with the closing of the G20 Italian presidency with a high level of awareness of what is happening. And let's also hope we can meet in person, possibly here in Cortina next year. So thank you very much once again, and talk to you soon.
Thank you very much, Martina De Sole. I point out she is in charge of international cooperation to the Agency for the Promotion of European Research. Thank you very much for having chaired this wonderful discussion on G20, and thanks to all panelists as well. In the coming session, we're going to talk about data between protection and economic engine. I just have a short anecdote I want to tell you. In 1989, Tim Berners-Lee carried out a project which became then very, very famous, the World Wide Web, the WWW. There was a Belgian engineer, Robert Caillot, who helped him at that time, and he said that having all online data will be fantastic for mankind. It is a requisite to solve many of the problems man has to cope with. Much has occurred and happened since 1989. Today we find ourselves in a society which is called a society of knowledge, because you generate, you gather, you collect data on a real-time basis. Now, I leave the floor to the next panelist, Riccardo Masucci, Global Director of Privacy Policy, Intel, and co-founder of Cortina Digital Forum. Riccardo is going to introduce all the panelists for the next session in a few seconds.
Buongiorno, good morning. I'm delighted to be here today to moderate this panel on data with such a distinguished panel of experts. I'm Riccardo Masucci, Global Director of Privacy Policy at Intel, and one of the co-founders of the Cortina Digital Forum. We live in a data-intensive society. We share data through our connected devices. Data is also collected around us by sensors in buildings, in vehicles. And also data is derived from algorithms, complex algorithms that are extracting meaningful information from data sets. The amount of data globally is growing exponentially every year. Data is spurring innovation across all the economic sectors of our society, from healthcare to agriculture to mobility, industry, education, and many more. Data involves both personal data and non-personal data, and data analytics is increasingly happening across the entire digital infrastructure, from cloud to edge devices. So in this current scenario, how can we enable innovative data processing while also protecting individuals and their data? How can we improve access to data that has commercial and industrial value? To this and other questions, we will try to answer with this discussion today. I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce you to all the speakers of this session. And I would like to start with Mr. Fabio Mattei, that that I don't see on the screen now. I see directly Mr. Claudio Filippi from the Italian authority. Right, okay. There was a little change in the program then. We have the Deputy Secretary General of the Italian Data Protection Authority, Mr. Claudio Filippi, who also leads the investigative activity of the authority. Welcome, Claudio. Thanks for joining us today. We also have the pleasure to be joined today by Mr. Federico Milani, Deputy Head of Unit Data Policy and Innovation at the European Commission. Welcome, Federico. I have also the pleasure to introduce you to Francesco Bonfiglio, CEO of Gaia X. Welcome, Francesco. And also Corina Schulze, EU Director for Government Relations at SAP. Welcome, Corina. We might be joined later in the session by Audrey Plonk, but we're trying to solve some technical issues. Audrey Plonk, Head of Division Digital Economy Policy at the OECD. But without further ado, let's get started with the first round of questions. And I would like to focus specifically on data protection and personal data and non-personal data. And I would like to start exactly from Mr. Filippi by asking, in an increasingly digitalized society, how important is privacy and the protection of individuals' data, and what role can data protection authorities play to achieve this goal?
Molto bene, ringrazio innanzitutto voi per l'organizzazione di questo evento. Purtroppo il dottor Mattei non potrà essere qui con noi questa mattina, quindi lo sostituisco fin dal primo modulo, in quanto vice segretario generale. L'importanza della questione che lei evidenzia riguarda espressamente la circolazione dei dati e la protezione dei dati, e questo può sembrare un ossimoro, un contrasto nel modello organizzativo di chi protegge i dati e allo stesso tempo vuole che vengano messi in circolazione. Non deve trarci in inganno questo elemento, perché in realtà proprio nel regolamento noi abbiamo i riferimenti per comprendere il meccanismo. Il trattamento dei dati è espressamente previsto che sia a servizio dell'uomo, quindi la circolazione delle informazioni è espressamente il principio su cui si fonda il regolamento sulla protezione dei dati personali. Questa funzione sociale ovviamente è previsto che sia contemperata con altri diritti fondamentali, in quanto la protezione dei dati è il primo dei diritti fondamentali citato e richiamato nel regolamento stesso, e parentro di riferimento è l'elemento della proporzionalità. Quindi ogni diritto fondamentale previsto dagli ordinamenti è messo sullo stesso piano.
within the
Ciò
framework
alcuni
of
esempi: la
this
libertà di
legal
impresa
situation is on the
deve
same
essere
level. I'll give you a
contemperata
few
con la libertà
examples.
con il
Freedom of
diritto alla protezione dei
enterprise
dati personali.
is to be
Che vuol dire?
coupled
Che se
with
io
the
devo
liberty of
aprire
protecting
un
personal data,
supermercato nella
which
città
means
di
that if
Roma,
I have to open a
vorrei
supermarket in
comprendere
Rome,
quali
I really have
flussi
to
di
understand
soggetti ci
more
sono in
about
quell'area per
flows
poter
of
meglio
people,
orientare
potential
dove aprire quel
customers, in order
supermercato. Quindi il mio
to be
diritto
able to
d'impresa
find the
rende
best
necessario avere il
suitable
diritto a conoscere
venue.
le
So, as an
informazioni in quel
enterprise, I
territorio
have the
circa dove
right
si
of knowing
muovono
information
e rendono la
locally of
potenzialità
that
economica di
particular
quel settore, e
territory
quindi la
and makes
proporzionalità
that
mi consente di
territory
ottenere alcune
potentially
informazioni. In quel
good
caso sono
from
le
the
informazioni
economic standpoint. And
statistiche
this allows
aggregate,
me to
ma
get
per
some
conoscere il
information
fenomeno
like
della
statistic
circolazione
data
dei
or
dati
aggregate
e delle
data.
persone in
But
quell'area.
to
Altro elemento
understand
del
the phenomenon
compromesso
of
di
the data
proporzionalità riguarda la
circulation and
libertà
people
di espressione,
circulation in that
la
area.
libertà di
The other
pensiero,
point has to
il
do
diritto alla vita
with
privata, alla vita
freedom of
familiare.
expression
Tutto
and
questo non deve
thought,
essere
the right to
compromesso
private
da
and
un
family
diritto
life.
assoluto alla
All this should
protezione dei
not be
dati e allo stesso
compromised by an absolute right for data protection and at the same time knowing information in order to be able to make progress in a modern society. The trans-border increase of data not only has to do with personal data in terms of identified subjects, but also non-personal data. In 2018, the 1,807 set of rules implemented in May this year have to do with personal and non-personal data circulation based on the set of rules 607 dated 2016. And we have a global system of protection of personal and non-personal data in Europe. Then we have also a few aspects which are new and maybe an issues and we are going to talk about them later on during the second session. But here we have to introduce the concept of Data Governance Act, where personal information must be suitably disciplined. And alas, I have to say it and highlight this during this session, how personal protection is something one must fear, because you have very high sanctions. Ever since we enforced the set of rules dated May 25th, 2018, the authority applied 67 sanctions for a total of 76 million euros. And this means for us that to date we still have an incorrect processing of personal data by both public and private subjects. In other words, we haven't grasped the idea founded on the principle of accountability to protect data, and therefore allows people to collect and process personal data without hindering the right of using information. So the owner of this process will have to abide to processing rules. The typical example is, for instance, through suitable information, you have to have a consensus in terms of data collection. Well, all this is not as yet been made pervasive in our society, so there are still lots of abuses. Thank you very much. That's all for the time being.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudio, for your introductory remarks, and I really appreciate the fact that you already mentioned some of the initiatives taking place at the European level, which is a perfect transition for me to ask a question to Federico Milani, and the question is the following, Federico. The European Commission has a very ambitious data strategy, which was presented last year by President von der Leyen, but that now DigiConnect is translating into a number of legislative initiatives. Could you please walk us through some of the key concepts, new concepts like data altruism, for instance, that the European Commission is exploring? And can you also describe some of the most important initiatives and some of the new approaches that the European Commission is taking?
Thank you very much. Well, I can start by exactly telling what is the objective and the vision of the European Commission. So we want to develop our own way of accessing and exploiting and sharing data. And that one is by creating the right condition for people, companies, authorities to share the data in a secure and trust-creating manners. We want to build trust in data sharing and to ensure the fairness of the allocation of data among the various actors. We are not talking about only personal data here, but also non-personal data. So all the data that is created and generated by devices that has not a direct link with all the with an individual. This is done, and that has been announced rightly before the start of the pandemic, on February 2020. But already there, what we were stressing is the importance of the data for the economy and for the public good. And actually, the pandemic has demonstrated even further the necessity for sharing data and using the data and exploiting the data, both in the from the economic point of view, increasing then the competitiveness of European industries, but also from, as I was saying, for the public good, for having the possibility of developing better policies related to the public benefit and to the public good. What have we done so far, apart from launching the data strategy, which announced a number of legislative instruments, and also investments in the creation, for example, of data spaces, sectoral data spaces that will favor the access of data in a controlled manner, where data provider and data users will have a clear rules on how to share the data, on what they can do with the data that they are using or that they are acquiring. The first of these legal instrument that we've proposed is exactly going into that direction. It's the Data Governance Act, the regulation that we are that is currently under discussion both in Council and the European Parliament. The basic principle of the Data Governance Act is actually, first of all, to establish an environment of trust. By, for example, creating a new figures of data intermediaries, which is a neutral actors in the data sharing, and therefore it's putting in connection the data provider and the data users in such a way that all the rights of the data provider are fully respected. And at the same time, the data user will have the clear possibility and a clear notion of what he can do with that data. Within the Data Governance Act, we've got also the promotion of the use of data held by the public sector. There are a number of data sets that is held by the public sector, which has got third-party rights. And a clear example would be health data or mobility data, or statistical data, microstatistical data. In that case, what we want to do is that we want to have to give the possibility to, for example, researchers or innovator to have access to that data in a manner that will allow the rights of the person rights to be fully respected. And here, what we want to do is to promote the creation of access point where national authorities will have the possibility of providing information on how to access the data and provide that data, if possible, for example, through after the anonymization of that data. And finally, we also want to promote data altruism. We've seen through our public consultation that there are both from companies, but also individuals, the willingness in specific cases to grant access to their data and the data that they produce. One example would be, for example, for curing specific illnesses, or in going to a less contentious problem would be, for example, for me or for individuals to provide my mobility data to my municipality, so that they will be able to develop a better and a better public transport systems that will be more suitable to my needs. And we've seen that in that case, for example, it's easier to donate organs because you've got a set up in place a precise systems in order to grant the possibility, for example, to donate your organs, than having the possibility of donating your data. And there we want to tackle exactly this issue. We want to make sure that there will be the possibility for organization to become collectors of the data that companies or individuals want to donate, to provide access to, and make sure that those organizations will be fully respected, will fully respect the rights of the users. And we can continue the discussion later on. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Federico, for this very comprehensive overview. I would like now to turn the floor to Francesco Bonfiglio. Francesco, we heard European data spaces among the many initiatives that the European Commission is driving. Federico mentioned personal data, but also public data, and so there is a very broad set of data that could be processed, that could be stored, that could be accessed. To do all this, we need an appropriate infrastructure and services. And so, what is the GaiaX project? What are their goals? What are its goals? And what are the approaches to data that GaiaX is taking?
Thank you, Riccardo, and very glad to be part of this panel. And by the way, yesterday, Federico was also part of another panel of GaiaX where we were discussing very interestingly data spaces. So how GaiaX, what is GaiaX and how GaiaX is responding to these needs? Very simply, GaiaX is a project to implement a new sovereign cloud that will enable like Federico said before, a trusted environment to let data circulate and really enable the market of data in Europe. And the ambition of GaiaX is not just to create something for Europe, but actually to create a real alternative to the existing data infrastructures in a federated model. So it's an orthogonal, completely different model than the concentration models that we have seen in the last decades in the cloud environment. So in other words, we are building a software layer that will be capable to be plugged on top of existing clouds and infrastructures of existing European player or non-European player that will provide a level of transparency and trust which is in compliance with the principles of Europe. This is important because we need to be aware that currently the level of adoption of cloud, and we are not talking about cloud for the sake of technology. We are talking about cloud because cloud is the only enabler of data economy. So without cloud, we wouldn't be talking about the possibility of sharing data and building a new economy on top of that sharing. So to have the right level of adoption of the cloud, we need to do something because the current level of adoption in Europe and across all countries more or less is the same, is less than 25%. If we take off this 25, 26%, maybe in some statistics, if we take off the so-called software as a service, which is the one we are using today to hold this conference, and what we use in most cases, and we name cloud services, and we just focus on the infrastructure as a service, so that plumbery that allows for data to be managed and transferred and shared, that level of adoption is well below the 15%. Anyway, it's a small portion. If that is true, that means that 80% of our data are still managed in on-premises data centers or servers that are not enabled to be used for data sharing in a transparent and efficient and secure and sovereign way. So this is what GaiaX is building to enable, first of all, a large adoption of cloud and a large adoption of a new generation of cloud that is a federation of existing clouds. So the intent of GaiaX is building a new way to access data, reduce the barriers of adoption, which are mainly due to the fear of having a lock-in approach, because most of the cloud platforms today do not provide for interoperability and migration from one platform to another. So the cloud today and tomorrow will be hybrid, which means a mix of public and private cloud and also on-premises infrastructures. Will be multiple, so there will be a mix of cloud providers and will be federated, which means it will be shared across computing nodes that are closer to where the data are produced. Now, let me just make one point about what I've heard before, because in order to enable an economy of data, and I'll pause just after this remark and reasoning I have made, we need to be aware of what are the obstacles that impeded or slowed down the adoption of data sharing, the creation of data spaces, and the flourishment of a data economy. We need to be aware that we had the GDPR Act in 2018, and exactly in the same year, there was a counterpart, which was the Cloud Act in the United States. So the data economy, the data platform economy, we need to be aware, is 70%, 75% American. There is a 15%, a 20% in Asia, and there is just a 5% owned by European platform. That means that almost 80% of the data is not in Europe. So the GDPR Act, as a matter of fact, created a further slowdown in the data economy enablement, because the GDPR clearly states how data should be protected, but not how data should be exploited. So there is high expectation from the industry, and GaiaX is the voice of the industry. We are a completely private association representing all the players from the market and society and academics. But the problem is that unless we have, and I hope this is the case through the Governance Act, a new set of rules that really tells how to use data, how to exploit data, we cannot enable a real data economy. So in other words, I'm really looking forward for the Data Governance Act to build these premises, which I understand are the right ones, because otherwise we will simply see the increase of the data we have available, but they will become more and more untapped data that we cannot use. So we need to have both the protection and the enablement of data usage, and as well as secure and trusted infrastructure to enable the safe flow. The combination of these ingredients will build a new economy of data. And that's what we are building in close collaboration with the GCONET, with all the European Commission and all the countries through the GaiaX project. And pause here because there's a lot to say. I don't want to steal time to the other panelists.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. A lot of interesting suggestions and thoughts. And I would like actually to build on one of your remarks when you said that GDPR is somehow slowing down the enablement of the data economy. We understand that to be able to process data and to leverage the potential of the data economy, we need also regulatory environments that can foster this data processing. So Europe is really at the forefront of regulating data and finding data policy solutions. I'm asking to Cortina now, based on your experience from another voice from the private sector. What are the challenges in the implementation that you have seen and that you might see going forward?
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I'm very happy to be here today. It's really a very important and interesting discussion. And I can very much build on the comments that we've heard before. We certainly believe in the private sector that technologies such as AI and also cloud computing, as we heard today, bring many benefits. But having said that, we need to really balance this with the appropriate protection mechanisms and safeguards, not only because this is required by laws such as the GDPR, but also because we believe that we really have to handle, especially also personal data in a responsible way. But we've also heard before that data protection is clearly a fundamental right, but it's also not an absolute right. We believe that we can achieve both innovation while protecting data protection or having data protection as a fundamental right, and vice versa. But having said this, as much as this is an element of human dignity, so are the rights to physical well-being, economic prosperity, and also that we need to excel in Europe in research and education. And I'm going to look at different possibilities going forward on how to balance that. We've certainly already heard today about Gaia X and also the data spaces. I think this is certainly a community, an important community where industry and companies come together to move forward also in achieving this balance. But I wanted to also talk about some other initiatives. First of all, the idea of regulatory sandboxes. We find this very important. We already heard about the significant fine of the GDPR that we might be exposed. So we believe that of having regulatory sandboxes is very important. Key stakeholders come together. Privacy regulators, industry leaders, academics, and also partly members of civil society to exchange their views and share their experience and perspectives on important privacy, while obviously also looking at new technologies and seeing how we can move the needle there. So my first point is really, in addition to what we heard today, that regulatory sandboxes are a modern and suitable way and instrument to establish this dialogue and achieve the balance between technology innovation and data protection as a fundamental right. Another aspect we already heard today is the idea of accountability of companies and industry, to really think about our own processes and how we can make them more data protection friendly and secure. And in this context, I also wanted to mention that many of our industries and companies are also really investing a lot in research on privacy enhancing technologies, and I think this is a very important aspect we shouldn't forget. Then another point are code of conduct. We hope that we will see the day of light for a cloud code of conduct that we are also a member of very soon, one of the first European codes of conduct. Just to mention that we also believe it's an important tool to keep in mind going forward. And last but not least, we also heard about the Data Governance Act. I also believe it's very important to establish a framework of trust, and we look forward to the further legislative process in that area. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Corina. Here again, several suggestions, and I hope we can pick on on some of those also later. For now, I would like to draw the panel attention on another aspect of data policy, and I would like to actually shift and transition towards data access and sharing, trying also to discuss the economic value of data. More and more, we hear about the concept of data sovereignty, and actually, Francesco already made a reference to sovereignty in this context. The concept of data sovereignty is increasingly heard in public policy debates. We know that there are multiple drivers behind sovereignty, behind the idea of getting a better control over data. Reasons are multiple, as I was saying, so privacy, national security, but in many cases also government understands the importance of data to drive the economy, to drive competitiveness and growth, and so they also see a better control over data as an opportunity for local economic growth. The OECD, among other organizations, has looked closely at data and data flows, and trying also to find a correlation, find a link between data location and or data flows in terms of creation of value. Often the idea of data sovereignty is linked to data localization. So I would like now to start this second section of our conversation and discussion today, starting with Cortina. And I would like to ask you, Cortina, how do you see the importance of global data flows, considering also the global nature of our modern digital infrastructure?
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I was counting, on I think Audrey to kick it off, but I'll give it a try nevertheless. I think it's very, very important to remember that we live really in an interconnected world. And for this, the free flow of data is essential for international trade and also global value chains. This is something we can really confirm being a global company. So with our, being a business-to-business company, this is really essential that we have the possibility to exchange data around the globe with also to the benefit of our customers. So for us, it's really a prerequisite for any business operation in the digital age to be able to transfer data. It doesn't come as a surprise that we are, following with great concern any measures require data localization and restricting data flows, because again, we believe that this can cause a significant operational disruption for businesses and undermine economic growth. We have heard a lot on this front lately. There are obviously around the world, different governments are looking at the options that they have. It often starts obviously with the debate of personal data and to what extent this can be transferred. In the debate, I saw some finger pointing to the EU. Saying that with the latest trends to decision, that there was an element of data localization in it. In here, I would say that we read the judgment and the decision of the ACJ differently. We believe that certainly the court made it clear that when you transfer personal data, you need to have specific safeguards in place, and they put the bar higher. That's for sure than maybe to the extent we were used to. But having said that, they also clearly confirmed that standard contractual clauses are still valid. So in the discussions I heard lately, I certainly pushed back to say that all of a sudden the European Union started to take an approach towards data localization. But having said that, as I mentioned before, it is essential that the safeguards that are provided to data subjects under the GDPR travel with the data and are respected if data is sent around the globe, and the level of protection is not lowered through that. So having said that, I'm hopeful, Ricardo, that we still will see international data flows happening around the globe, and that also in this respect we will get the balance right, and don't fall into the trap of heavy data localization measures. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to you, Corina, and I hope also that the other speakers will provide more comments and their views on data localization. And for this reason, now I would like to turn to Francesco, as he mentioned in his previous intervention, trust and security as key to enable data sharing. Now we hear discussions around data localization. It seems that, Francesco, data location matters when it comes to data access and sharing. What is your view here, and how do you think that the European Cloud Federation is going to boost value creation for the European market? And is this measurable?
Yeah, let me start with data flows. Let me start with data flows because this is a very interesting point. So, what Gaia-X is about, for those that don't know Gaia-X or maybe are asking themselves why Gaia-X, Gaia is the goddess of prosperity, so we want to make a European economy of data flourish. And the X is interesting because if you want to remember what Gaia-X means, you need to remember just one letter. At the top of the X, we have the data. At the bottom of the X, we have the infrastructure. And in the middle of the X, we have what we call federation services. The federation services are the core of the Gaia-X project. And it is what we are developing concretely in terms of software. And they are connectors between these two worlds. So if you see the data like water and different plumbery, it would make no sense to build a new plumbery, even with all the measures and the meters and all the possible gauges to control. There is no leakages, and there is a well-known in advance flow of the water if you don't have water. So Gaia-X is all about enabling data flows. This is the first point. The second point I wanted to make, and you touched upon it, is about the concept of sovereignty. Now, I'm pretty sure if you put 10 panelists around the table and ask all of them the very same question, how would you define sovereignty? I think you will get very different answers. I would not bet on the percentage, but I'm pretty sure you would get different answers. So my simple answer, and the simple answer of Gaia-X, is that sovereignty is simply the capability to have control on how your data are treated by whom, in what manner, where they go, where they stay, and what for they are used. It's basically no more than privacy, private control of your data and how they are treated. So in this sense, this is not just a European principle, but it's a universal principle. And then the sovereignty we are implementing is one of those federation services I was mentioning about. And to name a few, the federation services we are implementing are about identity management, about security, about interoperability, about portability of data, about sovereignty. So sovereignty means control of the access management. Let me then go back to the jurisdiction or location of the data. I have been in the business for more than 30 years. So this is my first role as a CEO out of the business and in an association. I'm very proud of it because this is a unique and unprecedented endeavor. And I really wanted to take this role because I think we can do something really useful for the business. But you need to be aware that the customers do not care too much about where their data is. They care about who is accessing their data, how their data is protected in the environment they put it in, and it might be in their urban area, in their country, in a regional area like Europe, or even outside of Europe, but they need to be aware of where those data are, how they flow, and who is touching them in what ways. So this is the most important thing. Another important thing to know is, like I said before, the world is becoming completely different. We used to see a world of hyper concentration, the so-called hyperscaler model, where the most data, the most computing power, the most storage you can concentrate in a single spot, the more you are competitive. This world will need to radically change because now the model has to follow the data, and the data are spread across planet Earth. So the computing intelligence, the artificial intelligence, the storage capacity needs to be distributed as well, and therefore the data should stay as much as possible where they are produced. This is the concept I call, like in agriculture, you have to consume the goods as close as where they are produced. In digital, it's going to become the same thing. So the jurisdiction of where data are stored, the strict control of their location, it is an important and extremely important attribute and parameter to control, and it is one of those Gaia-X Federation services will allow to control. But in terms of transparency, not in terms of limitation, it will be not possible to build walls around the data because the data will grow like mushrooms in a bush. And we are building with Gaia-X the technological infrastructure to enable this, to let this new trend of computing, data, intelligence distribution to become possible across a network of nodes. So to answer your question, yes, Gaia-X will enable an unprecedented layer of transparency to see where data are, and will enable also any data user to decide exactly where their data will be. But impeding the circulation of data would be simply impeding the digital evolution. And instead, we are building something that there's never been possible before, which is transparency on how data flows, where they are. It's like having a big switchboard where you have, a glass panel behind. So you switch and decide where your data goes and stays and who used them, but you see it through. This is what has never been possible before, simply because the model of hyperscale is orthogonal to the model of distribution. So I think this will be crucial, and I'll pause here to let time to the other panelists.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. I hope we will have also the opportunity to come back to some of these points. But now I would like to give the floor to Federico, because this concept of European data spaces has come up several times in our discussion today. And so I would like to ask you to spend a bit of time on this concept and some of the plans of the European Commission around European data spaces. And also I would like to ask you about the reuse of sensitive data. Among personal and non-personal data, we have also a subset that we can define sensitive, either because it's very personal, healthcare, finance, financial data. These are the typical examples. But also there is a type of data that is IP protected or that is confidential from a business perspective. So how we can reconcile the need for access and sharing while protecting also this sensitive data?
Thank you very much. And as I was saying, and it has been already mentioned by the previous speakers, and especially by Francesco, the definition of data sovereignty that he has proposed, I think it's quite interesting, and I tend to agree with what he said. And actually, this is what also the European Commission is doing. What we want to do is to take an assertive approach in protecting the rights of the data producers. This is why there are a number of rules and regulations that probably we will hear afterwards on the GDPR, so that rights can travel with the data. So we are not advocating for localization of the data, but we want to make sure that if there are rights attached to the data, that also the rights of the data producers, both if it is personal data or if it is non-personal data, so confidential data that has got IPI rights, will be respected also when the data is transferred or it's shared. And this is one of the main aspects and one of the main important points that we also introduce in the Data Governance Act for non-personal data. Actually, taking the example exactly of the GDPR and how the GDPR is treating this important point, which is coming again back from the discussion that we had. What we want to do in Europe is really make sure that the data producers will have the possibility to exploit the data, to share the data, and but still to have full control of the data that he is producing. And this is because we think that there is an enormous values of in the values that the data of the data that is produced, and we need to favor the use of the data more than keeping the data by yourself or the company, where probably the data, since it's not combined with other data, will not be able to create the value and the advantage, the economic value or the social value that it might have. And this comes back again to what you were saying before. What is the value of data? Well, the value of data, as everybody knows, it's not on per se, but it's on what you can do with that data. And this is why sharing the data is extremely important. The concept of data space is exactly going into that direction. It's not only infrastructure, as we've heard. It's not only technical infrastructure, so technology that allows the sharing of the data, or technology that allows the extracting information from the data through algorithms, through privacy-preserving algorithms that analyze the data without having the data moved from the data where the data is held and where the data is produced. But it's also a layer of a governance infrastructure where the various parties involved in sharing the data can set up a number of rules so that, again, as we were saying before, the rights of the various producers of the data is going to be respected. There are, of course, complications, because most of the time data is not only produced by a single organizations. And if you think about it, when you buy a car, especially the new connected car, or if you buy a smart fridge or a smart appliances, that appliance, that car will produce data. Data will be then therefore collected most of the time by the producers of the machinery, but it's data that it's by buying your car, you have generated by using that appliances. So again, there we are in a situation where the data is co-generated. And again, there, what we are going to look at, and we are looking currently, is to see who can have access to that data, who can have, and what can the person or the individual or the company can do with in this kind of specific settings where the data is co-generated. Again, that one is one thing that we haven't touched upon, and we are looking with the Commission, so that again we want to make sure that the data will be shared, and the value of the data will be shared in a fair way, using really not trying to get all the data concentrated in one single hands, and that the benefits of the use of the data will be only concentrated in one single on one single hands. These are the activities that we are going to do in the legislative process that we are carrying out. And then we are also going to support, as I was saying, the infrastructure and the creation of the data spaces, closely working also with Gaia-X and other organizations that are tackling these issues, so that data spaces in health, for example, or in agriculture, or in the manufacturing, will have the possibility of starting to share the data in order to, again, create a data-driven economy that will really exploit the use of this data to create benefits and to have a more competitive industries at the global level. And I finish with that.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Federico. I would like now to involve in the discussion Claudio, and I have a specific question regarding interoperability of databases. Based on your experience at the Data Protection Authority in Italy, Claudio, what's your view and what are the challenges regarding interoperability of data spaces?
Thank you, Riccardo. I think this morning's exchange of information is extremely interesting. I mean, I come with experience of the Data Protection Authority in Italy. It's clearly that the approach of the Italian authority, like all European authorities, is that of protecting information wherever it is, by whoever it is used, and for whatever reason data processing takes place. Clearly, we deal with the use of personal data, and we verify that the owner does so consistently with the reference judicial system. But we do not overlook in the reference legal framework the position of public administrations. In Italy, for instance, given that it is not mandatory to define this, in Italy, the Italian law expressly foresees that data protection be applied also to public administration, and sanctions are foreseen when data processing does not take place correctly. And in Italy, also the Italian legislator, when he or she adopts legislative procedures that entail the management of personal data, must talk to the Italian authority. So the framework of guarantees is cross-boundary, and everything refers to our authority. So from this point of view, now we have a global setup in Europe where the homogeneity of this discipline sets that under the same set of rules we have 446 million citizens. So in this respect, the responsibility of data protection authorities at European level is that of having a homogeneous tool to regulate the rules of the game, so to speak. And I wanted to talk about the Italian experience on this because it is special also to share these elements on the ideas of sharing and interoperability of systems. We introduced rules years ago, but things started working dynamically recently. Now we have a large database with the people who are resident in Italy, where all the data of citizens, where they are located ever since I was born to the day I die. Well, all these elements, all this data is inside this database, and they automatically update all Italian databases. So if I need to know, say, to notify a legal document where Claudio Filippi resides, I can have access to this database, and wherever I am, be it in Palermo or Genova, I will know exactly what the address is, which is the address. And automatically, when Claudio Filippi has a son or a daughter, that son or daughter is recorded into this database. And this means that all databases must be interoperable to avoid citizens to go and put information first in one place and then somewhere else. And this is the importance of data interoperability. And this is the importance of the concept of digitalization, not because we want to change data from analog to digital, but because data at this point can move in an interoperable manner in a much more modern way. I mentioned NPR because this is the first database that creates the concept of interoperability, but also the health electronic system, which in Italy has been introduced at regional level. It is clear that citizens move from one region to the next and also goes outside of Italy, and he or she requires treatment and or care based on what his record or her record is. So obviously this system must be interoperable, and the authority states this. The authority promotes the fact that I don't need to go around with, a toggle with my health information, but rather than wherever I am, I can have access to this record to be able to collect the necessary information to be treated in a hospital abroad, for example, wherever I am throughout the global territory, even though I reside in Rome. And this is an element of great modernization. Clearly, the main issue here is who has access to health information, who can use it, and the ways in which we can access such information, because obviously we need strong keys. Not everybody can have access to my information when he or she works in a hospital. Only those who are enabled to do so, because they have to care for me or treat me in any way, can have access to such data. Another aspect that characterizes the concept of interoperable databases or databases is what I have just mentioned, the record where all fiscal information resides, and all phenomena that concern citizens in their daily life have an economic element which is traced and tracked and stored into this fiscal record. And there are about 1 million users who get connected to this fiscal record, and 400 external bodies constantly connected to this data, plus all municipalities, which in Italy are 8,000, plus 150,000 intermediaries, all those who help citizens collect data, input data, or get information out of the fiscal system. This allows us to understand how interoperability can work, because obviously the fiscal record, the citizens' record, and the general public administration record are interoperable and provide information to citizens, but also to everybody. Last but not least, in agreement with what Mr. Milani said a while ago, which I totally share, I also wanted to talk about the economic value of data, which is not a value per se. It's value because it's enriched with a set of information. A personal piece of data can be profiled, so you collect all the information that characterize a certain individual, his or her behavior and features, and these become some value added because that information matched with other information becomes profiled information, very targeted commercial ad can go to, because at that point I will know, what this person shops and how. So you can understand how precious the information contained into this fiscal database are. One of the authorities that does this at European level, i.e. collects information and processes it, is the National Statistics Institute, ISTAT in Italy. In Italy, together with the Statistical National System, this system characterizes a system that acts on the basis of methods that are comparable at European level, so that all subjects that must provide data, because the Statistical National System obliges us to provide personal data. If I, for instance, need to receive statistical information, I, as a citizen, am forced to provide information, and I get a sanction if I do not provide the information I'm required, information, obviously, that's not sensitive. So this aspect allows us to understand how the statistical element puts together a series of information panels that layer modern society and allow us to understand how things are faring in the country through its citizens. And this on the basis of data that needs to be collected at individual level and at business level. So this is the value the Italian Data Protection Authority is counting upon in wanting to protect data. We do not try and avoid this information to circulate. In fact, we favor data transfer and data sharing, but with the idea of protecting this data from possible abuse, from possible access that had not been given, because if a citizen downloads information and sells it to third parties, well, this element in Italy is a crime, and so we have to check on that. We have very many individuals who had abusive access to data, despite they had all possibilities to correctly deal with that information. But obviously, if they're out of the legal framework in which they're in, the information obviously becomes abusively used. So this is very briefly the reference framework I wanted to talk about, and then obviously we can talk about how this data can be reused, because the authority, the Data Protection Authority, also checks that public and also private subjects publish certain information on their websites, also personal information. There's an obligation for this in some cases, and there is also a check on the correct use of that information as to to why they've been published. And this is very important to avoid frauds and abuses, because if my mobile phone is available so that I can be connected to control a data protection issue, obviously that phone cannot be used for spam or for advertising. So, the way I make a piece of data public doesn't mean that that piece of data can be used for everything. And this is a very important principle. Thank you very much, Riccardo, for your question.
Thank you, Claudio. And actually, I just noticed that a lot of questions came in through the platform from our audience. This is a proof of the fact that there were so many different issues and so many different opinions that were expressed that also helped triggering some questions from our audience. So I'm going to actually, I don't want to put anyone on the spot. So I will try to follow the order that I see on the screen. I will read a couple of questions, and then we can take it from there. So the first question that we received is about some of the best practices or actions taken so far to increase citizens' awareness regarding risks, but also regarding benefits of data use and sharing. can I ask probably Federico to start, and then I will ask Francesco, Corina, and then again to Claudio on this question. If you have a comment on how to increase awareness of citizens, we spoke also about transparency earlier, so it might be an interesting aspect to explore. Thanks.
It's an extremely interesting aspect that we also are tackling in the data strategies in the data strategy, and we are perfectly aware that it's one of the issues and one of the problems that we have to tackle in order to improve. First of all, the knowledge and the benefit of data sharing, but also, as it was said, the risk. We are going to launch a number of actions through the Digital Europe program that is upcoming, exactly to improve the digital skills of citizens, so that people will be much more aware of the data that they produce, and how the data that they produce is used. But there are also a number of private initiatives or already initiatives that are going on at several levels. For example, for the personal data, it's extremely interested in a number of initiatives that are doing and software that is being developed by personal information management systems like mydata.org, where they are offering what could be called data vault for personal data, where users, individuals like me and you, citizens, can store their data and provide targeted access to that data to service providers. There are simple softwares that can be installed in your device, for example, phone, that will you to really have a better control of your data. Of course, this is still under development. The technology is there. What it's missing now is that more and more individuals will use such devices and such services to have a better control of that data, so that also major player will have to basically adapt their offer by using and by accessing to the individual data through this data vault. And this is one of the other activities that we are going to promote and to support. So I finish there, because otherwise there will not be more time for other people to answer that questions. But we are doing something, and we will continue to do something in order to improve the knowledge of the data, how the data is used, and how to manage your the data that you are producing. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Federico. Francesco, any comment on
yes,
this question?
I think that the question was about how to increase citizens' awareness about risks and benefits of data sharing and data usage. Let me make a parallel, which is quite unfortunate, but everybody understands that. We are living an unprecedented time of pandemic crisis. And we are living now the phase of transition out of, an era of restrictions and lockdowns, and the need to define an exit strategy. So going back to normality, although it will be a new normal. So the same applies to data. I want to clarify what I said before. The GDPR clearly states what are the measures to keep control of the data. And when I said it does not yet provide a clear indication of how to use the data, I mean exactly the same. We cannot only have rules to protect, we need also rules to get back to normal life and circulate and have normal societal life. And this is true for data. We need to find a way to live together with potential attacks, with potential risks, because risk will not disappear. It is impossible to get rid of potential risks of breach, of attack, of data stealing, and all sorts of things that cannot be simply regulated by legislation. So to me, it would be important that a good communication is provided by the European Union, by the local government, through, let me say, a higher level of understanding and competence around these digital themes, because the risk is that people get scared about their data. They didn't care about their data so much that they gave out for free to anyone, simply checking a check mark in downloading a mobile app or accessing to a website. Most of the people didn't realize they were just simply giving out their data. The enterprises are reluctant to implement a shared data economy because they are well aware of the risks of lack of transparency and sovereignty, and we are working on that. But we need to be careful in making the people aware of the benefit. I think the Data Governance Act is going in the right direction. Let me tell you why. First of all, building an environment of trust. So if we move the focus to the protection, so instead of trying to be scared of an invisible enemy, we build a trusted environment where everybody can feel safe. It's a first important step. The second is intermediaries. So having actors that can provide the necessary trust because they implement, trusted environments like GaiaX, simply speaking, again, provides confidence that we know how to treat these risks and we can start living and making business in a more normal way. The third point was the use of public data. We have an enormous amount of data that can be used for the common good. And this is also in line with the data altruism. If people know that giving their data out for getting something back in terms of new services, better quality of life, less queues in the public offices, less traffic, less pollution, they will be more willing to give their data for the common good. Last but not least, let's not forget the economy of data is already there. So the reason we have this high concentration of data in a few players in the world is because those players were capable to provide an advantage. And in marketing, there is a very commonly known law that if you don't pay for a service or a product, you are the product. This is a well-known lesson by all the big players of data economy. I think we should start to tell the citizens that they don't have to be the product. They need to get a benefit, an economical advantage back of their data. As an example, we are living this pandemic, and I will pause after this consideration. Nobody now cannot understand the value of sharing medical records, of sharing data, clinical data, in order to accelerate the development of a vaccine, in order to accelerate the development of a therapy. And all of a sudden, the data spaces, the data sharing has become visible to all the world. Without data sharing, we wouldn't be able to talk today, we wouldn't be able to buy the grocery or the stuff we need on a wholesale platform. We wouldn't be able to talk with our loved ones. We wouldn't be able to send our children to school. We have realized in 1 year time that without data sharing and the control of our data, we will simply not be able to survive in the next era. So I think this is the right time to convey this message, and this message must be conveyed not just by private entities, but as well, and most importantly, by public, government, and institutions.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Francesco. I would like now to quickly turn to Cortina and what the industry sector can do in increasing this awareness by citizens about risks and benefits?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, we already heard a lot of very valid points. I just wanted to add here, as I mentioned, there are a couple of initiatives which are bringing together in different fora the stakeholders involved. And, you know, I think it's also crucial to bring along civil society to you know, efforts like I mentioned, the regulatory sandboxes. But there's one additional point I wanted to add here, as obvious as this might sound. I think it's really crucial to also address schools and universities in this area. The earlier we start with creating awareness among the young people, also to alternatives, that one shouldn't always rely on just the systems that are out there, but that they can also, you know, come up maybe with their own solutions and really question also the technology and what is behind the technology and what is acceptable. I think that's really crucial, especially also with the idea of digital sovereignty. I haven't talked about that at all, but in this context, I think it's also really critical that we start as early as possible with young people in schools and universities, because these are the generations who can really have an impact also on questions like digital sovereignty. And I think then we manage to bring everybody along, then there will be also more trust in the technology going forward. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Corina. This leaves us maybe a couple of minutes for Claudio to add some comments here.
Thank you, Riccardo. I'll be very brief. I mean, awareness is central. I totally share with what's been said. It's important to train people. We can't wait for just specific regulations and judges to decide what's wrong and what's right. Awareness also means active participation on the side of individuals to providing data and to checking that data is moving in the right direction. Let's give an example. When I get to a hotel, I sign a contract basically, and within that contract, I don't need consensus for data processing on the side of the owner of the hotel. He can advertise his company and he won't require any consensus. The hotel owner must send this data, I mean my data, to the police. And so when I sign the contract with the hotel, I automatically know that the data I'm providing to the hotel is data that's going to be used by various people. So this is important. I mean, through proper information, the owner of the data can decide the ways in which data is being processed and how this data can be shared and or used by himself, herself, or everybody. This is what I mean by real awareness, and it is on real awareness that we can create a more modern and more functional society. Thank you, Riccardo.
Many thanks to all panelists for your questions, for your answers, apologies, to this question coming from our audience. We received our other questions regarding cybersecurity, other questions regarding privacy-preserving technologies, but we are almost running out of time. So what I would like to propose here is that we have a final round of statements, a couple of minutes maximum each, possibly a little bit more than a minute. And I would like to challenge my panelists, asking just the most pressing action that needs to be done in the data policy space going forward. So I would like to start maybe this time by Claudio, and then we go to Federico, Francesco, and Corina.
The Italian Data Protection Authority carefully follows future developments, of course. This month, we have created an internal department to follow the developments in artificial intelligence, a huge challenge for modernity of the country itself, where the safety elements are obviously at the same level of economic development, knowledge through information, as we were saying before, and all this needs to be governed correctly, not just through specific rules. And the authority, therefore, wants to be the body that could, for example, certify algorithms concerning artificial intelligence, so that at least amongst public subjects, these tools can be used adequately, correctly, without obviously going against individuals or using the data of individuals in an incorrect manner.
Federico.
Well, there is a lot here to say, but just to simply say one single answer, one single sentence is with the Data Governance Act, we have looked in find ways to build trust in data sharings. Now, as I was mentioning before, we are looking at to ensure that there will be fairness in the allocation of the data value among the various actors. We are looking at both in the business-to-business data sharings, so looking, as I was saying, to the co-generated data, and we are also looking at in other aspects that we haven't talked, where is what happened when we are trying to share data between businesses and government. Is there ways there where we can improve the data sharing between business and government, especially for public interests? So again, in case of pandemics, we've seen through the initiatives that the possibility of accessing anonymized data of how citizens are moving will help us to predict how the pandemic will develop through a certain period. So this is another aspect that we are want to look relatively in the short time, so within 1 year, and try to come up with some legislative and policies that will support again the possibility of extracting the values, maximizing the values, and have a more competitive economy, but also the possibility of using data for the benefit of the society.
Thanks a lot, Federico. Francesco, one top priority for the next year?
I take two, but I will be very, very brief. So one is to let's start using European cloud services, European services in general, because I think that we need to be aware of the power of the technology we have in Europe, and we now need to be aware that not just European or Asiatic provider can give us all what we need. And the second top priority, I would say that I want to pick on the points that Federico made. I think we have one huge big data lake, which is untapped data, which is this public data that I hope will be found. The Data Governance Act will find a way to make them available, because these are one of those data spaces that can be used in many different ways to improve everybody's life. So I'm looking forward for a concretely adoptable anonymization that will let many players that are capable to do that, to use those data to build new services, new transportation services, new schooling services, new healthcare services, improve all we have based on the data we already have, and simply today cannot be used without the risk of running into infringements or running into endless cycles of approval and consensus that That is exactly what the roadblocks I was talking about before. So maybe all citizens will see the value if we find a way to use their data for their good, for their common good.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. And now, Corina, you can close this final round of questions.
Thank you, Riccardo. I think we heard a lot about the different initiatives that are out there at a European level. So I think it's really, really important to continue to streamline this and join efforts as we're doing and bring the forces together. But my other point is we also see a lot of legislative proposals on the table right now. We talked a lot about the Digital Governance Act. But another important proposal that came out just this week is the draft AI regulation. So I would really hope that with all the different initiatives and legislative proposals that we manage to bring them together in a meaningful, balanced way, avoiding overlaps and contradictions in order to really have the right framework for Europe in place. For a bright digital future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to you, Corina, and I'm sure our colleagues later this afternoon will address the issue of artificial intelligence. There is a panel focusing on artificial intelligence later today. Allow me to thank all of you, distinguished panelists, for this discussion that I personally enjoyed, and I hope also our audience did. So a big virtual round of applause to you all. I would like also to thank our audience for their attention. And again, I hope everyone enjoyed this discussion on data policy and data strategies going forward, a critical topic for Italy and Europe, for their prosperity and for really creating opportunities for the entire population. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your attention.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Riccardo Mazzucci, and thank you to all the panelists who have discussed such an important theme as the protection of data and what are the economic engines. Now we're preparing for the last session, which is going to last for half an hour, the last one. This is a fireside chat that is a chat on the theme of investments into the digital and sustainability. These topics have emerged also during this morning's discussion. And in particular, we are going to talk about next generation EU, inclusive of the Recovery Fund, between digital and sustainability, where to invest. We have the moderator Innocenzo Genna, is a lawyer on practical affairs in the telecommunication and internet sectors and founder of Digitalians, the network of Digital Italy. Innocenzo, to you the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Maria Rosa, for the kind introduction. Hello, good morning. My name is Innocenzo Genna. I'm a lawyer specialized in digital European rules and co-founder of Digitalians, the network of Italian digital professionals. I'm here to talk about the next generation EU, together with a couple of speakers who are well informed. Antonio Parenti, who's the representative of the European Commission in Italy, therefore the man of working for Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, and Marco Lai, entrepreneurs and chairman of Asinformaca, the Italian ACT society associated to the Entrepreneurs Association. Hello to both of you. Let's talk about next generation EU. I shall make a brief introduction before actually talking about it. Next generation EU is a great European plan by by the European Union to come to terms with this pandemic. With this financial effort, we try to meet a number of issues which have emerged right now but existed before. In many European countries, there is a digitalization delay in terms of materials and in terms of skills. All of us understood it during the lockdown when at home we had to do our job or go to school or shop. We realized what it meant to have a digital infrastructure which might or may not be accountable, as well as having applications and being able to indeed use them. Next Generation EU wishes to help Europeans and Italians to overcome these issues. The major instrument is the Recovery Fund, which is an endowment of 750 billion euros, part of which is loans and incentives. And out of this fund, Italy is one of the major beneficiaries with a rather important sum. Some are in the form of loans and some others in terms of lump sum. And it's one of the beneficiaries with 70 billion euros, second to Spain only. 20% of these funds has to go into the digital. Italy is drafting the final plan to be mailed to Brussels, and this has been discussed next week by the Parliament, and the plan should be drafted by the end of this month. Some countries have already done it, Portugal, for instance. So after these introductory remarks, I'd like to turn to our panelists and try to better understand what it is all about. Mr. Antonio Parenti, a question to you. What is the goal of the next generation EU by the European Community, and what do we expect from Italy? Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Gemma, and good morning also to my co-panelist, Mr. Gay, who's going to speak after me. And good morning to all the people who are connected today. As you have pointed out, this is a financial endowment which is extremely important, made available by the European Union in order to be able to overcome this pandemic, not only to doing so, and therefore to go back to a situation which was similar to the one previous the pandemic, but also because we want to trigger an economic recovery based on two pillars, the environment and the digital. So we have to create a resilient economy, but also a sustainable economy. And in order for us to do so, we need great economic changes, but also great digital changes as well. And the next generation EU takes into consideration that 37% of the funds be allocated for environmental changes and 20% to digital transformation. Therefore, the question is here to be able to have in Italy as well as in the other European countries having access to these funds a change of their economic system so that we can achieve goals such as climate neutrality from now to 2050, and so that the European Union remains competitive globally, but also continues to supply to its citizens a level of well-being which is basic for a social pact. And these funds are being granted, as you were pointing out, to various countries according to the percentage losses of PIL. Well, that's why Italy is the major beneficiary, because Italy has suffered particularly from this pandemic crisis. What we expect in Europe from Italy is expenses geared at these topics and an important number of reforms in some sectors which have been defined since many years now by the European Commission, such as public administration, justice, and also possibly the pension system and competition. So a number of reforms which are fundamental and have to be the framework to the, so to say, as disbursement of the next generation EU funds, so that the Italian system will be made more competitive, and as a reflection of it, also making the European system more competitive. This is just a summary of what Europe expects from Italy. Then also the ability of spending this fund rather quickly, because we're talking about a timeline which must be not exceeding 3 or 4 years. This fund has to be allocated by 2023 and spent by 2026. So the plan of action is extremely important and extremely severe for our country from now to the next 4 or 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Parenti, and thank you for your practical details that are rather important in order for us to understand what we're talking about. Now, Mr. Gaia from Asso Intec, what does the private sector expect from this financial grant?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Parenti, and I'm also very glad for the opportunity of participating to this event, also given the fact that Cortina, in view of the Winter Olympics in 2026, will become relevant, and talk about digital evolution today is central for Cortina. Now, the first important remark I would make is that this is a real opportunity. After a year which, well, in fact, 1.5 years, which has been extremely difficult, a very difficult year in which digital transformation has meant a lot because it entered the life of households and businesses all of a sudden. So in the next few weeks, in the next few months, as you were saying, now we are going through the definition phase, and then there will be the kickoff phase. And we expect that the execution phase of the projects will provide us with a real opportunity for the digital transformation of our country. I mean, this is a unique chance. It's a unique chance to redesign Italy for the future, to redesign the country we want to become, and somehow also, thanks to the use of these resources and technologies, a way to reconnect people and eliminate inequalities, to project ourselves towards growth. The acceleration of digital transformation has asked us to act with facts. So together with the necessary and indispensable reforms, so that we can really enjoy and apply the recovery fund. Together with that, we expect, important positive repercussions on companies and of the different territories, because companies would have the possibility of becoming part of this transformation process. And this will obviously also have an important impact on traditional businesses, because it is also an opportunity to join the tradition that has always distinguished our country, the Made in Italy, with the need to become a country which will be more competitive. The use of ICT progressed and is still progressing at a very high pace, something we have not seen for years. In 2020, we reached 70 billion in value, slightly lower than 2019, but this is obviously acceptable given it was 2020. But if for the next few years we have a promising situation. So we are waiting for real projects with strong industrial, social and local repercussions, positive repercussions. And I say this talking about the possibility of connecting the Next Generation EU or the Recovery Fund to with another opportunity that will see the digital transformation of our country, which is our 2021-2027 program. Because our industrial policy must have digital transformation at the very core. And this offers us a huge opportunity, not just to accelerate investments for the digital transformation, but also to attract investments. And starting with the 6 strategic pillars and the 6 missions, we will have a chance to work in practice by involving both citizens and the Italian businesses that will want to be part of this important process. So we expect PPPs, public-private partnerships. We expect the involvement of different businesses in our country, and we expect to be able to seize this opportunity to go back to competitiveness and growth. 2 points that are necessary, as we were saying before, to be able to go back competing globally. And we're aware of the fact that these important resources will be made available, we hope, to all our country, because we need change, we need resources, we need reforms with human capital right at the core of everything. So this is a 5-year vision that can make the Italian policy for the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Guy, President of Anitec Assinform. Great expectations and also a very, very clear vision. I start from parts of your comments to again ask a question to Mr. Parenti. Mr. Guy talked about reforms. We heard about the fact that the Next Generation EU funds will not come for free. It won't just be a question of spending that money, but also a question of reaching specific targets with specific measures. So, Mr. Parenti, can you tell us what Europe expects from this? Sure. Yes, this is perfectly in line with what we were saying a few minutes ago, because, I mean, the Recovery Fund is connected to a set of reforms the state will have to implement in the course of the next few years. The timing of such reforms and the modes will be an integral part of this national plan, which is given to the Commission and then approved by the Commission and by the other member states. So basically, it is a specific commitment on the side of the Italian state, of the Italian government, that will certainly focus on public administration, reform of the justice, or the legal system, or the justice system, the competition and the capability of spending European public funds. This is a necessary reform to be able to actually use such funds of the Next Generation EU. And also the ways and the timing will be defined by the national plan for recovery and resilience, and complying with this time will be important, as well as it will be important to comply with the timing for the implementation of such funds, because these steps forward we can make will be matched with payments coming from the Next Generation EU. Thank you very much, Mr. Parenti. And again, starting from what you just said, another question for Mr. Guy, which is maybe a bit less pleasant. It's not the first time Italy uses European funds to reach a set of targets. And we know that the European structural funds have been used for many years. but the capability of spending these funds by Italy has often been very weak. During the last period of time, for structural funds, Italy only spent 38% of the funds available. What does the private business think about this problem, and what should be done to avoid wasting funds now? Well, I start from the point that this 38% is a piece of data that doesn't recognize the opportunity that we could have seized. It's a median piece of data. So we have territories that luckily performed very well and other territories which unluckily performed badly, very, very badly in using such resources, such funds. But your remark is correct, and from our point of view, it focuses on one point. This is a unique opportunity. It's an opportunity to start to grow again. It's an extraordinary opportunity that should not be wasted. And this is the reason why not only in the discussions we had during these last few months, but in the discussions we had with private and public partnerships, that the Italian industry must be involved. It must participate, and it must also be the protagonist, allow me to say. The National Plan for the Resilience and Recovery Fund, in the light of the non-brilliant results of the past, must necessarily not be wasted. It must, convey to us the responsibility that what has happened in the past will never happen again. With another remark to be added, by 2026, these projects will have to be developed and implemented and concluded, in fact. And this obviously makes us all responsible. So our expectations, as we were saying before, are very, very high, but also our awareness is high. If we work properly and if we do what we do correctly, and if we represent our country correctly, we should be able to be close to the institutions and close to the regional governments that will have to deal with the execution of part of these projects, to be able to come to a positive result in 2026 without doubts and with a high level of awareness, which is extremely important, because we've got to be aware of the fact that this is a unique chance. So we have to run, and we can't waste it. We can't find ourselves a few years from now saying we should have done and we didn't do it. That's why we will provide our maximum support and our maximum involvement wherever this will be required, and certainly the will to provide an operational and real contribution. Thank you very much. One very last question for both of you, and we're talking about digital, obviously. What do you expect in terms of practical measures for the digital transformation? What would you prefer? I mean, in Italy, for instance, the digital agenda has just been announced by Mr. Colau, and it proposes quite important targets by 2026, amongst which we have the cloudification, so to speak, of the public administration, the use of the cloud by businesses, the improvement of digital skills, and the spreading of UBB ultra broadband. What are the most urgent measures, in your opinion?
Well, I shall begin by answering and saying this. Just a side comment based upon what Mr. Guy was saying a moment ago. Is right, 38% is an average. value. But what's really a paradox in Italy is that the regions spending less European funds are those which need them most, and therefore an effort should be made in the southern regions of our country to spend the money which we will benefit from. And partnership is fundamental under this respect. Amongst the reforms in the digital, as Mr. Jenna was mentioning before, it's difficult to make priorities. They're all needed and they're all urgent and they're all complementary, if you like, to a catching up of competition by our country, Italy. I must say that there shouldn't be a natural reform of justice without the justice sector become more oriented towards IT, UBB, ultra broad band, and this has to be pervasive all over Italy. This and the issues connected with schools are two fundamentals, and measures should be adopted very urgently under this respect. Mr. Guy, to you the floor. I believe that the plan that has been designed and presented to Europe by Minister Colau is definitely ambitious, but also very practical. My thought is that the change that has to be implemented in Italy, and when I talk about implementing it, I mean, it is no longer a question of whether or not you can do it. But you have to take that direction, and therefore you have to place a priority, yes, but it becomes rather complex when it comes to reforms. As Mr. Parenti was rightly pointing out a few moments ago, this is a plan which is needed for vocational training, for digital transformation, for transformation 5.0, and to talk about digital citizenship and smart cities. Therefore, I cannot give an order of priority under this respect, but I believe that what's imperative is that all these projects must be started together. We need execution, as we say. You plan and then you have to execute what is being planned. And therefore, within this framework, what's fundamental is to have an involvement by all actors and stakeholders, which also means, as I said before, about accountability and liability, is that everyone's liable for this particular transformation, given that it is imperative, starting from skills, then getting to digital transformation into companies, public administration, justice, health, etc. These are all sectors which in our country ranks really last or down to the bottom. We do not need to simply make a stride ahead, but we need a total change under this respect. And therefore, making efforts and implementing all these steps is imperative and mandatory, but not one at a time, but together, because we have to be a country making the most of these opportunities to really be able to be revamped and bring again our Made in Italy or being known all over the world. I thank you very much. I thank both our panelists, Mr. Brea and Mr. Marco Gai, for your contribution, which was very important in order to get to a better understanding on the next generation EU and how the digital can be implemented into Italy. I thank you all for your attention, and now I give the floor back to the moderator.
Thanks to Parenti, Guy, and Genma, who told us a lot about the Recovery Fund with their conversation. An unprecedented chance for a country like Italy, which cannot be missed. I would also like to thank all the participants who followed us until now. We are going to meet again in an hour after a lunch break. So we will start this afternoon, sharp on time at 2 p.m. with the afternoon program.
Panasonic. A better life, a better world.
In the early days of Intel, Robert Noyce once said, "Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful." And wonderful, we did. For more than 50 years, we transformed computing, putting Intel silicon at the heart of innovation. But with all the breakthroughs we made, all the possibilities we created, what's truly wonderful is we did it together.
Let's go higher, higher than we've ever gone before.
And today, as we head into the future, fueled by cloud, AI, 5G, and the incredible potential of data, we are united by what we must do. We're making Intel hardware and software a catalyst for a better tomorrow, to protect our planet, make technology accessible to all, and enrich the lives of every person on Earth. Because the truth is, if you have an idea and Intel inside, you have everything you need to go off and do something wonderful.
我叫张少聪，我是一个淘宝主播。我们的直播间的名字呢叫做海南胖叔兄弟，直播间的粉丝呢都叫我瘦哥。我们现在主要的工作呢就是给粉丝走遍全国，去寻找最绿色、健康、安全的农家货，主要是以水果为主。刚开始做直播自己没有经验，我们也尝试过就坐在直播间去那样子播。 没有人看，后面我们就想着要丰富直播的内容，那就从室内跑到室外，带粉丝去游山玩水，就这样转化，内容就丰富起来了，他粉丝就更愿意看，哪里有好货我们就卖哪里的。从我们选果地，到去尝样品，到最后把这个园子定下来，一直到我们摘果、打包、发货，到快递收件，全程都是透明的。 你在直播间给粉丝就是面对面的去给我们把这个产品介绍清楚，那我们的口感为什么会比别人的好？就总体来说，这种客户体验很好，就是让人看得见，放心。很多地方的货它都只有一个季节，你错过了这一个星期，它要不就是容易烂，要不就是甜度不好。疫情期间就体现出来我们这个淘宝直播这个带货的是威力所在了。水果挂树上，它没有收购商去收啊。 直播效率特别高，就能够迅速的去解决问题。当时淘宝组织了一场猪农的活动，我们也参与进去了，一天也帮他们卖掉了15000斤的橙子，它能够帮农民解决很大的问题。在直播上面卖的话，就很方便了。人家在没想到卖个水果会卖的，连英国广播电视台都来采访我，是因为这一次疫情的影响，直播带货特别广泛受到关注，就足不出户，大家在家里拿手机刷刷。 就能可以买到自己想要的这个农产品了。如果说没有淘宝直播的话，我们就是名不见经传的一个小角色。但是有淘宝直播呢，现在给了我一个这么好的平台，就是我的特长在这里受到发挥了。淘宝直播是我梦开始的地方，淘宝直播给了我一切。
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But OneWeb's new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb will connect your device through a customized terminal that can be as small as a briefcase and just as compact. Whatever your location, the terminal encrypts your data and sends it at high speed to our satellite fleet passing overhead. These spacecraft are radically innovative, built in our own factory at 1/50th the traditional time and cost, shrunk to the size of a washing machine, yet engineered to deliver powerful throughput. Month by month, we're growing our satellite fleet. And soon we'll have not only the global spectrum rights, but the network reach to deliver truly worldwide coverage. And here's the revolutionary part. The fleet will be in low Earth orbit, 30 times closer to Earth than geostationary satellites. This gives you a stable, real-time connection with no interruption or annoying lag. What's more, our fleet always keeps moving, orbiting in a constellation design that creates seamless coverage. Each satellite uses a set of beams to cover an area the size of Alaska. Terrain is no obstacle. From its flight path and pattern, our fleet can always find your signal, so we can get you online from even the trickiest locations, with look angles that geo-satellite broadband simply can't deliver. We maintain high-grade system resilience from 2 ops centers using state-of-the-art ops concepts. Cloud architecture gives us powerful scalability and control remotely. For example, we can remove satellites at the end of their service life, so that the only trace we'll leave in space is on your screen right now. Now back to that video call of yours. We beam your data back down to Earth to our nearest satellite network portal. Then via one of our point of presence gateways, positioned in secure locations trusted by global providers, it re-enters the web. The journey you've just watched takes, at most, 1/10 of a second. And there they are. Your video call is good to start, whether with colleagues or your family back home. So you need never be out of signal or out of mind. OneWeb will connect you from unconnectable locations and keep you productive on the move. It'll be a breakthrough year when OneWeb technology creates real human progress, connecting everywhere, for everyone.
Panasonic. A better life, a better world.
In the early days of Intel, Robert Noyce once said, "Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful." And wonderful, we did. For more than 50 years, we transformed computing, putting Intel Silicon at the heart of innovation. But with all the breakthroughs we made, all the possibilities we created, what's truly wonderful is we did it together.
Let's go higher, higher than we've ever gone before.
And today, as we head into the future, fueled by cloud, AI, 5G, and the incredible potential of data, we are united by what we must do. We're making Intel hardware and software a catalyst for a better tomorrow, to protect our planet, make technology accessible to all, and enrich the lives of every person on Earth. Because the truth is, if you have an idea and Intel inside, you have everything you need to go off and do something wonderful.
我叫张少聪，我是一个淘宝主播。我们的直播间的名字呢叫做海南胖瘦兄弟，直播间的粉丝呢都叫我瘦哥。我们现在主要的工作呢就是给粉丝走遍全国，去寻找最绿色、健康、安全的农家货，主要是以水果为主。刚开始做直播，自己没有经验，我们也尝试过，就坐在直播间去那样直播，没有人看。到后面我们就想着要丰富直播的内容，那就从室内跑到室外，带粉丝去游山玩水，就这样转化，内容就丰富起来了，他粉丝就更愿意看。哪里有好货，我们就卖哪里的。从我们选果地，到去尝样品，到最后把这个园子定下来，一直到我们摘果、打包、发货，到快递收件，全程都是透明的。你在直播间给粉丝就是面对面的去给我们把这个产品介绍清楚，那我们的口感为什么会比别人的好？就总体来说，这种客户体验很好，就是让人看得见、放心。很多地方的货它都只有一个季节，你错过了这一个星期，它要不就是容易烂，要不就是甜度不好。疫情期间就体现出来我们这个淘宝直播这个带货的是威力所在了。水果挂树上，他们没有收购商去收啊，直播效率特别高，就能够迅速的去解决问题。当时淘宝组织了一场助农的活动，我们也参与进去了，一天也帮他们卖掉了15000斤的橙子，它能够帮农民解决很大的问题。在直播上面卖的话就很方便了，人家在。没想到卖个水果会卖的，连英国广播电视台都来采访我，是因为这一次疫情的影响，直播带货特别广泛受到关注，就足不出户，大家在家里拿手机刷刷，就能可以买到自己想要的这个农产品了。如果说没有淘宝直播的话，我们就是名不见经传的一个小角色，但是有淘宝直播呢，现在给了我一个这么好的平台。其实我的特长在这里受到发挥了，淘宝直播是我梦开始的地方，淘宝直播给了我一切。
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But OneWeb's new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb will connect your device through a customized terminal that can be as small as a briefcase and just as compact. Whatever your location, the terminal encrypts your data and sends it at high speed to our satellite fleet passing overhead. These spacecraft are radically innovative, built in our own factory at 1/50th the traditional time and cost, shrunk to the size of a washing machine, yet engineered to deliver powerful throughput. Month by month, we're growing our satellite fleet, and soon we'll have not only the global spectrum rights, but the network reach to deliver truly worldwide coverage. And here's the revolutionary part. The fleet will be in low Earth orbit, 30 times closer to Earth than geostationary satellites. This gives you a stable, real-time connection with no interruption or annoying lag. What's more, our fleet always keeps moving, orbiting in a constellation design that creates seamless coverage. Each satellite uses a set of beams to cover an area the size of Alaska. Terrain is no obstacle. From its flight path and pattern, our fleet can always find your signal, so we can get you online from even the trickiest locations, with look angles that geo-satellite broadband simply can't deliver. We maintain high-grade system resilience from 2 ops centers using state-of-the-art ops concepts. Cloud architecture gives us powerful scalability and control remotely. For example, we can remove satellites at the end of their service life, so that the only trace we'll leave in space is on your screen right now. Now back to that video call of yours. We beam your data back down to Earth to our nearest satellite network portal. Then via one of our point of presence gateways, positioned in secure locations trusted by global providers, it re-enters the web. The journey you've just watched takes, at most, 1/10 of a second. And there they are. Your video call is good to start, whether with colleagues or your family back home. So you need never be out of signal or out of mind. OneWeb will connect you from unconnectable locations and keep you productive on the move. It'll be a breakthrough year when OneWeb technology creates real human progress, connecting everywhere, for everyone.
Sonic. A better life, a better world.
In the early days of Intel, Robert Noyce once said, "Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful." And wonderful, we did. For more than 50 years, we transformed computing, putting Intel silicon at the heart of innovation. But with all the breakthroughs we made, all the possibilities we created, what's truly wonderful is we did it together.
Let's go higher, higher than we've ever gone before.
And today, as we head into the future, fueled by cloud, AI, 5G, and the incredible potential of data, we are united by what we must do. We're making Intel hardware and software a catalyst for a better tomorrow, to protect our planet, make technology accessible to all, and enrich the lives of every person on Earth. Because the truth is, if you have an idea and Intel inside, you have everything you need to go off and do something wonderful.
我叫张少聪，我是一个淘宝主播。我们的直播间的名字呢叫做海南胖瘦兄弟，直播间的粉丝呢都叫我瘦哥。我们现在主要的工作呢就是给粉丝走遍全国，去寻找最绿色、健康、安全的农家货，主要是以水果为主。刚开始做直播，自己没有经验，我们也尝试过就坐在直播间去那样直播，没有人看。后面我们就想着要丰富直播的内容，那就从室内跑到室外，带粉丝去游山玩水。 就这样转化，内容就丰富起来了，他粉丝就更愿意看。哪里有好货，我们就卖哪里的。从我们选果地，到去尝样品，到最后把这个园子定下来，一直到我们摘果、打包、发货，到快递收件，全程都是透明的。你在直播间给粉丝，就是面对面的去给我们把这个产品介绍清楚。那我们的口感为什么会比别人的好？就总体来说，这种客户体验很好。 就是让人看得见，放心。很多地方的货它都只有一个季节，你错过了这一个星期，它要不就是容易烂，要不就是甜度不好。疫情期间就体现出来我们这个淘宝直播这个带货的是威力所在了。水果挂树上，它没有收购商去收啊，直播效率特别高，就能够迅速的去解决问题。当时淘宝组织了一场助农的活动，我们也参与进去了，一天也帮他们卖掉了15000斤的橙子。 它能够帮农民解决很大的问题，在直播上面卖的话就很方便了。人家在没想到卖个水果会卖的，连英国广播电视台都来采访我，是因为这一次疫情的影响，直播带货特别广泛受到关注，就足不出户，大家在家里拿手机刷刷，就能可以买到自己想要的这个农产品了。如果说没有淘宝直播的话，我们 就是名不见经传的一个小角色，但是有淘宝直播呢，现在给了我一个这么好的平台，就是我的特长在这里受到发挥了。淘宝直播是我梦开始的地方，淘宝直播给了我一切。
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But OneWeb's new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb will connect your device through a customized terminal that can be as small as a briefcase and just as compact. Whatever your location, the terminal encrypts your data and sends it at high speed to our satellite fleet passing overhead. These spacecraft are radically innovative, built in our own factory at 1/50th the traditional time and cost, shrunk to the size of a washing machine, yet engineered to deliver powerful throughput. Month by month, we're growing our satellite fleet, and soon we'll have not only the global spectrum rights, but the network reach to deliver truly worldwide coverage. And here's the revolutionary part. The fleet will be in low Earth orbit, 30 times closer to Earth than geostationary satellites. This gives you a stable, real-time connection with no interruption or annoying lag. What's more, our fleet always keeps moving, orbiting in a constellation design that creates seamless coverage. Each satellite uses a set of beams to cover an area the size of Alaska. Terrain is no obstacle. From its flight path and pattern, our fleet can always find your signal, so we can get you online from even the trickiest locations, with look angles that geo-satellite broadband simply can't deliver. We maintain high-grade system resilience from 2 ops centers using state-of-the-art ops concepts. Cloud architecture gives us powerful scalability and control remotely. For example, we can remove satellites at the end of their service life, so that the only trace we'll leave in space is on your screen right now. Now back to that video call of yours. We beam your data back down to Earth to our nearest satellite network portal. Then via one of our point of presence gateways, positioned in secure locations trusted by global providers, it re-enters the web. The journey you've just watched takes, at most, 1/10 of a second. And there they are. Your video call is good to start, whether with colleagues or your family back home. So you need never be out of signal or out of mind. OneWeb will connect you from unconnectable locations and keep you productive on the move. It'll be a breakthrough year when OneWeb technology creates real human progress, connecting everywhere, for everyone.
Panasonic. A better life, a better world.
In the early days of Intel, Robert Noyce once said, "Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful." And wonderful, we did. For more than 50 years, we transformed computing, putting Intel silicon at the heart of innovation. But with all the breakthroughs we made, all the possibilities we created, what's truly wonderful is we did it together.
Let's go higher, higher than we've ever gone before.
And today, as we head into the future, fueled by cloud, AI, 5G, and the incredible potential of data, we are united by what we must do. We're making Intel hardware and software a catalyst for a better tomorrow, to protect our planet, make technology accessible to all, and enrich the lives of every person on Earth. Because the truth is, if you have an idea and Intel inside, you have everything you need to go off and do something wonderful.
我叫张少聪，我是一个淘宝主播。我们的直播间的名字呢叫做海南胖瘦兄弟，直播间的粉丝呢都叫我瘦哥。我们现在主要的工作呢就是给粉丝走遍全国，去寻找最绿色、健康、安全的农家货，主要是以水果为主。刚开始做直播，自己没有经验，我们也尝试过就坐在直播间去那样直播。 没有人看，到后面我们就想着要丰富直播的内容，那就从室内跑到室外，带粉丝去游山玩水，就这样转化，内容就丰富起来了，他粉丝就更愿意看，哪里有好货我们就卖哪里的。从我们选果地，到去尝样品，到最后把这个园子定下来，一直到我们摘果、打包、发货，到快递收件，全程都是透明的。 你在直播间给粉丝就是面对面的去给我们把这个产品介绍清楚，那我们的口感为什么会比别人的好？就总体来说，这种客户体验很好，就是让人看得见，放心。很多地方的货它都只有一个季节，你错过了这一个星期，它要不就是容易烂，要不就是甜度不好。疫情期间就体现出来我们这个淘宝直播这个带货的是威力所在了。水果挂树上，他们没有收购商去收啊。 直播效率特别高，就能够迅速的去解决问题。当时淘宝组织了一场助农的活动，我们也参与进去了，一天也帮他们卖掉了15000斤的橙子，它能够帮农民解决很大的问题。在直播上面卖的话，就很方便了。人家在，没想到卖个水果会卖的，连英国广播电视台都来采访我，是因为这一次疫情的影响，直播带货特别广泛受到关注，就足不出户，大家在家里拿手机刷刷。 就能可以买到自己想要的这个农产品了。如果说没有淘宝直播的话，我们就是名不见经传的一个小角色。但是有淘宝直播呢，现在给了我一个这么好的平台，其实我的特长在这里受到发挥了。淘宝直播是我梦开始的地方，淘宝直播给了我一切。
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But OneWeb's new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb will connect your device through a customized terminal that can be as small as a briefcase and just as compact. Whatever your location, the terminal encrypts your data and sends it at high speed to our satellite fleet passing overhead. These spacecraft are radically innovative, built in our own factory at 1/50th the traditional time and cost, shrunk to the size of a washing machine, yet engineered to deliver powerful throughput. Month by month, we're growing our satellite fleet, and soon we'll have not only the global spectrum rights, but the network reach to deliver truly worldwide coverage. And here's the revolutionary part. The fleet will be in low Earth orbit, 30 times closer to Earth than geostationary satellites. This gives you a stable, real-time connection with no interruption or annoying lag. What's more, our fleet always keeps moving, orbiting in a constellation design that creates seamless coverage. Each satellite uses a set of beams to cover an area the size of Alaska. Terrain is no obstacle. From its flight path and pattern, our fleet can always find your signal, so we can get you online from even the trickiest locations, with look angles that geo-satellite broadband simply can't deliver. We maintain high-grade system resilience from 2 ops centers using state-of-the-art ops concepts. Cloud architecture gives us powerful scalability and control remotely. For example, we can remove satellites at the end of their service life, so that the only trace we'll leave in space is on your screen right now. Now back to that video call of yours. We beam your data back down to Earth to our nearest satellite network portal. Then via one of our point of presence gateways, positioned in secure locations trusted by global providers, it re-enters the web. The journey you've just watched takes, at most, 1/10 of a second. And there they are. Your video call is good to start, whether with colleagues or your family back home. So you need never be out of signal or out of mind. OneWeb will connect you from unconnectable locations and keep you productive on the move. It'll be a breakthrough year when OneWeb technology creates real human progress, connecting everywhere, for everyone.
Panasonic. A better life, a better world.
In the early days of Intel, Robert Noyce once said, "Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful." And wonderful, we did. For more than 50 years, we transformed computing, putting Intel silicon at the heart of innovation. But with all the breakthroughs we made, all the possibilities we created, what's truly wonderful is we did it together.
Let's go higher, higher than we've ever gone before.
And today, as we head into the future, fueled by cloud, AI, 5G, and the incredible potential of data, we are united by what we must do. We're making Intel hardware and software a catalyst for a better tomorrow, to protect our planet, make technology accessible to all, and enrich the lives of every person on Earth. Because the truth is, if you have an idea and Intel inside, you have everything you need to go off and do something wonderful.
我叫张少聪，我是一个淘宝主播。我们的直播间的名字呢叫做海南胖瘦兄弟，直播间的粉丝呢都叫我瘦哥。我们现在主要的工作呢就是给粉丝走遍全国，去寻找最绿色、健康、安全的农家货，主要是以水果为主。刚开始做直播，自己没有经验，我们也尝试过，就坐在直播间去那样直播，没有人看。后面我们就想着要丰富直播的内容，那就从室内跑到室外，带粉丝去游山玩水，就这样转化，内容就丰富起来了，他粉丝就更愿意看。哪里有好货，我们就卖哪里的。从我们选果地，到去尝样品，到最后把这个园子定下来，一直到我们摘果、打包、发货，到快递收件，全程都是透明的。你在直播间给粉丝就是面对面的去给我们把这个产品介绍清楚，因为我们的口感为什么会比别人的好？就总体来说，这种客户体验很好，就是让人看得见，放心。很多地方的货它都只有一个季节，你错过了这一个星期，它要不就是容易烂，要不就是甜度不好。疫情期间就体现出来我们这个淘宝直播这个带货的是威力所在了。水果挂树上，它没有收购商去收啊。直播效率特别高，就能够迅速的去解决问题。当时淘宝组织了一场助农的活动，我们也参与进去了，一天也帮他们卖掉了15000斤的橙子，它能够帮农民解决很大的问题。在直播上面卖的话就很方便了，人家没想到卖个水果会卖的，连英国广播电视台都来采访我，是因为这一次疫情的影响，直播带货特别广泛受到关注，就足不出户，大家在家里拿手机刷刷。就能可以买到自己想要的这个农产品了。如果说没有淘宝直播的话，我们就是名不见经传的一个小角色。但是有淘宝直播呢，现在给了我一个这么好的平台，就是我的特长在这里受到发挥了。淘宝直播是我梦开始的地方，淘宝直播给了我一切。
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But OneWeb's new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Cortina Digital Forum. We are ready to continue the second day's agenda after a very productive morning. So we start now with an afternoon just as full of meetings and debates. To open, an interview with Stefano Quintarelli, who is a digital expert and author of the book AI, What It Really Is, How Does It Work, and How Will It Affect Us? In collaboration with Una Montagna di Libri, the International Literature Festival in Cortina d'Ampezzo that brings together writers and readers in the beautiful landscape of the Dolomites, which is certainly the source of great inspiration for everybody. The interview is going to be conducted by Francesco Chiamulera, also a writer and creator and manager of Una Montagna di Libri. Good afternoon, welcome. I'm really glad to greet all my friends who follow us on Facebook and on YouTube at Una Montagna di Libri and the friends of Cortina Digital Forum with whom we've organized in this meeting today. We'll soon be back to meet in the flesh, hopefully here in Cortina d'Ampezzo with Una Montagna di Libri. I'd like to remind you that our digital meeting program continues also on www.unamontagnadilibri.it. For starting, you saw the protagonist of this meeting of ours. I'm really glad to have with us and whom I'm about to introduce to you all. I'd like to thank our institutional partners of Una Montagna di Libri, the region of Veneto and the municipality of Cortina d'Ampezzo. Also thanks to Audi, our main sponsor, and Converso, who directs our meetings from Milan digitally. To start, I'd like to start with a French philosopher whom I personally love very much, called Alain Finkielkraut, who once said, "We can no longer choose our problems. They choose us one after the other. We accept to be chosen." And in a certain way, this is the meaning of our conversation today, to anticipate in the debate the changes and innovations that are already taking place around us, whether we like it or not, and try to understand them in order to be able to make choices tomorrow, or as Marco Pannella used to say, to know in order to resolve or deliberate. So this is maybe also a duty, a responsibility we have. So let me welcome Mr. Stefano Quintarelli, entrepreneur, communications and IT expert. Thanks for having accepted this invitation. He's also been a member of parliament, but also a pioneer of the internet. And today, the author of Artificial Intelligence, what it really is, how does it work, and what impact will it have? Published in Italy by Bollati Boringhieri, the leading publisher of scientific publications here in Italy. And then maybe here it is. You can see the book right now of Stefano Quintarelli. First of all, welcome, Stefano Quintarelli, to our conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure. I'm sorry I'm not there in person in Cortina, in fact. We will find a way to meet in person. It's a real pity we can't have our usual chats in Cortina d'Ampezzo with Una Montagna di Libri, but we'll do this very soon, I'm sure. So I'd like to remind you that the book is really precious. You did it with a contribution of various other scholars, Correa, Ferrauto, Fossa, Loreggia, Sapienza, to mention some. And this book really explores this immense and fascinating subject in a systematic manner, also with a knowledge on our side which is very limited. And so I'd like to say to you all that my questions will obviously those of somebody who doesn't know anything about AI, and happily so. I am an historian and I don't know artificial intelligence, if not, for those fascinating artistic and literary suggestions we see Mr. Quintarelli mentions in his book, and then maybe we'll mention some of them. But anyway, my knowledge of artificial intelligence is very limited, but we'll talk about this. I hope that for this reason, my curiosity is going to be useful to you all who are following us today and listening to what Mr. Quintarelli has to tell us. Now, in order to get an overview of what artificial intelligence actually is, Mr. Quintarelli, I would like to go through history with you of this concept, a history that you, in fact, retrace in your book published by Bollati Boringhieri. What does it mean, as you rightly say, that we are living a sort of summer of artificial intelligence, as you call it in the book, which obviously follows winter, given that we keep to the Dolomites where, winter's cold and summer is nice. How did we come to the idea of artificial intelligence as we perceive it today, as you call it in the book, and where does it start from? Where did man start trying to create an intelligence which is not humane, but it's an emulation of the way in which our intelligence works, at least at the beginning? Can you give us an overview, an historical overview of this concept? Sure. Well, first of all, I want to say one thing. The preface in the book has been done by Piero Angela, whom I'd like to thank for his kind contribution. And it's the only name you didn't mention, and I wanted to mention it because with a group of co-authors, we have cooperated in writing some of the documents for different scientific papers and different associations. And so in the end, we decided to write a book. So it's a work that's been done by all of us. We all worked on the text in a collaborative manner from remote. And it was fun also as a working experiment. The term artificial intelligence, well, man has always tried to create machines to help him work less or less hardly. And men hypothesized machine even when it didn't use to make them. And the same was true for robots. Robots were biological beings in a novel and in a Czech theatrical piece. Or again, in the Czech Republic, there seems to be something strange because many of these ideas stem from there. But anyway, in general, men always tried to develop machines to help him carry out the hardest jobs. And around 1955, some IT experts met during the summer at Dartmouth at the university, convinced that the reasoning mechanism of a human being could be mimed by a machine. And so they asked and obtained a grant, a fund for a summer grant to reproduce what they defined an artificial intelligence. And this is the way the term developed, a sort of marketing slogan to find the funds for this activity, for this research. research activity. It was $30,000, if I'm not mistaken. Now, instead, many billions dollars went by together with a few decades, and we're still very far from reaching human intelligence because we will never be able to replicate human intelligence. But that was a very efficient slogan, a very efficient metaphor. We are at una montagna di libri, a mountain of books. Metaphors have meanings, obviously. We need to understand, though, that they are metaphors and we need to understand them. We don't wonder whether a mountain of books is the ideal, place for, deer to reproduce, because we have a clear idea of what the metaphor is. And instead, when it comes to artificial intelligence, the metaphor is not totally clear. So we hope with this book to clarify things a little bit. These are machines that carry out tasks that typically were associated with some sort of human intelligence, and so we call it artificial intelligence. And in fact, also, calculators that does the square root, a task that was characteristic of human intelligence, also include a certain level of artificial intelligence, very rudimentary one. Now, the one we have is more sophisticated and allows us to manage and tackle and solve more complicated problems than that of calculating the square root of a number. But still, these are calculations, full stop. Sure, thank you very much. And also thanks for homaging the deer here in Cortina d'Ampezzo. We are so nostalgic and we all want to go back to our mountains, the Dolomites. Stefano Quintarelli, I appreciate your sense of humor from a scientist and an expert, but wanting to provide a scientific definition to artificial intelligence, what is it, apart from the various anecdotes you talked about? Amongst the many, there's one, for instance, when you say the artificial intelligence of YouTube better recognizes which video contain cats, for example, or kittens. Well, if we would narrow down a conception of artificial intelligence to this, then your book would be limited. But there is something else, of course, and it goes not just through your machine learning mechanism, I would like you to expand upon, but also to a more adequate definition of artificial intelligence today. Sure, absolutely, yes. Well, let's say that from 1950 onward to today, various seasons have gone by, and this goes back to the previous question I did not complete my answer for. I mean, there have been very many seasons of euphoria and disillusionment. In the moments of euphoria, we talk about summers, and the moments of disillusionment, when it comes to technology, are called winters. And here there is always a cycle of ups and downs, as the peaks of mountains. So you have summers and then the troughs, i.e. the winters, the disillusionment. And now we are in a moment of summer for artificial intelligence, when thanks to a new approach, well, in fact, not a new approach, an old approach with new practice, because it was available only in theory now. Whilst now it is available in practice, we can now approach these tasks that were characteristic of human intelligence with new techniques and with machine learning in particular. Machine learning, again, is interesting because it's part of the family of metaphors. Machine learning, learning by machines. That means using computers to analyze data. So we can also call it an artificial intelligence based on data. So we can use machines to analyze data, and from data then select statistical models we can then use to make predictions. Obviously, everything sounds very complicated, but with an example, everything becomes much, much easier. Just as an example, if we see a nice sunset tonight, we can say that tomorrow the weather is going to be nice, because there is a proverb that tells us so. But this is based on the observation of reality. You look at reality, you see that yesterday it was nice weather, and so today it's nice, or yesterday it was right and today it's nice, and you repeat it again. Or yesterday, the sunset was not red, and so today the weather is bad. And on the basis of these observations, observation of reality, of this data referring to reality, we create a statistical model, which is the proverb. When the sunset is red, the following day will be nice. This is statistical data. It's not certain. It's not like 2 + 2 is 4. Statistically speaking, if the sunset is red, the following day will be a nice day. Once we have this statistical model of reality, and this is the learning phase, therefore, extracting this statistical model from the observational reality. Once we have this statistical model, we can use it to make new predictions. Say tonight the sky is not going to be red, then tomorrow I can go and play soccer. Maybe not, because probably tomorrow the weather will not be very good. So this is the essence of artificial intelligence based on data, machine learning. Observe reality, select statistical models out of it, use the statistical models to make new predictions, to decide whether we're going to play soccer tomorrow or not, or whether we're going for a walk in the mountains or not. Clearly, the observation in this case is very simple. I look west in the evening and I see whether the sunset is red, if the sky is red. But there can be much more complicated observations. I look at how many square meters and at which floor a flat is, and I predict the price. I study the correlation with the price of that home, and so I can develop a system that predicts the prices for flats. Or maybe I look at the features of the image of a cell and I correlate it to the fact that this cell is a tumor cell or not, and so I can develop a system which, starting from the model, can predict, or at least tell me that that histological test shows a cancerous cell or not. But the mechanism is always the same. Observation of reality, construction of the model. So if the sunset is red, the weather will be good. So a model for prediction. It works the same for everything. Okay, yes, many of the modern computer techniques try to copy or mimic the functioning of certain biological forms. You tell this in the book, and amongst the most famous ones, there's one that goes back and mimics the functioning of neural networks, which are obviously a way in which our unknown brain works. The neural networks are one of the bricks of the functioning of our brains. I know that this is a rather specialized subject, but given what you just told us, what you've just explained to us, could you please also introduce this concept? How can, by explaining what they are, how can neural networks influence the projection of artificial intelligence in which it is developed, perceived, and implemented today?
Quello che in matematica si chiamano dei grafi.
Neural networks are graphy, and they're part of the metaphor. They're graphi. They're nothing but patterns, say, of connections amongst different values, and these connections in turn have values. Imagine a web. A graphi is a web with numbers and connections on the nodes where these connections meet. So this is a graph, and there's a way, and this is a great discovery that happened during the second half of last century. There is a way to use these graphs, these networks, to extract statistical models, and this is called neural networks. Also, our neurons, our brain is made up of networks. So there is an analogy. Obviously, neural networks, biological neural networks are much more complex, and we don't really know their functioning yet, at least not in detail. Whilst this mathematical tool, which we know very well, and which evokes the system in which the brain works, is a very powerful mechanism to extract statistical models give it observations of reality, the forms of the cell, the price of flats, or the sunset which is red, and so on and so forth, the characteristics of the flats or whatever. It's a very powerful way to provide this data and make predictions, i.e. statistical models that can be used for predictions. So basically these neural networks are sums and multiplications that are being made, large tables, huge tables of numbers with billions and billions of numbers that are summed and multiplied, added and multiplied an infinite number or a huge number of times. We're talking about linear algebra here. And this is it, basically. Neural networks are just a big pile of linear algebra. Yes, a mountain of linear algebra. In the meantime, I get corrected by Alessandro Marzomagno. I got corrected, certainly not you, because knowing to resolve is something Einaudi said before Pannella. This is an important detail because people who follow us are more learned than I am, for sure. Professor Quintarelli, I just also wanted to ask you something that has to do with my job. In your book, also to be a bit lighter. In the book, you refer to some experiments that have been made and are being made in China with its role that doesn't always respect human rights. Experiments concerning the possibility of selecting, again, using artificial intelligence, some specific skills people might have. For instance, in a while I might be jobless because, a reporter in one of our meetings could be selected amongst many through a study of what? Of brain waves, and not only that. Obviously, these are parameters that are not far from, red at night, nice weather the following day. So my question is, in selecting competencies, skills, tasks, and jobs, should we expect artificial intelligence to deal with this in the future? And if you agree, this could also introduce the larger topic of ethics, which is right at the core of your book. So where does artificial intelligence substitute humane selection mechanisms that are often based on values, be them right or wrong? Okay, now this is a central question, and we could spend a few hours discussing about this during this afternoon session. But let's start by saying that the square root is something that our calculator can calculate. Before calculators, human beings had to be intelligent and taught how to calculate a square root, because a machine could not do that. The square root was an activity that showed human intelligence. Then calculators started doing the same, and on the press at that time, these were called intelligent calculators, and there was a big debate about whether these things would have made us dumber or less intelligent, or whether these things would have eliminated jobs. So this debate started. Now it's clear to everybody that that activity is not characteristic of human intelligence, because machines can do that. Clearly, machines, when they do that much faster, and in some cases with more precision than we can, given that they take so little time. And they can do it on a huge quantity of data. So they can do a lot more than what we as human beings do. And that's the reason why we designed those machines, because we wanted to do things more accurately and faster, because otherwise we would have had to do that ourselves. This is an example, but another example could be Excel, the spreadsheet. Those of us who use Excel spreadsheets in business know that if you want to create a budget, you have a specific function, you use that one, and that automatically finds the balance between assets and liabilities, costs, etc. This is another activity which before Excel required weeks and weeks of work with different cycles. We've invented Excel, spreadsheets in general, and we've simplified life to everybody, and none of us would ever now think of creating a budget without Excel. And that's not because we consider ourselves less intelligent, simply because it is easier. Now, with these machine learning techniques, with these artificial intelligence based on data techniques, we distilled the statistical model from data we observe from reality, and once we have distilled these models, we use them to make new predictions. What kind of problems do these statistical models solve? Well, they solve problems different from calculating the square root or finding, the budget or following a certain recipe as traditional software programs. So they solve problems of classification. So if it's nice tonight, tomorrow it'll be either bad or good, or this is a cell, tumor, non-tumor, this is a flat, this is the price range or not the price range. Again, classification. There are obviously slight imprecisions in what I'm saying, but I want to make myself understood by everybody. So this is a set of, say, photographs of traffic, and the prediction is I'll turn right or left, or I'll accelerate, or I maybe stop. And so on and so off, and so on, so that we have autonomous driving. So we have classification. And given that it's a machine that perceives and classifies, that machine works much, much faster than we could. And it does so on a much bigger quantity of data, hugely bigger than what a human being could manage. So let's give an example now. Suppose I want to analyze all people working in a very, very large company, and I give their CVs, their assessments to a machine, to ask the machine to find a correlation between this data and the wage of these people. So I take 50,000 people, I put them into a machine, into a computer, I tell the machine sanctions, promotions, studies, etc., and I get the wage out of the machine. At this point, I have created a system that can predict the right wage, in inverted commas, for a person within that organization. A new person is hired, and that new person is hired goes through the same statistical model, and the statistical model will tell me, 45,000 euro a year. If I did so, what I would do would be to crystallize problems that already exist in that company, because data represent the company for what it is and not for what we would like it to be. And we know that women are underpaid, for example. Given that we take existing data where women, alas, this is a reality, are underpaid, if we use this statistical model, if we use this system to build a model that predicts wage for women, when a woman will be hired, then that woman will be underpaid if we follow the model. Why am I saying so? This was a long premise, it's complicated, but I think it's going to be useful also in the follow-up of this interview. Because in reality, what we do is to create a model starting from data we find in reality. And we never know exactly which are the characteristics being assessed to actually come to a certain specific conclusion. We can foresee a correlation amongst all these things and the right wage in inverted commas, but it might not be so. Given that we gave historic data, Lombroso and physiognomics, this was a pseudoscience, and there were people who were absolutely convinced that by studying the shape of the skull of people, you could actually determine whether that person would become a criminal or not. And people were sent to prison for this. I know that you're speaking, but you're muted. No, I was just saying that this is one of the big, takes of the 19th century. Yes, and in the 21st century, the situation is the same. We think that any correlation implies a causal connection. We look at reality and we think that there is a causal meaning to that, but it's not given for granted. So if we use these tools to tackle whatever topic, well, probably we'll make huge physiognomic mistakes, as the one by Lombroso. If we use this on the basis of characteristics which we do not really know of different behaviors, and we say, this is the perfect moderator or the perfect speaker at a conference, then we would probably, hit the wall and make huge mistakes by doing so. What we can know, what we can do is find correlations between the behaviors of different people and the fact that the public, the audience, appreciates that, because this is clear. There is a correlation. We don't really know which correlation it is, but we know that it exists. Maybe the machine will assess the posture, the voice, the type of smile. It would find all sorts of correlations, and it would find correlations one way or another. But then maybe the correlation is connected to the background of the room. And so, if the background of the room would have been different, then the audience would have been different as a consequence. So in the end, you say it's the background of the room. No, we don't know. And so we've got to be very cautious, because not always the correlations we find are the basis for a causal connection and can help us make correct predictions. And not always the data we observe in reality are the data we think they actually are. But in fact, they describe a reality which, alas, is different from our idea of reality, because women are underpaid, because black people are discriminated, etc., etc., etc. And so basically, this technology is wonderful on the one hand and allows us to do lots and lots of things, but we shouldn't overestimate it. We shouldn't think it's going to be the panacea, because there are correlations that are not causal. We can't think this is going to be the panacea of all our issues. We need to carry out experiments, and we start from data, and so data must be collected carefully, because quite often this is not the case. I look at the color of the sky by looking from underground. This is an incorrect way of looking at the sky if you want to forecast the weather for the following day. So correlations which aren't causal connections, collection of imprecise data, and data that describe a reality which is different from the one we envisage.
Well, in a moment, I have to tell you something else concerning ethics in artificial intelligence, which has to do with our mantra, which is surveillance, which is a very important topic, but let's talk about it in a minute from now. But Mr. Quintarelli, you talked about a very important question that is replicating through artificial intelligence, social layering, prejudices, and sometimes also injustices, let's call them by their name, which we, with our policies, try to fight against day in and day out. Well, tell us something more about what is recently talking about the US. And so I found the same anecdote told in two different books. The big issue of the US urban engineering or architecture, which you take from Robert, an essay about Robert Moses, where in speaking about the designer, you were indeed saying that bridges in the US, I had prepared a few pictures, but I cannot show them. Bridges can be just too low for buses to go through that. One thinks that it's a mistake. This was an intentional form of segregation for poor people and non-white people in the US, and not to reach certain neighborhoods in the city. So in other words, a bus could not go through that. Given that I have read both Francesco Costa and the excellent book by Quintarelli, there are a few examples here in Italy as well to section out all these neighborhoods. And it's all very good. But what is the relationship that this bears with artificial intelligence? Well, the answer is rather obvious. When we design systems, and the use we make of data may be oriented, although it does not appear to be a discrimination. It can be oriented towards generating discrimination or consolidating it. Well, that's where our ethics comes into playing. Those who design systems, when you talk about ethics in AI, that's not about the machine, because the machine does not have an ethics. Machine doesn't know whether a cell is a tumor. The machine doesn't know what a tumor is. The machine doesn't even know that this is a cell or an image. What they do, a machine find correlations among piles of data with other data without actually having an idea about the meaning. They're not aware of the meaning, those machines. We attribute a meaning. We choose data. We plan algorithms working on those data. We select and gather and collect data to develop algorithms. We put them into the machine. We validate the predictions that are being made. For instance, it's sad to say, actually, but at the very borders of Europe, I don't know whether it's still the same today, but it was so not long ago, or until not long ago, people used AI machines which were in a position, according to the seller, to recognize whether a person was lying when they would tell you where they were coming from, to decide whether to accept them or to reject them. This is something that has to do with excess, as Cesare Lombroso, a scholar, used to say in the past. It's us deciding what kind of action we are performing, whether this is a discrimination or not. So whoever comes into contact with these systems, producing them, designing them, trading them, using them, etc. This is not a panacea, of course. These are extremely useful technologies, and we are going to find them anywhere. This is a new way of piling up a software package. This can be called statistical planning, allowing us to come to terms with new issues, for instance, to recognize puppy cat on YouTube, classify flats, acknowledge diseased cells, recycle waste, or carry out surgery on plants so that we may reduce the use of pesticides, etc. I mean, this is going to be so pervasive that it will be everywhere. This is a new software, extremely pervasive. We should not load it with excessive expectations versus things that we cannot as yet explain, such as, for instance, acknowledging the right of asylum to people, or the protection over a criminal act or whatever, or recognizing tweens, etc. Well, maybe that's easier. Well, it's comforting to know that it's easier to find a partner than reject a migrant. This is a good news. But yesterday, commenting news by ANSA that the authority in Italy rejected the system for face recognition. You have commented common sense is prevailing. This has to do with safety, the protection of people's rights, and face recognition, which is already part of our lives. If you have a smartphone, you can just have access to that by looking at the camera. But this is something different, having to do the safety device. That's Italian, but that can be interesting for other police systems, such as those at the borders of Europe. Why is it that this is a good decision? And I'm talking about the authorities' decision. Well,
intelligenza artificiale, come dicevo, è una programmazione
artificial
statistica.
intelligence is
Statistica
based
è
upon
stile, come
statistical
dicevamo
planning.
fa.
Statistics is what
Tu neanche
we're
una,
familiar with. If I eat two chicken and you don't, we ate one chicken each. Statistics intrinsically generates mistakes. Statistic models generate mistakes, whilst a typical algorithm-based software, whenever you make 2 times 2 makes 4. This is always going to be done. Recognizing a puppy cat within a video sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. So if we use tools that we know by definition that every now and then makes mistake, we've got to be very careful to try to detect mistakes, of course. The instrument will not detect them, otherwise it wouldn't be wrong. Humans must interact, so what we call humans in the loop, so the machine decides something and a human takes a decision, or humans on the loop, that is, the machine processes something and man double checks that. So using these face recognition systems means knowing that they're subject to making mistakes. In England, these machines have been placed to recognize potential criminals close to the Parliament at Westminster. Then a request to have access to data after a while was being filed in order to know whether the precision was good enough. If you ask a policeman, the gadget's work, he says to you, yes, because we have got 4 people, but we cannot restrict our research to this. We should wonder, out of all criminals who went through there, how many were recognized by the system? This is a question with no answer, because if we know that there were 100 criminals and the system has recognized only 10, we know that there were another 90, but we should have arrested them had we known that they were there, but we did not. And so this is a structural piece of information which is lacking, which in statistics is called retrieval, and it's one of the measurements for these systems. Out of all criminals, how many I have caught? This is the retrieval system. And then another precision model. Out of all the people who were caught, how many were actual criminal? The system is used in the United Kingdom. 96% of all the people caught were not criminals. So we're using a system that, one, we do not know how many criminals can catch. And we know that whenever someone gets stopped, practically almost all of them are not criminals. These are intrinsically restrictions and limitations by technology, and there's very little that we can do about it. Well, as I said before, a calculator calculates square roots definitely more quickly than us. These machines classify definitely quicker than we can. In Italy, before the Sahari system, we used to have the so-called people on parole, etc., and there were practically 50,000 people on parole, which means if someone would tell you this guy is 1.8 meters high, blue eyes, short hair, etc., you would take all the files of the suspects and you would choose among them. This perception and classification was intrinsically slow because it had to be carried out by a human being, because these were all photographs or maybe computer files, but always managed by a human. So intrinsically slow. If we digitize this system and this is carried out by artificial intelligence, these physical limitations are no longer there. And things indeed may be increased both volume-wise and speed-wise. Well, that's why 50,000 files became 100,000, and then 1 million, and then maybe I'm just quoting numbers which are not very correct, but the order of magnitude was this, and I believe I'm not wrong, but I'm not 100% sure about that. well, let's say that I'm sure only to 95%. And the last parliamentary inquiry on this theme revealed that in Italy, police has 16 million photos belonging to 9 million people. Now, you see here that the change of nature from physical, and we're talking about physical photographs, to digital through artificial intelligence, changes completely the size of the problem. Once upon a time, those who dealt with human rights and civil rights as well would not wonder about the problem on how to avoid a mass filing of 10 million people because it was just impossible. There were physical limitations and restrictions. When these are no longer there, then there is another question. Changing from physical into digital through artificial intelligence is not a neutral endeavor. It calls for really truly pondering on the basic values of democracy, the country where we live, and guarantees, etc. Well, clearly, this also depends upon culture, and I'm talking about our own European culture, because in China they have a different perception of the individual rights, etc. I'm talking about China, but I may quote other Far Eastern countries, etc. So this decision by the public authority brings the balance back by saying that this should not be done versus a more profound thought, which is not just the technical switch to one system to another, but the passage changes radically the very nature of the object. And therefore, authority, the public authority, did the right thing to do that. And there is another anecdote, if I may. I was a member of the parliament during the last legislature, and I filed a bill on autonomous weapons, which means I take a weapon, attach some artificial intelligence, and then send those weapons alone to kill people. Well, clearly, what matters to me is not really the precision, the accuracy. I mean, if I kill one more or one less during a war, it doesn't really make a big difference, is it? It's not a big deal. So we don't need really to be very careful about all this. But technology allows us today to be able to build some devices which independently can perceive, classify, so identify and select a target, identify it, follow it, hit it completely independently and autonomously. Now, clearly, this is something that needs to be taken very carefully. It's not just like taking a weapon and adding a trinket and have the weapon firing more quickly. Within the team in Brussels I was part of, although the European Union is not competent on defense, we thought that we had to express ourselves and voice our being against the building of completely autonomous weapons. Although this was not part of our mandate, we wanted to express an opinion on that. And when I was a member of the parliament, I made a point on this, and I filed for a resolution saying, well, let's try to restrict this particular development. Let's ask our partners to really think twice about this before implementing it. I'd expected people to agree on this with me. Indeed, my resolution did not pass, and the outcome was a kind of touched-up document. And then I asked a colleague of mine, do you trust your computer? He says, no, because all computers break down. And do you trust a computer whereby you can kill only evil people? And he said to me, well, computers belonging to the army don't make mistakes. So this speaks for itself. You need culture to understand the limitations, potentials of artificial intelligence, etc. And part of the resolution was to suggest that within international dealings, when it comes to weapons, we not only have or must have military experts, but also experts on artificial intelligence. Otherwise, we're running the risk of getting into a swamp which is not compatible with our constitution. Unfortunately, my draft resolution was rejected. It doesn't really surprise me because vis-à-vis the average background, cultural background of other members of parliament, this does not come as a surprise. We have another 8 minutes to go, but I have to ask you a question, but give me a concise answer. First of all, is really having to do with ethics and surveillance. I read The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, but another book by Lewis University Press and by David Lyon, The Culture of Surveillance, are interesting books. Given that we're talking about Alexa in your book, but also other voice assistants, talking about this data, do you think it's fair for multinational companies or any other company designing all this as an integration for all households, as Shoshana Zugo seemed to suggest it a few years back? That is, if you have a smart home system, the information of the smart home are within the same household and not being given to third parties. We know that Microsoft, Google, Apple make wide use of these data and have free access. According to Shoshana Azubov, all this was a intrusion and a damage to our privacy, and for some people also intrusive into our households. There is no Orwellian's big brother, but we have to monitor all these systems. And in one way or another, we kind of overcome technology. And I wanted to understand what you think about it. Well, the question is very long. I shall try to give you a concise answer. I wrote another book on this previous of that on artificial intelligence. The title is Immaterial Capitalism. What Azubov said is correct, but it's only part of the game, so to say. And it's only a partial discussion on digital intermediaries, because Booking and Airbnb do not perform surveillance capitalism, but there is nonetheless the same pattern of behaviors. So there is a common root. And so just read also Immaterial Capitalism if you want to know more about it. Well, certainly, data have to be brought back within the framework of the sphere of control by all users. This is one of the conclusions that I draw in my book, Immaterial Capitalism. But I can go even further on. Montesquieu used to have a statement about that. He is a historian, and he thought about how to sort out power, which is the foundations of Western democracies. We have the three powers. But what about now, in the era of surveillance capitalism? How do we go about when it comes to those systems controlled by the government and therefore by a minister potentially? And these things can interfere, intrude into people's lives. And the only difference is that this government has a monopoly of strength vis-à-vis these subjects. And therefore, if we are to pay great deal of attention to surveillance immaterial capitalism, we at the same time will have to pay attention to IT used by the government. And we talk too little about it because the government, the state, has a monopoly on these terms. And you have choices to make between distributed and centralized systems. The Constitution set out some rules. But what about IT vis-à-vis all these situations? Because, of course, one has to get worried about surveillance capitalism, but we have to be also worried about surveillance executive power. And this has to be taken into consideration in good moments, because so that in bad moments can have those guarantees. And if we did not develop them when the time is good, we have to prevent this to happen when time is bad, and therefore avoiding setting up instruments to be used by a kind of a corrupted form of government. So this is a good moment to develop all these things. I remind you that you can get into an authoritarian system by voting. Prime Minister Draghi said it, and according to President Draghi, you may be elected and become a dictator. You get into an authoritarian system based on voting. It's very rare that you have a system whereby you get rid of an authoritarian system by voting. So we have to try to make our best efforts that capitalism and surveillance will be extended to a surveillance government. I invite you to read also the other book.
Yes, Stefano Quintarelli's Immaterial Capitalism, absolutely, and thank you for your answer, which I would like to remind you of together with Artificial Intelligence, today's book. And I'd like to show it one last time before asking one last question to Stefano Quintarelli. Can we see the cover of his book, which is again published by Bollate Boringhieri and which is sold also here in the Soville bookshop in Cortina, but you also find it everywhere in Italy. So we are at a Montagna di Libri, besides being at Cortina Digital Forum, so I cannot but ask you very quickly, we have 1 minute, amongst the various literary, cinema and works of art you read on artificial intelligence, which are all an approximation, of course, because they're not essays, which is the one you're closest to, or the one that gets closest to the reality of artificial intelligence that you would suggest? Well, it's exactly the opposite. The most interesting ones are those that really make you dream and that are really far from reality. Obviously, 2001 Space Odyssey, HAL 9000, HAL, which are the letters before IBM, and then the idea of optical memory. I mean, there are lots and lots of very interesting ideas in that movie, some of which, became reality, and others which, at that time were almost incredible and are still science fiction today. There are very many worries about artificial intelligence because we might create super intelligent, superhuman machines developing a conscience, etc., etc. But in the report we have written with the European Commission, with this group of experts, we wondered about this. Do we want to talk about these things or not? Because if we do, we are going to mobilize them. If we don't, it looks as though we're ignoring something, and that maybe we want to hide something. So in the end, we decided to talk about them in a note which says that these are unrealistic worries. In fact, irrealistic, the term irrealistic or unrealistic has been decided on a Saturday because we thought about science fiction before. Science fiction is beautiful, it makes us dream, and it's correct for us to read it. Very many things then become realities, but the majority of them don't. And artificial intelligence is not what we see in Hollywood, but rather what I explain about in the book. Okay, thank you. Thank you wholeheartedly to Stefano Quintarelli, the author of Artificial Intelligence. We hope to see you in Cortina d'Ampezzo. Thank you very much.
Grazie a Stefano Quintarelli e a Francesco Chiamulera di Una Montagna di Libri per questa affascinante intervista che ci ha anche chiarito molto le idee sull'intelligenza artificiale e sul suo impatto sulla nostra vita. Ho apprezzato molto la citazione di Francesco all'inizio e a dire il vero ne ho anch'io una per voi sull'argomento. Come farà l'uomo per non essere disumanizzato dalla macchina, per dominarla, per renderla moralmente un'arma di progresso? Queste sono parole del poeta visionario
progress weapons. These are the words of Giuseppe Ungaretti, the visionary poet who wrote this in 1953, but which I think are still very current. So now we are still going to talk about this topic with the next experts coming with this new session titled Artificial Intelligence, Risk or Opportunity? A session that will be chaired by Alberto Di Felici, who's head of infrastructure, privacy and safety, where he deals with cybersecurity, telecommunications and data protections at Digital Europe. To you, Alberto.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the penultimate session of the Cortina Digital Forum, where we'll discuss the very interesting topic of AI. I mean, it's hard to follow with a panel session after the wonderful interview with Mr. Quintarelli. I think he set the scene very beautifully for our discussion today. And to continue with the science fiction-based parallels that he started to draw, it's very easy when we talk about artificial intelligence to think about Skynet. Mr. Quintarelli showed that there's many examples that science fiction gave us through the years about artificial intelligence systems, but I think Skynet and the Terminator are the ones that are universally known in popular culture. And I think an example like Skynet is effectively what policymakers worldwide, and especially in Europe, have always had in the back of their minds whenever they started to tackle technology regulation. The goal of regulating technology happens to be most of the time that of preventing that machines can take over humans and humanity. And so this certainly applies to what the European institutions do when they start writing laws. This was certainly the background for the discussions between 2012 and 2016 when the General Data Protection Regulation was being negotiated. And that, as you probably know, became arguably the most famous law that is universally known worldwide. And this is very much true for the discussion that we're having about artificial intelligence today in Brussels. There are many topics that we have discussed on this forum that are relevant to the future of our digital society, digital economy. It's probably difficult to find one that will stir more emotions than artificial intelligence. And there are many good reasons for that. Clearly, artificial intelligence represents the industrial engine upon which the raw material, that is data, will be able to create incredible results for the great challenges that we have. It's very easy to see the applications in healthcare and medicine. They're very important, clearly, in a time of pandemic. Or the importance that artificial intelligence will the important role that it will play in solving the huge sustainability challenges that we have ahead of us. But clearly, since I mentioned Skynet, with great potential comes great responsibility and risk. And that is why the European Commission put forward a proposal for a regulation on artificial intelligence. And this is among the topics that we'll discuss. And clearly, in line with the rest of the Cortina event, we have a wonderful panel of experts from a policy and business perspective that have been working for years on artificial intelligence and its many facets, and we'll be discussing with them. I will not go through the full list that you can find on the website, but I will introduce them as I start asking them questions. The first one, and we're very happy to have her, is Lucilla Scioli, who's Director for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Industry at DG Connect at the European Commission. She is the director responsible for the legislative proposal that the Commission put forward just 2 days ago, last Wednesday. And so it's only appropriate to ask her, since I also believe this is the first event where she's been invited to speak after the proposal was out, to ask her to illustrate what the proposal is about, what objectives the Commission plans to achieve with this proposal, and how it plans to do it. Lucilla?
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me to this beautiful event. Let me say, first of all, that we did not tackle artificial intelligence as a super intelligence that is going to wipe out the world. We are not thinking that that's what artificial intelligence can do. We were much more moderate in our thinking and rather referring to the risks that AI may bring about in terms of violation of fundamental rights or challenges to the safety standards we have established and we have achieved in the European Union. We think fundamentally artificial intelligence is good and it's very positive and it's very important in our economies and societies, and you certainly gave a good example with the impact it has had in healthcare, reading, for example, the images of the lungs of the patients affected by COVID and facilitating diagnosis and prognosis through that. So there are many, many different examples you can bring, and AI is going to be a force for economic growth and also for a better life. But it can bring up some risks, and these risks relate mostly to violation of fundamental rights or of in terms of safety. And this is why we came forward with our proposal. And what our proposal essentially says is that we identify a list of use cases that we consider high risk. This is a limited set of use cases because most of the artificial intelligence market is not affected at all by our rules. This is a limited list of use cases that you will find in Annex 3 of this regulation. What we say is that we would like that those applications are actually checked before they are put on the European market, and they are checked from the point of view of the use of high quality data sets, for the point of view of providing the right information to the user, including indication on the human oversight that should be provided to those systems, information also about the accuracy and the performance levels. So essentially, we apply what we already have in our product safety legislation nowadays to artificial intelligence. We intend this way to minimize the risk that comes from artificial intelligence and then allow it on the Then there will be a surveillance authority who can actually intervene and go back and, through documentation that we have asked to put in place, also analyze the traceability and define where the harm comes from. So in a nutshell, this is our proposal. And then we will also go on prohibiting certain practices. In particular, we would like to prohibit the use of subliminal behavior to influence vulnerable groups and creative psychological and physical harm, as well as we would like to prohibit the use of AI for social scoring. We have a special chapter on biometrics identification. This is probably what is attracting most attention in the discussions that are taking place with biometric identification, unless there is a national law and a judicial authorization for the use of this technology in the presence of serious crimes that are listed in the legislation. We eventually then also set up a governance system which will continue to allow us to monitor the market, because of course this is a technology that changes over time, innovative, and needs to be monitored, and so that we can see whether we need to bring new use cases to the screening of before they're being put on the market.
Thank you, Sheila, for that comprehensive overview. I'd like to move on now to Antonio Bosio, who's head of the Product and Solutions Division for Samsung. Antonio, great to have you here. I mean, artificial intelligence is probably my introduction talking about Skynet contributed to that, and Lucilla rightly reprimanded me for that. But, you know, it's usually associated with a lot of danger and futuristic scenarios of danger. And we tend to forget that artificial intelligence is here nowadays, and largely it's usually, you know, beneficial to a great extent. Can you describe to us what artificial intelligence today means for Samsung?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, first, allow me to say, I guess you are in contact with Samsung and know Samsung because in your life, some of our digital devices are possibly available. But Samsung Electronics is a lot more than physical products, physical devices. We have technology development streams for technology innovation, which obviously cover artificial intelligence, but also 5G, robotics, self-driving cars, sensors on machines, etc., on cars, sorry. And these streams I was referring to are obviously all interconnected one with the other. So we use artificial intelligence on the cloud and on devices. So having the best possible 5G connectivity allows all this to work better. And the same is true for a robot. A robot needs to receive information, and once again, connectivity and interconnectivity becomes very important and relevant. Well, simply to talk about the technical development at Samsung, I want to share with you, it's an honor for me to share with you that we invest $40 million a day in research and development, not just on artificial intelligence, but in general in themes connected to innovation. And where do we develop artificial intelligence? Well, Samsung is a global company. We have different research and development centers in various geographic areas, in various places in the world. And more specifically, those represented on the slide are the 7 research and development centers we have in the world that operate on artificial intelligence. Why such a global distribution? Well, first, obviously, there is an industrial issue, the possibility of working 24 hours a day on AI. But then there is also a deeper reason for this. The reasonable certainty we can minimize, if not totally reduce or eliminate biases, something that has been raised by Mr. Quintarelli earlier on. Artificial intelligence might have biases going with it. And so there are geographic biases, cultural biases that need to be taken into account. Having a research and development activity in artificial intelligence, which is so distributed in our planet allows us to reduce or minimize this dimension of biases. What are the main pillars we're working on for artificial intelligence? Well, obviously, in general, the awareness is that artificial intelligence can help people access to what's positive about services and digital devices. The interfaces evolved a lot if we compare this to the past. An important leap forwards have been made, but still today there are parts of the populations that have difficulties in interfacing with the touch interface, and so can't really use all the value the digital world can offer them. So we are convinced that one of the most natural ways of allowing people to interact with technology is language, voice. So artificial intelligence in this framework is used to understand requests being made by the user of a device in the best possible manner, try answers to his or her questions, and give back answers to these questions as vocal messages. Then there's the stream that sees artificial intelligence used on devices. So we ask hardware to do a set of things that improve the customer experience, that improve the quality of life of people. And then in general, obviously, the possibility of making different devices interact one with the other, devices that surround us already today and that will surround us more and more in the future and will obviously encompass satisfaction in life. So direct and correct interaction amongst all digital devices around us allow also in this case to consider improving the quality of our lives and maybe free up space so that we can dedicate a bit more of our leisure time to what we like. And then, in my opinion, it is also important to share the fact that, given that we are aware about the complexity of this issue of artificial intelligence, we decided to follow a code of conduct. And the three principles that follow all developments are equity, commitment, so as to allow equity and diversity are the basis of our implementations, and avoid the propagation of biases, as we said before, because we want to guarantee everybody, also the most fragiles, to have access to services, and transparency, because artificial intelligence is often associated with a gray area. You don't really know what happens inside these machines, these models. And so, on the other hand, instead, we ask artificial intelligence to inform users when they interact with artificial intelligence, and we have the duty of showing to whoever wants to see it what's the code that allows these machines to work, so that it can be clear to everybody and everybody can understand which are the principles upon which decisions are taken and certain options are offered instead of others. And then responsibility. We are aware of the fact that a company such as Samsung has also a social responsibility, and this awareness is what is driving us. So we are committed to developing technologies to guarantee that in time such technologies will be protected and can evolve our skills and possibilities in the best possible manner. So artificial intelligence should not be an excluding element, but rather an inclusive element for all of us. I'd like to show you another couple of slides which show real examples of how artificial intelligence is now being made available in Samsung's devices we use on a daily basis. For instance, in the smartphone, the camera today is not just one single camera, but it's a set of different modules that interact one with the other in a very complex manner. And from this point of view, artificial intelligence allows the optimal set of regulations that allow you to obtain the best possible image when you take a photograph, or the best possible video can take place automatically without the user having to do anything, without the user having needing to have any skill in photography. We've recently applied artificial intelligence to a washing machine, and artificial intelligence applied to the washing machine allows us to understand what's the way in which all in all people wash in that household, and so so we can simplify the representation of menus on the display. So we simplify the interaction with the device itself. An artificial intelligence machine, a washing machine, also deals with external issues. If I, during, say, a working day, start washing with the washing machine at 8 o'clock in the morning, and usually during a working day I leave home to go to work, the washing machine asks me if I really want to start the cycle at that time, or whether instead it'd be better to start later in the afternoon, so that when I come back in the evening, I will reasonably have the cycle will have be concluded, and I can use the stuff out of the washing machine. With TVs, you know that TVs now have high-resolution displays. Technically, we talk about 8,000 pixels per line, so 32 million pixels on one single display. The scarce resource is bandwidth. So today, the difficulty is that of allowing content at very high definition to reach these TV sets. So on TVs now, there is an artificial intelligence engine that does what technically is called upscaling of content. It comes through the internet, through the antenna we have on top of our house, a standard resolution content, and this content is evolved through artificial intelligence so that the usage experience of the person who's watching TV at that moment is the best possible, is the optimal one. And then another example in terms of helping people and improving the quality of life of people. We talked about language and voice. Think about those ranges of the population who are the elderly, but not just the elderly, also the disabled, who have difficulties in using digital devices. If they can't use these devices today, then they are automatically excluded from a series of opportunities others instead who can use these devices can use and exploit. So being able to simply speak to a device with a natural language and triggering those processes I have described before to then receive answers is, in my opinion, extremely important to move in the direction of not leaving anybody behind. Robots, you see them at the center of the slide now. These are robots that move and can help and care for the fragile and for the weak, so that they can carry out tasks they could not carry out otherwise. And then artificial intelligence can also be applied in clinical settings. In our product lines, we also have medical devices, basically X-ray machines or ultrasound machines. Physicians usually can correctly interpret these images in 85% of cases, but the algorithm of the artificial intelligence has the same capacity of identifying diseases, again, almost equal to 85%. But if you put together the artificial intelligence algorithm that suggests the physicians and the further analysis capability of the physician himself or herself, we go from 85 to 92-95% of capacity. So with this, I just wanted to talk about very practical things, which in my opinion allow us to understand to which extent artificial intelligence already exists and can already contribute to improving our quality of life.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonio. I think this was a very useful overview of current applications of AI, and also I think you provided a level of overview of what companies are doing to respond to some of the ongoing issues with the implementation itself as part of their responsibility in deploying it ethically, we would say. And this is a great segue for our next speaker, particularly when you were speaking about AI in language. Our next speaker is Laetitia Cayetot, who's the European lead for data and AI at Accenture, and she's also the global lead for what's known as conversational AI. She has been, out there in the field studying and deploying these solutions. She also holds a number of patents in the field. And she's been working in sectors such as healthcare, financial services, among others. Can you explain to us, maybe expand a bit on what Antonio said about conversational AI? And if I can already follow up with another question, do you think that AI that can literally speak to you should be scarier or more reassuring to us?
Thank you, Alberto. I just wanted to thank you for including me in this panel. It's great to be amongst you all. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Lucila for going live with the European Commission package on Wednesday. I think this is a great first legislative framework and really like a landmark proposal that looking forward to see and follow on the progress in the next coming months. So you asked me, I think Antonio kind of covered what is conversational AI. I like to explain it as a new paradigm shift in between how human and machine interact. If you think about it, historically, you typically needed, computers, training potentially to interact with systems, depending on the complexity of them. And conversational AI is really kind of reinventing this paradigm where you actually can interact with system in much more human-like ways. And there's a number of benefit to it. The first one is obviously the learning curve, because if the interaction pattern is like speaking to your colleagues or your family or society, it's actually much easier to actually get on with it. So from that perspective, it definitely have a huge accessibility angle. And one of the things that we have noticed is during the digital transformation we've created, over the past 2 years, 20 years, society created a bit of a divide in between the people that are digitally can operate systems or digital services and people that are not. And I'm a true believer that, conversational AI can be used in ways that are actually helping bridge this digital divide. So very much aligned with Antonio's perspective. That you asked me, should it be scary or should it be more reassuring? Well, I think it's like everything. One size doesn't fit all. Working on the ground with our client, we have noticed that, we as human sometimes prefer interact with non-human. Example of, finance, a number of people are actually surprisingly more comfortable interacting with, conversational AI system in those kind of scenarios, because they feel like, they wouldn't necessarily have the judgment. They feel that information is very private. So, for some, it's definitely reassuring. For other, we're definitely welcoming, this first pack. It is scary because a lot of people still don't understand, the impact, regarding their privacy. And that's something that this first package is going to help, create, a more transparent and trustworthy environment where people know that they can embrace the usage of AI without having to make any trade-off on their privacy or their human right or feel manipulated. So that's a very important angle. I just wanted to kind of give you and bring to life, one example on how we use conversational AI to really transform the way the world works and live. Obviously, aging is a huge challenge, in Europe, but also more broadly across the globe. Our population is getting older. That's a fact. And as we're going into this next phase of society where, there'll be more people that are older than younger, and in infrastructure around health and care, which is quite bounded to, human care and infrastructure that are quite costly and expensive. AI can really help transform that. So we created, and you mentioned in the introduction, a patent. We have a patent on a service called Home Care. Home Care is really using voice AI and conversational AI access of the older to co-create it with care. And we did see the the impact it can have on creating, if you want, other options for people. Instead of going into care home, they can stay longer in their home, in the comfort of their community, accessing digital services and being supported. And using AI, not only voice AI, but AI into understanding what they like and what they need and their habits is very important, especially around the older population. There's not one size fits all, and personalization really is super, super important. We're all growing all slightly differently. There's millions of variation on, culture, mindset, how you're doing with your mind, how you're physically actually growing older and how you feel. So using AI to help streamline those experiences and make it nicer is absolutely essential. We had a couple of people coming back from hospital using the home care service, and they said this saved absolutely their life because they didn't have to move and they could stay connected and they could stay informed and having book read to them and things like that. So there's a wonderful set of things that can happen to kind of be very inclusive and not scary. But obviously, I think the framework that's been put out there is going to help, create that trust-worthy environment or trusting environment for people using it.
Thank you, Leticia. I think you touched on a number of points that we'll go through again in the rest of the panel. I'm looking at Lubna in particular. But first I want to go to Roger Taylor, who is the chair of the UK Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation, a prominent expert on AI. And with you, I want to go more toward institutional / policy related questions. And particularly, given your role as a think tank, governmental think tank, and given your nationality, clearly I can't start. I cannot not start from the, reminding everyone that the EU and the UK parted ways. We all know that. And probably artificial intelligence, when it comes to policymaking, is probably the first example that we're going to have of the difference in approach in how the EU and the UK look at risk and opportunities, and how they look at the possibility or the necessity, the need to regulate. And clearly we all know that Europe is much more inclined to regulate than our neighbors across the channel. How do you explain that?
I should start by just emphasizing that I do speak for, as you said, for an independent advisory body to government. So I'm not describing UK government policy to you. But I will say a little bit about the advice that we have been giving to the government. We've recently published a report on algorithmic bias that looks at many of these issues, and what I think some of the differences in approach are developing in the UK. And I think the first thing to say is about the regulatory approach. I think we're all agreed there's an issue here, and that regulation needs to step up and deal with some novel technologies that create novel threats. The issue we have with the idea of a single new regulator for AI is that AI isn't the thing that needs to be regulated. We need to regulate recruitment processes to make sure they're fair. We need regulators to make sure that our roads are fair. We need regulators to make sure roads are safe, I should say. Our roads are safe. We need regulators to make sure that credit markets operate efficiently and are fair. But in each of these cases, we are finding that organizations in all these areas are adopting AI very rapidly. But they're adopting it in different ways, different applications, different levels of adoption. And the important thing is that the person who's responsible for making sure these are working is responsible for the whole that industry. What matters is not whether the AI inside a credit decision is working. It doesn't matter whether the AI inside a police force's decision making is working. What matters is whether those decisions are fair and consistent with our regulations. So we believe that the right level of regulation is in the decision-making process or the product that is using AI, and that there are existing regulators in those areas, and that they are going to have to develop the capacities to deal with this. And one reason for taking that approach is it's partly, as I say, because the thing you regulate is not the AI. There's no point in regulating the AI separately from how it's part of a bigger process. But also because the context is everything in deciding whether a particular process is working or not, and whether the AI is making that process better or making it worse. The use of AI, deciding whether an AI is a good idea in an automated vehicle, or whether it is a good idea in a police decision-making system, or in an automated trading system on financial markets. The context is all important. If you ask a question, well, is the data good enough? Is it a sufficient quality? It's really impossible to answer that question without understanding the context and how that data is going to be used and how it is going to affect very specific decisions or actions in that context. And that level of deep expertise that it is required to regulate effectively exists within the regulators, who are very familiar with and have a huge domain knowledge about the relevant context. I think it will be enormously difficult to have an organization that can make sensible decisions about these issues that has a horizontal remit across all uses of AI. So those are the sort of the reasons we are thinking about regulation in a rather different way. There is, I think, also one other aspect to this, which is worth something that obviously the UK has become very exercised about with all sorts of consequences recently, which is sovereignty. And the issue here is that sometimes I think we see the question about regulation presented as a choice between safety versus innovation, economic growth, money, basically. So is it an issue between safety and money? But I think there is another way of thinking about this problem that it influences UK thinking. And this is the fact that sovereignty is likely to become an issue, in that it is highly likely that these technologies will become hugely important in almost every area of life, in the way that healthcare operates, in the way that financial systems operate, in the way that people manage their working lives. And that these technologies are developing very rapidly. And there is a risk, the risk that if we get the regulation wrong, if we create an overly burdensome system of regulation by, and that is the fear, that with a horizontal regulator trying to look across the whole market, every use of AI, that it could become overly burdensome. The risk there is not simply that economic growth might be affected or that innovation might be limited. There is a risk that technologies are developed that become simply essential to modern life, and that we cannot live without them. And that as a country, we become a technology taker, that we effectively find ourselves losing the ability to manage our own communities and societies effectively. And to give you a sense of the reality of this, you could describe what has happened to media over the last 25 years in exactly those terms. 25 years ago, media happened primarily through well-understood technologies, and countries had regulators that applied whatever their particular social values were to the way that information spread around society and the way that irresponsible use of media was controlled. Today, perhaps one of the most, if not the most powerful form of media distribution in all of our countries is managed by AI-driven robotic systems controlled largely from California. That has been, one way of looking at that is a huge loss of sovereignty, a huge loss of the ability of societies to manage the world in which they live. And so when we talk about getting the regulation right and the need to both balance innovation and safety, the innovation side of it is not simply about economic value and economic gain. It is also about whether, as societies and countries, we have the know-how, the skill, the technology to actually manage our societies. One of the things we have been wrestling with social media is it's fine to say, you know, we don't want social media to result in extremism, or we don't want social media to manipulate people. But do we have the tools to understand this, to be able to regulate those things in a sensible way? And that comes down to the technical capabilities of each of our countries. So I hope those thoughts give you a sense of some of the issues that are informing UK thinking, which maybe put a slightly different emphasis on the correct regulatory approach compared to the recent proposals in Europe. Although, just to say, I mean, I think it is wonderful that so many people are thinking deeply about these problems and coming up with, you know, very intelligent thoughts about how they can be addressed. And it is really important that this debate continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Very dense points you made there. I think you gave me a lot of inspiration for follow-up questions to you, but also to Lucilla. You've been warned for round two. Lubna, I said I'd go to you. Lubna is CEO and founder of Opera Technologies, and she's also a member of the European Commission's expert group on artificial intelligence that's been working in the run-up to this proposal for the past few years. Now, Lubna, it's hard to tell because you look as young as I do, but you've been working for over 15 years in artificial intelligence, and particularly in the past few years with your company, you've really focused on the many areas of healthcare and application of AI in healthcare, some of which Laetitia described very well in her intervention, also describing the impact in terms of helping us resolve the workforce issues and scarcity that we have in healthcare, among other things. In your experience, what is the biggest challenge that we face in actually implementing good AI solutions in healthcare? Is it because there's not enough trust from patients and doctors that there's no good rules that we can use and therefore it's all uncertain? Or is it because it's virtually impossible to comply with the GDPR and figure out how to use data in healthcare? Any other reason you can mention? What is it?
First of all, thank you for having me here. And also I congratulate the European Commission on publishing the awaited proposal on the new regulation on AI, and besides the merits and the areas of improvements that we can think of, let's not forget the EU remains the first region in the world to come up with this comprehensive regulation, especially with focus on human rights. So that's great milestone. And to answer your question, what is really the important challenge that we need to solve, especially in healthcare? I would say data is number one. As an engineer and an entrepreneur doing the work and the hands-on work with artificial intelligence, from my perspective, AI is not located somewhere in a vague future that has to be firstly perfectly designed, whether it's with regulations or toolings, then implemented very carefully. No, for me, it's already here, and it's actual real-time work that we need to address at Okra with our existing clients already every day, which means that in order to optimize our results, we need to provide the machine with data and to refresh that data and keep optimizing that. So that's the raw material. Without it, all the benefits people anticipate for the promotion of their healthcare will not happen. So while I understand the risk that comes with that, for example, re-identification of patients due to the sensitive and personal nature of health data, or when it comes to the AI system, like around the bias of the AI systems, and other risks of hampering innovation, there are other risks that can stop our innovation in AI as well if we don't have access to this raw material. So it is not the first complex challenge that we faced in medicine. It's always been the case that we need to balance. It's a balancing exercise that we have to do, whether we're developing new treatments, new vaccines, or new technology. It's an exercise to mitigate the harm to the extent possible, at the same time amplify the opportunity and the benefits for people. So safety first cannot lead to paralysis and loss of opportunity to save lives today until we come up with the perfect regulatory framework. So that we all understood, and we were very close now with this pandemic to live that mitigation with the vaccine as an example. So if you look to machine learning and AI, it requires data in order to advance, in order to optimize, and in order to fulfill its potential to save lives in healthcare. So to me, there is really good ground for optimism that we will manage to future-proof our data. Anonymization techniques in Europe. We have the initiative that's around European health data space. It's been discussed a lot, but also the awareness that's been created. So in order for this to happen, close cooperation between the stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem, between the member states, is necessary across Europe in order to create a clear framework for how we anonymize data, how we share data, how we ensure that all countries advance with the same pace towards building regulations that will enable to secure gathering of data for AI healthcare solution. So it is very important to understand that AI advances, our data anonymization techniques will have to be revisited and agreed, constantly re-evaluated and adapted. Our frameworks have to be flexible to allow for the development of AI. So AI itself will provide some of the solutions to the bigger problem, and will enable our healthcare system to move to better outcomes, to individualized outcomes, but also to be more cost effective. But without data, we cannot get there faster. So in the future, I would urge the industry and the stakeholders, regulators, payers, healthcare providers, and as well as life sciences and private sector to discuss what the barriers are and how we can cultivate trust in this ecosystem, because the goal is one and the patient is always in the center, and that's not let's not forget about that. And that's exactly what we at OKRA focus on, because we develop systems that use data to bridge the communication between the stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem, between life sciences and doctors, between payers and drug manufacturers. So how can we create that trust with AI? How can we continuously create the evidence and also move faster to an AI-empowered healthcare system? And as society, we have to accept some low risk of AI that can never be completely eliminated, because there will always be, we need to continuously check the systems, of course, but there is always a risk. It can never be 100% accurate. They are mostly driven by probability. So in the same way that we accept the possibility of potential side effects, for example, of treatments in every medical process, in every surgery that it happens, we can do the same here.
Thank you so much, Lubna. Indeed, healthcare is one of the areas where it is quite evident that the potential is huge by using AI, and there's also a lot of challenges that we're here to address and solve, hopefully. So thank you for that. Next up, and before I go to the next speaker, I should probably remind our audience that you can actually ask our panel questions in the Q&A function on the event platform. And in the latter part of our panel, we will ask questions from the audience. Next up, I have Jan Kleijsen, who is Director for Information Society and Action Against Crime at the Council of Europe. He has a long-standing career in the Council of Europe and has held many important high-ranking positions since 1983 there. Clearly, international institutions are key to creating consensus around rules for AI, clearly to address the fundamental rights aspects and make sure that those are protected across geographies, irrespective of where people are, but also, quite frankly, for business, because having rules that companies can find uniformly across the geographies where they operate tends to be a good thing for companies that operate across borders. In 2019, the Council of Europe set up an ad hoc committee on AI, precisely to look at all the various facets around AI. Can you describe its tasks and what it's currently doing?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon to you all from Strasbourg. Perhaps before setting out what CAHAI is doing, a few words about the Council of Europe. As you can see behind me, we have existed for over 70 years. And as you can also see behind me, we are in fact, although a regional organization, set standards that apply worldwide, especially in the field of technology. At the opening of this seminar, you mentioned the GDPR as an example of worldwide regulation of a particular issue. It is perhaps interesting to note that the GDPR itself was based and is based on the Council of Europe's Data Protection Convention, which celebrates its 40th anniversary this year. It was the first instrument on data protection and has now been ratified by 55 countries worldwide who sit at the table as equal partners. The Council of Europe 20 years ago established the first international treaty on cybercrime, which today has been ratified by 65 countries worldwide. And last year, we were active in more than 120 countries with capacity building projects. So just to indicate that the Council of Europe, with its currently 47 member states, has been setting standards relating to new technologies based on human rights, rule of law, and democracy, which are the three purposes for which our organization was created, that became standards well beyond the geographical area of the Council of Europe. So against this background and with this tradition, it is not surprising that our member states decided also to explore the possibilities of setting international legal standards on, and not on indeed, as Roger said, on artificial intelligence as such, but on the design and application of artificial intelligence in those fields where its use directly affects human rights, rule of law, and democracy. And we live in times, and the pandemic has clearly shown this also, where, of course, digitalization is rapidly increasing, and governments are, to come to the theme of today, increasingly also delegating to artificial intelligence applications, functions that were normally carried out before by human beings, by civil servants, if you like, or by others. And that ranges from court functions, decisions taken by courts, such as parole, arbitration, sentencing even. There are pilot projects on sentencing, to federal job agencies, to policing, think about facial recognition, to careers in the civil service, to tax matters, to family allowances paid by governments, and the list is endless. Because governments are delegating more and more to artificial intelligence, of course, issues arise in addition to the obvious benefits that many of these applications have, to the risks they pose. And that is very much the core theme of the work of the CAHAI, the committee you mentioned. It is composed, first of all, of the representative of 47 Council of Europe member states, but also importantly, 6 observer states, that is to say the 5 permanent observers of the Council of Europe, which are the United States, Canada, Mexico, Japan, and the Holy See, and Israel, which has specifically requested to be admitted as an observer to the work of CAHAI. So already from the beginning, we're sitting with 53 states around the table, so almost the double of the European Union, if you like, and of course all the 27 European Union states are also around the table. In addition, we have 25 companies, and I think it's important to set the stage as regards who is at the table. 25 companies, which include Apple, Google, Microsoft, AT&T, British Telecom, IEEE, Kaspersky, around the table, as well as a number of telecoms and associations of smaller European service providers. And we have civil society active in this particular area, such as Algorithm Watch or Access Now, all being there. And in addition, we have academia. So we're sitting in CAI with some 130 people looking at what? We've been given the mandate to examine the possibilities. We were given the mandate in 2019, as you said, to examine necessary to establish a legal framework for the use, for the design and use of artificial intelligence. And the CAI, in its first years of operation, although hampered by the pandemic, examined existing legal frameworks, had a look what is out there, what already exists and what does apply to AI. National legislation, international legislation. And the conclusion of this was published in December in what we call the feasibility study, which came to the conclusion that although the use of AI is already regulated by a series of international treaties and also national legislations, important gaps remained. Important gaps remain because the legislation and treaties that do apply, for instance, the European Convention on Human Rights, the Data Protection Convention I just mentioned, Cybercrime Convention, several others, but none of them were specifically written for artificial intelligence, and there are therefore gaps. And the conclusion was that these gaps should be filled, and they should be filled through a mix of binding law, i.e. a convention, and a series of non-binding rules and recommendations, guidelines, if you like, that could apply. And like the European Commission, also the approach taken by the CAI is one of the high-risk areas where, of course, the binding elements, the binding rules are more important. And I would take this opportunity to react for a moment also here to what Roger Taylor said earlier on, that this sort of regulation, that it's perhaps seen in terms by some as a choice between safety and innovation. We very much have a different experience, I must say, in CAI. It is the companies that I just mentioned that push very much for common legal standards, because what we hope to achieve is a set of internationally binding rules for governments, and if they're not binding, at least internationally agreed rules for lower risk areas, which would provide legal certainty for companies. It would provide legal certainty for companies. It would provide legal certainty for customers. It would provide a level playing ground, because the alternative would be a patchwork of different national rules and regulations, probably with a Swiss cheese effect, namely there would be loopholes and gaps that would make it very difficult, or more difficult in any case, for companies to develop their products, and also to know what their liability, what the risks were, what the conditions were. And of course, it would make much more difficult for the citizens to know what is really trustworthy AI. So at the moment, we are our governments accepted the results of this feasibility study, and the CAI is at the moment collecting the elements that could go, on the one hand, in the treaty, and on the other hand, in a set of regulations. And the proposals that the European Commission made, of course, will be taken. The European Commission, of course, I should add, also has a seat at our table, as has UNESCO, the OECD. So whatever is happening in other international organizations will be taken on board. But the specificity, I think, of the work of the Council of Europe is the rights-based approach. It is to ensure that citizens will know what their rights are, that governments will protect these rights, which will also include remedies, of course, and guarantees that the use of AI meets the requirements of human rights, rule of law, and democracy. Perhaps I'll leave it, and perhaps the last but not least, we have launched a public consultation. You still have time to react until the 29th of April. The public consultation is open. You'll find it on the Council of Europe website, or just if you Google or whatever, use whatever search engine for the Council of Europe, public consultation AI, you find a questionnaire, and we're very happy to receive your comments on the proposals that are currently on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. Indeed, very important work from the Council of Europe, and clearly will be. I think everybody's very interested to see where that will lead us. Next up, I have Paolo Benanti, who's extraordinary professor at the Faculty of Theology at the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome. You clearly work on moral theology, on bioethics and neuroethics. And these are all topics that are central in discussions about AI, including about the rules for AI. There doesn't seem to be a discussion about AI that's not about ethics. Are we sort of overdoing that discussion? Isn't it true that particularly when we talk about laws, there are always in the background ethical choices that we make by writing rules into laws? So what is it that's different now about AI in this discussion?
Salve, grazie per questo invito anche da parte mia. Quello che mi sembra di poter dire è che
I seem to be understanding, and I want to be saying, is that when we talk about these technologies, which indeed are both a continuity and a discontinuity from the past, is, as it happens with any technology, we need a principle of precaution. Ever since man was able to enhance his own power through technologies, we need to control what we can or cannot do. But in the case of artificial intelligence, we have a level to comply with. And the level is this: in designing a system of artificial intelligence, you overcome the standard designing pattern we were used previously, when the operator would define if this, then that, that is, all circumstances a machine would be confronted with. And in the light of those circumstances, a decision was taken on an a priori basis on the answer of the machine. What's novel about the introduction of the artificial intelligence is that whatever has to do with machine learning, data, and human interaction into models which have, to a certain extent, some degrees of freedom, complicates our action. Ethics goes back to the center, where the certainty of the result cannot be forecasted on an a priori basis. So what about the major ethical directives and guidelines that are being put at stake following this innovation? If we enforce and apply artificial intelligence in all our actions, and we acknowledge that what AI is not a special purpose technology helping us to do better some kind of task, but it's a general purpose technology that is the ability of changing whatever we do independently of what we're doing. So then we have to acknowledge that the new layer created within the framework of the action of each single human being between ourselves and our will, where this layer in the hands of AI may produce a disgregation of personal liability. And we'll think about an autonomous car and how this indeed change the idea of liability of its owner, or the pilot, the driver of this particular car. Now, in the light of all this, certainly ethical guidelines as well as the ethical background must be able to clarify on an a priori basis and with a great deal of determination how and when personal liability is defined. The second issue is transparency in terms of action. ethics, because whatever has to do with algorithms and data through different intermediations runs the risk of being put into a number of black boxes which seldom are accessible to everyone whilst the production is taking place. Well, a programmer knows very well how it is difficult today to write a code from scratch to the end. You include libraries developed by third parties, and this inclusion of data, libraries, or pieces of code by other people create a level of complexity which, given the ability of surrogating the decision power by humans, requires to become transparent and understandable before actually getting into a social level. And then there is another level of ethical complexity. Therefore, we have to pay a greater attention in ethical terms to this stage of technological innovation. And it resides on the ability by AI to form structures, that is, to really shape our own organized life. But how can we talk about all this? I'd like to introduce two typical examples coming from technological ethics. When in New York City in the 40s, they built up concrete bridges connecting Manhattan to Long Island. They were indeed built a couple of feet under the standard. Why? Because we know that those who were in control of that particular process thought that access to Long Island should be guaranteed only to the white middle class, whilst ethnical minorities did not own a car at that time. So each single technology artifact is a way of exercising power within society. This is no longer a concrete bridge or whatever, from banks to insurance companies to access to schools to medicine, etc. They indeed introduce or deny rights that are not written into the code but are part of our constitution. Between the right which is wanted and guaranteed in a democratic system requires an enforcement which is finer than just social ethics. And the last element when it comes to talk about the human gender and its relationship with algorithms has to do with the size of the platform. Whenever a human action is based on a platform, the platform teaches us that we are allowed to have access to something at a very low cost, but in exchange you have a middle layer between the political dimension and execution, which is in the hands of the platform controllers. So at social level, algorithmic structuring through artificial intelligence creates new social actors who need to be controlled from the ethical standpoint and then regulated, as we have just heard, from a principle of hard law without a soft law. But hard law without soft law loses a little bit of its power. But when it comes to democracy and people's rights, we need the ethics may accompany all processes, not just giving solutions, but raising question on humankind, its value, and how to protect all this.
Thanks a lot, Paolo. Thank you. With this, I think we have an excellent segue to go back to the panelists for a second round, if we have time. And I promised I would go back to Lucilla, sparked largely by what Roger was saying. And I think he highlighted, ultimately, if I can sum it up this way, a difference between thinking about regulating AI horizontally versus vertically in the different fields of application. And this is probably, probably has to do with the risk-based approach that we've been discussing for a long time, and that appears to be reflected in one way or another in the Commission's approach, which is clearly the idea that you should be regulating based on the actual risks that the systems present, and therefore you should be adopting rules that are adapted to that risk. And the way that the Commission seems to have done it in the proposal is to go through a conformity assessment approach, as you described, which I think most people are familiar with as the CE mark. That's a very interesting approach because the CE mark was born to deal with testing and demonstrating compliance with physical characteristics of physical products. For example, testing the electromagnetic limits of an appliance, for example, to which you have a test that's very easy to measure and you have a result that's a clear yes or no. Now, AI seems to be somewhat different from that. And it's also a system that tends to be pretty burdensome administratively and also costly for companies to comply with product testing and CE conformance. So how would you say that this proposal still reflects a risk-based approach and is proportionate? And on the other hand, on the other end of that equation, we have sufficient room for innovation, as well as the other things that Roger discussed, sovereignty, whatever you want to call it precisely. But how do you find that balance based on this approach?
Okay, first, thanks a lot for giving me this time to reply. Let me say that there is a big misunderstanding here. We are not creating a regulator for artificial intelligence. So this has to be very clear because I think it has been pointed out, and I want to make very clear that this is not the case. In fact, as you say, what we are putting in place is a system of CE marking. With this system, the operators of artificial intelligence only for the use cases indicated in the list. So in the case of specific artificial intelligence being put or being part of a use case which basically places the artificial intelligence in a certain context. So we are looking at artificial intelligence, for example, in recruitment, artificial intelligence used for certain education applications, or artificial intelligence used to establish the creditworthiness of a person. In these cases, we apply, like we apply for the case of artificial intelligence, for example, in a medical device, we apply the same product market registration we have in the European Union based on CE marking. The operators will have to get a CE marking before they put the service in the market or before they use the service in the market. And what they do is that they will have to comply with the 5 requirements explained earlier, which include documentation, which include information to the user, making sure that the systems are accurate and performant. And then, of course, they will be minimizing the risk that harm occurs. As Lubna said earlier, we will never be able to completely eliminate the risk. We can only minimize it. But if harm takes place, then there is a market surveillance authority, which is normally, it will be appointed by the member states. It's not appointed by the European Commission, but it's normally probably the regulator or the minister in charge of the different sectors. And they will have the task to go and check what has been assessed before it was put on the market. And this may lead to maybe withdraw the service from the market or to have a sanction if really there was a fault in the assessment before it was placed on the market. So this system has worked very well for product market registration, also because it opens the way to work with standards. And in fact, I mean, this was also, the importance of standards was already highlighted by the Council of Europe. We really hope that this approach will give rise to an interest by operators and industry to get together and develop standards that by nature have to be international standards. So we think that this system is not particularly burdensome and that we give legal certainty exactly because we identify the use cases. We don't leave it up to the companies to understand if they're putting in place a risky artificial intelligence system and then decide whether they have to undertake a conformity assessment or not. This is very clear in the legislation, so we think we give legal certainty. And in these cases, we hope, of course, also that there will be greater use of artificial intelligence because nowadays in Europe, more than half of the companies tell us they don't use AI because they don't trust it. So when we published this regulatory package, we also published another document that people unfortunately never talk about, which is the coordinated plan with member states, a list of measures that support the development of AI. And with the regulatory framework, we want to make sure that AI in Europe is trustworthy so that people, business, organizations use it more than they actually do today. And we can really harness the benefits of this technology in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think with this, I'll go back briefly to Roger again. There seems to be a ping pong of questions and answers stimulated by your very interesting interventions. So I'm going to give you like a hypothetical scenario. And you sort of answered this already, but maybe this question will allow you to elaborate further. So imagine you can have a binary choice between a regulation that, sort of like the CE marking approach, sets very stringent rules and processes to show that you're compliant with certain rules. And on the other hand, you have the option of a regulation that's still horizontal, so probably not what you would want at this point in time, but still horizontal, but it limits itself to saying that certain identified use cases that we think are negative as a society are forbidden, and then it leaves it to the deployers of the AI system to figure out how to do that. Which one should we choose?
I think the starting point would be to resist strongly any attempt to suggest that regulation can be split up into these different techniques. I think in almost every situation, good regulation involves an understanding of processes and having regulatory processes. It involves having certain things that are banned, and it involves ongoing monitoring of the outcomes and the consequences of regulation and the degree to which the harms are being managed. And in some parts of life, you can lean more on the process side. That is particularly true when we have a very full and complete understanding of the harms we are concerned about and how to measure them. So, for example, in medical regulation, we focus a lot on the process of trialing drugs as a mechanism for safety. However, it is very plain to everyone that we also need to have effective mechanisms for monitoring what happens in the real world afterwards, because with every process, however well you design it, there's a way of getting through and still doing the bad thing. So you need to have outcomes as well. And of course, the more that the situation is novel and less clearly understood, the greater the value of understanding outcomes. And again, I'm going to illustrate that with the social media example to simply say that if somebody had said an automated recommendation system for videos, does that sound high risk? I think people would say, no, it is not high risk. And now we are worried that it may be undermining democracy. So we need to look at both outcomes. Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I seem to have lost the audio here in the studio. So I missed the last part of your answer, which is very unfortunate for me, but I'm sure that the rest of the audience will have grabbed that. So, so bad for me. I want to go to Antonio, I think, after this exchange. I think there's also the user aspect that we haven't really tackled so far, because quite clearly protection also starts with more skilled users who know what the technology is about. And if you know what the technology is about, you know how to use it, you're less afraid of it, you're not fooled by the technology. So what do you think is the role of users, and maybe also the responsibility of users in understanding and engaging AI systems?
Yes, this is correct. Samsung work on a worldwide basis in different geographic areas. We collaborate with entities, governments, and we only distribute products that have overcome this problem. And let me tell that this is a company which is actually changing the way they change their products. Safety and security was considered to be something that had to do with final users. Since some years now, the approach is secure by design. Security is a prerequisite in the development stage of our product, so that the product eventually is intrinsically safe and secure. Let me tell you that this is just one side of this medal. As you were rightly pointing out, there is a way products, technologies, and services are being used. Well, clearly, the general approach is that we have, as general users, the fact that we can bring into the digital world the same common sense that we had in the physical one. And large companies, from this particular point of view, have the liability not only to have safe products and keep them safe over time, but they can work on their clients so that this awareness, that is the need of having virtuous behavior when we come into contact with technologies and digital services, is being understood completely and is being indeed empowered. So we carry out campaigns so that common sense may prevail, and you adopt a good enough approach vis-à-vis technologies which we have learned to use and to develop safely. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Just to reassure everybody, it was just the batteries on my earphone that died, but now I can hear you, so that's great. Perhaps I can go back to Jan now. I mean, you mentioned the work that's going on with the ad hoc committee, and there's a consultation that you reminded everybody about the possibility of responding to. And clearly, I mean, there's a level of, we heard from everybody virtually, there's a level of recognition that, we need rules. There seems to be still a level of variance as to what those rules exactly look like. So given the remit and the broad spectrum of countries that are involved in this effort, I know you can't commit to anything, but as far as you can tell right now, what do you think you can already tell could be included possibly in those rules?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, as I mentioned, and you recalled kindly, we still have, of course, also the public consultation going on, so we look very much forward to also your ideas. But the study I mentioned that was adopted in December already indicates a few ways forward at the horizontal level. And that is what the CAHI committee is working on. We're also working on the vertical level. I'll say one or two sentences about that later. But what CAHI is working on is that there should be some core principles which are based, incidentally, on the fact that AI doesn't have any responsibility. It's humans that have responsibility. I think that's also sometimes mentioned in debates, the processes itself or the machinery, but it's, of course, the humans that are responsible. And in our case, very much also governments. So what are some of the rights? It's transparency. Citizens have a right to know, should have the right to know, when they're dealing with AI. You're probably aware that in California, a law already obliges companies of a certain size to inform their customers if they're interacting with bots instead of with human beings. And a similar rule, I think, is very much needed also as regards the citizens in dealing with the government. Awareness, making people aware how to engage with artificial intelligence, to do a human rights impact assessment before rolling out, for instance, the use of artificial intelligence in prisons. There are all sorts of projects existing, and it so happens I deal with prison matters in the Council of Europe. In Singapore, there is a fully autonomous prison which doesn't have prison guards. The care of prisoners is done by robots and automated systems. Now, I do not think that is the way we would like to go. And that already, of course, raises a number of issues on the impact assessment of when you roll out artificial intelligence. Facial recognition, of course, is not another one. Then human in control, the fact that I mentioned before the human-centric approach, but also the fact that there should always be a possibility of human override. The final decision should be taken by a competent, I stress also competent human being who knows what is happening, the system, and can intervene if necessary. Certification was also mentioned in the context of the European Commission's proposal. It is also being discussed in CAHI because much is being said about the European Medicine Agency these days, EMA, with regard to vaccination. The Council of Europe is host to the European Pharmacopoeia and therefore also involved in certification of medicine. And there are perhaps some examples that could be used for that. Qualification of those that develop the AI systems. Just let me give you an example. If AI were to be used in the judiciary to replace certain functions currently held, for instance, by judges, democratic countries set very high standards for the qualification of a judge, for the appointment of a person as a judge. So if the tasks of a judge are to be taken over by an automated system, one can, I think, reasonably put the question that those who develop that system should also have particular qualifications, and that those should also be checked. So these are some of the rights that, and of course, the AI application should be non-discriminatory, should respect human dignity and general human rights, such as set out in the European Convention on Human Rights. And just one sentence on also the vertical approach. So on the one hand, it is rules that would apply to any use of AI and also be technologically neutral. Because, for instance, human advancement of new technology would apply to everything that is currently in existence, but it would also apply to the products that perhaps some bright kid in a garage is inventing at this very moment, and that will become indispensable to our lives. So also with regard to future technological developments. And then on the vertical approach, in addition to these horizontal standards, we're working on specific standards, again in a similar composition as CAHI, on issues such as data protection, racism, criminal law and autonomous vehicles, for instance, freedom of expression, bioethics, very important issue, and the judicial system, just to give you some examples. As you rightly mentioned, I can't give you all the provisions yet that will be retained. They are being discussed by the stakeholders I mentioned, and indeed also by the wider community to whom we have reached out with our questionnaire. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jan. We have 2 minutes to go. I have one last question for which it's probably more complex than I would like to answer. But there's this concept, I think, of transparent AI that is somehow opposed to opaque AI. And this variant of AI makes sure that the algorithms are trained in a way that in the end, whatever get as a result in the end, we already know the result because we've set the result. It can only be one of the results that we want the AI system to reach. So can this be the version of AI that responds to all the challenges that we have been exploring related to AI systems? Or maybe that's not the version of AI that we think about, because if AI can only give you answers that you already know, is that really AI? Who wants to take this? I would sort of ping like either Laetitia or Lubna, because I think this is particularly important for healthcare. But whoever wants to take the last question as the last word. Who wants to go?
Yeah, happy. So if we say about transparency, it's very crucial in healthcare, as you know. And it's not about transparency of only about the transparency of the methodology, but it's mostly around how the AI algorithm got to the prediction or the outcome, and it's mostly to do around the explainability as well, like what is the reasons behind that prediction. And it is from a technical perspective, it is almost an art to bring correlation and causality together. Most of the machine learning techniques use correlation-driven distance metrics to come to the answer. So if we want to know the reasons and to be transparent around how it comes to those, so almost we need to run another AI on top of it to derive the causality and to find out what is all the causality relationships between the data we have, which is for some industries like healthcare very important, but for others is not, because if you are on an algorithm on network optimization, that's explainability and transparency are less of importance than when it comes to evidence-based industries such as healthcare, education, and others. So maybe that's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Lubna. I'm afraid that's all we have for. I think we could go on for at least another half an hour or an hour and a half. But that's all we have time for. I think it was very interesting as a discussion. I hope it was as stimulating to the audience as it was to me. And I think this is a very nice introduction to the legislative discussions that we'll have as soon as I go back to my day job in Brussels on the proposal for a regulation. And all the aspects that we've discussed will surely be debated for a number of months and possibly years, as we've seen with the GDPR. With this proposal. And we hope to see you all to check on how we're doing and on AI and digital topics next year. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thanks to Alberto Di Felice and to all the experts who participated to this last debate on artificial intelligence. We are getting closer to the end of these 2 great days of Cortina Digital Forum. As I was saying, this first edition of the Cortina Digital Forum is about to finish with 2 very full days, more than 60 speakers, hundreds of participants connected remotely online, 15 sessions, a very dense agenda on digital topics. We talked about artificial intelligence a while ago, we talked about data, tourism, we talked about sustainability, health, and very many other topics. Now we close, and stay with us a bit longer, we close now by welcoming our next key speaker in this closing session of the forum. So welcome to Assuntela Mersina, who's Under Secretary to Technological Innovation and Digital Transition at the Italian government. So I leave you the floor immediately for your keynote speech. Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank and say hello to all those who are following us, and really thank the organizers of the Cortina Digital Forum for inviting me to this event, and for the great job they've done these 2 days. I mean, these 2 days have been extraordinary in terms of, participation and level of speakers. These have been 2 important days during which we tackled different topics, all top-level topics. And in fact, the most important thing is that they've all been tackled in a very open and inclusive manner, allowing many of us to follow the debate and the different reports. So that's process of knowledge and responsibility, which is so important now. And it was an important occasion because it allowed us to tackle these topics that are new to some and which are being updated at all times by others. That's why this is a necessary, useful and precious initiative, also to allow everybody to discover a bit more or strengthen the knowledge of some so that we can better share ideas about this digital universe that can help us a lot in our daily lives within our communities. We're going through a crucial phase. We are going through a crucial moment for our country and for Europe as a whole. So the time of COVID-19, the time of pandemic have really represented and still represent a moment within which our awareness, our conscience, our wanting to be a community must become even stronger through also digital technologies that allow us to have an even more direct relationship despite the social distancing we're forced to. But let's also say that the contribution of our countries to the reprocessing, not just of our lives, but of the different political strategies that need to be put on the field, is another extremely important element that needs to be taken into account by all of us together. Let's think about the huge opportunities coming from the Next Generation EU. This is a real example of this common will of united Europe to work together through a huge program of funding, which looks at the future and which looks at the future of new generations in particular. So we have a perspective of development that poses at the center those equity and inclusion, as well as digitalization and sustainability, environmental sustainability principles at the very core. Let's take this into account. Inclusion and equity also through digitalization is what really counts. And also Italy will benefit from important resources, and the majority, a good part of these resources will be used for digitalization. Digitalization and digital transition are actually represent a cultural and social dimension, an anthropological dimension. And digital transition, allow me to say, requires a transition in our capability of relating continuously with what's new by betting on ourselves and betting on our knowledge and making this moment a moment of transformation that will obviously involve all our lives, facilitating the relationship between citizens and public administration, for example, or between the government and businesses, without leaving anybody behind, because the digital transition will allow us to deal with a new set of rights, both for citizens and businesses alike. I want to actually stress this concept, the concept of what is digital and the concept of access to digital data as a right, the right of accessing data that will allow us to, our societies to evolve within those social equity parameters that must be at the basis of our democracies and of the choices we're going to make today and in the future to strengthen our democracies. What does this mean? Well, it means that when we work at legal level, but not only at legal level, we should try and work and get coordinated to guarantee a higher level of efficiency of our processes, to cut costs, to eliminate barriers, to streamline relations. I mean, this is an extremely important opportunity. It's a unique opportunity. And as stressed by the Minister for Digital Transition, Mr. Vittorio Colau, all this is going to be useful to totally redesign the socioeconomic and relational context that characterized our society until today. So it is important to seize this opportunity. This is a unique growth and development chance, especially because we want to give new generations and young people a more equal, modern and speedy system that can award to merit without leaving anything behind. And so the investments foreseen by the Next Generation EU and the Recovery Fund will be decisive. First of all, a fast and stable connection for everybody through the development of the necessary infrastructure. Why will this be important and what will be important? Well, it will be important to reach this target as quickly as possible. We hope we can do it within 2026. And then, obviously, also develop services that can simplify and improve the life of citizens within their communities by creating the conditions for a full digital citizenship through digital identity and also through digital domicile. And then also work for the public administration through efficient systems based on safe and interoperable cloud systems. That's why the first step is undoubtedly that of accelerating this plan to extend the infrastructures, the digital infrastructure. And then another extremely important thing is that all this digital transition process can take place in a very homogeneous manner without, again, leaving rural areas or mountainous areas or islands behind, but rather by creating homogeneity in the opportunities being provided to citizens. And this must be, and citizens must be accompanied in their will and desire to start companies that are going to be useful for our communities. To reach all this, obviously, it is necessary to also have a good connection amongst institutions and companies so that services can be provided. I mean, it is important for this huge opportunity to redefine a correct connection between the business and the government, aimed at interconnecting the different parties to achieve a target, a common target that puts at the center the well-being of people and so the common good. We know very well there are also risks implied in this digital transition, but in the various reports that led to the very interesting debate of these 2 days, some of this topic have already been discussed. But anyway, those risks can be absorbed by the will to start political measures and political actions that look at the common good and that guarantee primary rights to citizens. The right to access is a human right, especially now. We understood during the pandemic, because we understood how this difference between the north, the south, the peripheries, I mean, this difference has created a new social category, that of those who are digitally poor. And so we require coordinated policies that actually aim at guaranteeing equality. We need a common dimension with equal opportunities for everybody. It's important to talk about safety too when it comes to digital transition. So we're talking about safety of data, safety of identity, safety of people and of the community at large. That's why many resources also coming from the Ministry of Digital Transition will be invested into strengthening and modernizing cybersecurity platforms to protect citizens and to protect infrastructures, because also safety is a citizen's right, a right that must provide everybody the possibility of living in this digital world in a very safe manner, to guarantee individual citizenship. So the digital transition is an opportunity for individuals, for society at large. It's not something that has been devised for the few, but rather made available to avoid inequalities which unfortunately still exist. Data tell us there is a need to act quickly. In Italy, some numbers are worrying. The digitalization index of society and of the industry shows that our country is still lagging behind. We still have difficulties in carrying out digital transformation here in this country. So given this data, which might be alarming, it is important to insist, because the lack of tools and the lack of skills automatically becomes also a reason of being excluded from the benefits the digital society brings about, with socio-economic and cultural damage. So the effort is that of eliminating the digital divide, which creates inequality, avoid conditions that would exclude some territories to the benefit of others, and act to strengthen skills. These are the three fundamental points. When we talk about strengthening skills, we talk about the idea of taking into account also those categories that have problems with digitalization, say the elderly, or the gender digital divide, or the linguistic or cultural digital divide of people who immigrated, or people in prison. So we want to launch a program of actions and measures which, as I said at the beginning, will not leave anybody behind and will allow everybody to be on equal grounds to express their personal dimension in relation with others and in the exclusive interest of the idea of defending the dignity of all of us. To conclude, I think, and I repeat this once again, the topic of access to data must become a human right. Our democracies must really put this at the center of their choices, thinking once again that digital transition must fill gaps rather than increase inequalities. Digital transition must be an inclusion tool rather than an exclusion tool. And I think that through a common effort, this virtuous connection, this connection which is based on social issues, will allow each of us to provide his or her own contribution to a transition which will certainly bring about more wealth to our communities and to our territories. So thank you very much, and I keep on following in this interesting concluding moments.
Thank you very much indeed, Undersecretary. You have found the most suitable words to close our two-day conference, and you gave us a good overview on all the issues concerning the digital, touching upon fairness, inclusion, access, which are pivotal points. And on the theme of access, I'd like to welcome our last speaker, Mr. Chris Hugh, who's Executive Director at the Tony Blair Institute. Are you connected?
I'm here. Hello? There we are.
Eccoci qua.
Prego, a lei la parola per il suo intervento.
To you the floor for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm really delighted to be able to join you today. And thank you too to the organisers for putting on this event. I know they've worked tirelessly to make it happen and should be very proud of what they've achieved. It's a real privilege and honour for me to be with you at the end of 2 inspiring days discussing the importance of the digital revolution, internet access and connectivity. This year is the 32nd birthday of the World Wide Web. In their open letter to mark the occasion, Sir Tim Berners-Lee and Rosemary Leith, co-founders of the Web Foundation, reminded us all how important the web is to young people around the world. But while we often talk about digital natives, still, 1/3 of young people around the world have no internet access at all. Stop just for a moment and think about what the last year would have been like if you hadn't had access to the internet when so much else stopped. This, for me, is a stark reminder about what work remains to be done and why events like the Cortina Digital Forum and the actions that flow from them are so important. At the Tony Blair Institute and in the Technology and Public Policy Programme that we host, we work tirelessly to equip leaders to take on the big global challenges in the world today. In a moment, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about how we see internet access in the context of the global policy priorities after the pandemic. But first, I just want to recap a little bit of our journey over the last couple of days. This first edition of the Cortina Digital Forum has brought together a wonderful, diverse group of people and organizations pledging to support remote areas and bring them fully into the 21st century. We've heard more than 30 contributions reflecting perspectives from communities, business, and politics. And the Cortina Declaration brings this vision to life, with leaders at all levels, from local to pan-European, committing to work together to move this agenda forward. Now, connectivity is ultimately about people, and what brings them together. So it's fitting that we've been looking at the digital opportunities for communities all around Europe. We've touched upon the many ways that connectivity can empower people and make our lives better. And our experience with COVID-19 has shown how important the digital revolution is for our shared future. Tourism is a key contributor to the economies of many countries, both in Europe and around the world. And digital technologies are now key to upskilling people and creating jobs in this vital industry. Transportation is another huge opportunity for new technologies and better connectivity to help people move around more affordably and more reliably, whilst also reducing our impact on the planet. In healthcare, advances in technology have been essential both in developing treatments and vaccines, but also to ensure people have access to the medical care and advice they need on a daily basis. It was great to hear about how we build back better after the pandemic and how we put digital and technology at the heart of Europe's recovery plan. As Director General Roberto Viola puts it, a developed nation without the digital competences needed for the 21st century cannot thrive. And the G20 will have a vital role to play in improving connectivity and social inclusion. So bringing forward views and engagement from young people, women and business groups working toward the summit later this year is critical. Our journey together over these last 2 days brings us to a natural conclusion that the digital and technology revolution is central to the prospects for nations, economies, and citizens in the 21st century. Now, we've talked a lot about digital and connectivity at home. I'd like briefly to take a step back and consider the global view. The pandemic has highlighted both the significance of the internet and the enduring scale of the global digital divide. Many of us have managed to continue to work, learn, and stay in touch, even as lockdowns and restrictions shut our workplaces and confined us to our homes. But half of the world's population remains unconnected. The pandemic forced 94% of learners worldwide to continue their education at home, but children around the world were excluded because they lived somewhere without network coverage, because they didn't have access to a device, or because data was simply too expensive. Work by our institute and others has shown that whilst closing the global digital divide is expensive, the benefits of doing so significantly outweigh the costs. It's estimated that closing the gap by 2030 would cost in the region of $450 billion US, but the economic return would be close to $8.7 trillion US. And finding a meaningful contribution towards the necessary investment from public funds would require member countries of the Development Assistance Committee to commit just a fraction of a percentage of their gross national income. This would fit well with the targets set by the United Nations for development aid, and it's the right way to think for countries facing obligations to the world in the 21st century. So as this time gathers pace, we must recognise internet access as a basic right and work harder to ensure that everyone can benefit from it. If we let this moment pass, then the risk that the digital divide will grow and exacerbate other challenges is real and significant. But if we rise to the moment, the great promise of the internet and the global digital commons is that opportunity need no longer be dependent on geography. The steps leaders need to take are practical. First, stimulate consumer demand to create the right conditions for internet services to be viable. Second, regulatory reforms to facilitate new technologies and competition. And third, global cooperation on financing and upfront investment. You can find a summary of our work and sign up to receive updates on the future of our program at progress.substack.com. But for now, the fact of the matter is this. In the year 2021, we have at our disposal the technology required to connect the world and to change the lives of billions of people. The case for action is clear, and as the world emerges from the spectre of the pandemic and leaders pledge to address the huge challenges it has exposed, ensuring that everyone has access to the global digital commons must be at the heart of a new global consensus. So, to conclude, the digital revolution gives us the power to lift people up and create more opportunities for everyone. Whatever our starting point in this debate, in governments, in business or in civil society, as professionals, as politicians, or simply as citizens, we all have a part to play. And there are good reasons to be optimistic. This forum has highlighted the benefits of open conversations between government and industry, and how the two can work together for the greater good. And we have seen and talked about many of the ways technology and connectivity can bring opportunity to people and communities across the region. There is, of course, much to do, But the direction is clear, and our time together has helped clarify our vision and strengthen our resolve. We know that technology can be a powerful force for good. Let us work together to bring a connected and inclusive world one step closer. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Executive Director of the Tony Blair Institute, who talked about universal access to the web and raised important issues, concluding with a positive note, a message of hope and encouragement for the future. Thanks for having been with us. And now I would like to thank all the speakers, all the guests who took the floor yesterday and today during the Cortina Digital Forum, the various moderators and the hundreds of participants who followed us online. Obviously, we wait for you in Cortina as soon as it will be possible. And now I want to leave the honor of closing this 2 days event to the mayor of Cortina d'Ampezzo, Gianpietro Ghedina, and then later to the one and only Sandra Alverà, the founder and president of the Cortina Digital Forum. Good afternoon, my name is Ghedina Gianpietro. I'm mayor of Cortina d'Ampezzo, of this municipality, and I think I'm really lucky in this task. It's an important role, it is a prestigious role. Sometimes it's an honor, sometimes it is also a burden, because being the first citizen of possibly the most beautiful mountainous area in the world is not always easy. We came to the end of the Cortina Digital Forum. The organizers are satisfied. Cortina d'Ampezzo is proud of having hosted this first important event, which is an international debate when it comes to digital and when it comes to research. We talked and we will talk about our future. And I must say that Cortina sees in large international events an opportunity of great visibility, a visibility of our city, but also a visibility of our territory, an opportunity to attract investments, which in turn mean the possibility of restructuring the services we provide to our citizens and to tourists who often come to see us. We have already had the Ski World Championships, Cortina 2021, with great success. We are projected towards the Milan Cortina Olympics in 2026, a legacy for young people, a legacy we want to leave to young generations, to our children, the possibility and the opportunity of continuing to live in the mountains. And so I really think that this forum and the debate and discussions that came out of it can certainly give us an important contribution to allow people living in Cortina to stay here, because also other rural remote areas can become important given the opportunities offered by connections and by the digital transition. We can be far and be close at the same time, and the municipality I represent has strongly invested, also thanks to the Ski World Championships, in the digital transition. We have broadband. This last last year, we invested about 27 million euro for a specific fiber optics laying. And the need to be connected, the need to be always on is important because it gives this the opportunity to us, people living in the mountains, but also to those who want to come and live and work here in Cortina, to be connected and to be able to work remotely. We've done it this year. This year, during the pandemic, we all worked remotely from a decentralized territory such as Cortina. But being close and connected, we worked with Rome to Venice to New York and to Paris. And this will give the possibility to more and more people to come and live in these beautiful locations, which will become a place where people don't just spend their holidays, but spend their lives with a quality of life which is certainly better than that you might have in a city. So mine wants to, I want to thank all the organizers. I want to thank all the various speakers who came yesterday and today, top-level speakers who spoke from Rome, London, New York, the whole of the world, with the reference point, which is our future and our beloved Cortina, a great logo. So thanks to them, thanks to the institution, thanks to you all, and arrivederci. See you again here next year at the second edition of Cortina Digital Forum in 2022, possibly in presence. And before leaving the floor to the president of Cortina Digital Forum, I would like to thank you once again. So we leave the floor to Sandra Alverà.
Hello, well, thank you, Mayor Gianpietro Ghedina, who has prepared this wonderful video for all of us. This is the last goodbye before closing, and he showed us the wonderful Dolomites at Cortina d'Ampezzo. As anticipated, Mrs. Sandra Alverà will have the honor of closing this event. She is one of the founders of the Cortina Digital Forum. Thank you very much on my behalf as well, and thank you all who have followed us until now, and my best wish and hope to be able to meet in person soon at Cortina Digital Forum in Cortina d'Ampezzo itself in 2022. Meanwhile, stay tuned on our social media as well. We're looking forward to having you here. Thank you very much. Mr. Ghedina, for this beautiful video showing Cortina in all its beauty. We have come to the end of this marathon of the Cortina Digital Forum. These have been two intense, moving and wonderful days, but before closing this first Cortina Digital Forum, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you, all of you. Thank you to all of you, and there are very many people who contributed to this event, the representatives of the Italian government, of the European institutions and international organizations, local as well as provincial governments. We are acknowledging all sponsors, and we're grateful to them for their trust and the support from our Italian and European partners, and thanks to the press as well. My most wholeheartedly and most heartfelt thanks on my behalf and Riccardo Mazzucci and Sandro De Rol to the community group and the team of Cortina Digital Forum who have made this dream become a reality. Thank you very much, and arrivederci at the second Cortina Digital Forum in 2022. Thank you.